Orange Sky Audio presents Not Happening Again, The Navarro Triplets, Book 2, by A.M. Madden. Narrated for you by Allison Voller and William McLeod. Chapter 1. Amy. During the heat of summer, constantly crowded streets, the sound of traffic, and the hustle and bustle of Manhattan always agitated me. But come the weekends, when the city became a ghost town, that agitation flipped toward appreciation. I truly loved when the city's overzealous working professionals fled to the plethora of regional beach communities to de-stress from the daily grind, leaving my metropolis easier to navigate. That especially held true on Labor Day weekend. Of course, those contradicting circumstances made for a love-hate relationship with the city I lived in. Back and forth my affections flipped. But there was nothing worse than having to get all dressed up for a night on the town when the air felt like a sauna. A wolf's whistle slicing through the city noise just as I slammed the cab's door behind me forced an eye roll. The way three men leered, with grins splitting their faces, meant they had enjoyed the view of my bare legs unfolding from the back seat. Without shame, their gazes then devoured the rest of my curves, which the black lace dress did little to hide, curves that I had learned to appreciate as I grew older. "Damn! I think I'm in love!" one called out, earning shoulder slaps from his buddies. "What's your name, sweetheart?" I paid them no attention while fishing out a masquerade red lace mask from my purse and fastening it around my eyes. Ignoring them only fueled their crassness when I stalked past them into the swanky lounge, slicing their groans and gripes with a heavy clank of the tinted glass door. Waiting for my vision to adjust to the dimly lit air-conditioned space, I smiled at the hostess donning a rhinestone-studded mask that clashed with her sequined halter top. "Hello, welcome to the Bid for Love auction." She droned on. "Name, please?" "Amy Dalton." "The romance author?" "That's me." If she had been impressed, I would know it by the resting bitch face her mask failed to conceal. I was used to being recognized by my name. Anyone who loved romance novels had most likely heard of A. Dalton. My career afforded me a very comfortable lifestyle. Although, because my mother squandered the money my father had left her when he died, I'd chosen to be frugal in the way I lived my life. One never knew what could happen, and I wouldn't depend on a man to provide for me someday. If attending a function furthered my success, I was game. That was pretty much why I was willing to be a guinea pig tonight. When my agent learned of this event, she'd signed me up without question. To me, being ogled and bid on by strangers sounded like torture. But every once in a while, a woman needed to do something she dreaded. The important part was that all proceeds would go to a non-profit dating service called Revival, which helped women and men pick themselves up and reconnect after toxic relationships. There was one other reason I'd agreed to come. Runnel TV. They were the hottest streaming service in the modern age and co-sponsors of the event. Runnel had made their mark by shattering the glass ceiling in the entertainment industry. Their popular programs were produced, directed, and written by women. Because of that, my agent, Janice, had been sporting a feminist version of a hard-on for them. So much so, she submitted my work the moment I typed "The End" on the last book in my Brazen Truths series a year ago. A few months later, she'd called me into her office to announce that they were interested in all 7 books. My attendance tonight could portray me as a team player and help when it came time to discuss the logistics. The dangling possibility my work could have a home on their network meant, suck it up, Amy. So, there I was. Personally, I felt, who needed someone to love? Definitely not me. There was only one thing I could always count on in the romance department, and it was battery-operated and came with no strings attached. I was fully aware how much that attitude conflicted with my profession. Maybe having no success in finding my person was what had given me the ability to write the swoony stories that had made me a best-selling, award-winning author to begin with. The hostess stared over my shoulder and suddenly flipped on her happy switch. "Oh, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Runnell. You can go ahead in." I twisted to stare at the couple behind me, and nervous heart palpitations kicked in. But while I debated on whether to introduce myself, Mrs. Runnell gave me a once-over as her husband said, "Ladies." With a dip of his head, he led her through another tinted door, taking my opportunity to reveal who I was with them. Mr. Runnell may have been the financial powerhouse who'd aged well in the industry, both professionally and physically, but it was the blonde supermodel on his arm, half his age, who controlled Runnell TV. Truth be told, I wasn't entirely thrilled with the snooty vibe coming off her. "Sorry about that," the hostess said, her bored tone back once again. "No worries." Ms. Personality marked me off on her clipboard, adding, "Please keep your mask on throughout the night, and while mingling, please provide first names only. We really want to keep identities private until date night." She then handed me a laminated heart name tag. "Bidding will begin in 1 hour, and guests won't know who is up for auction until you are called to the stage. Once your suitor outbids all others, paperwork will need to be signed, giving permission for your date to be covered by our film crews for the documentary, Dating Without Boundaries." She blinked a few times. "Questions?" "Where's the alcohol?" I forced a smile and said, "Nope, all set. Thanks." 2 steps inside the door, and a gentleman at least 4 inches shorter immediately blocked my path. "Can I pretend to buy you a drink?" He leaned in and grinned. "You know, since it's an open bar." It always amazed me how confident men were compared to women. Here was a dude who had no issue approaching me when I could easily kiss the top of his head, reminding myself of the reason I was there. "The Rummel deal," I said. "That's sweet, but I just arrived. Maybe we can catch up later?" Before he could nail me down to a specific time, I quickly walked away, having no doubt his eyes were glued to my ass. Another, much taller, much cuter guy tried next. "Hey, beautiful stranger," he offered as his greeting, and although sparse, it was just as cheesy as the last guy's. After reciting the same brush-off that I had 30 seconds earlier, I finally headed for a much-needed cocktail. This was going to be a long night. Runnel deal, Runnel deal, Runnel deal. People mingled around me while enjoying their ardent spirits and dining on fancy appetizers served by a white-gloved waitstaff. Snatching a flute of champagne off a passing waitress's tray, I found a quiet corner and scanned the room before eavesdropping on a cluster of females as they excitedly voiced their hopes for the evening. A blonde, standing with her back to me, pointed to a hottie with dark, thick, wavy hair and a cocky nonchalance to his stance. "God, I hope he's up for sale," she admitted. "Damn, I'd pay an ovary for him," said her friend, prompting another round of giggles. The stiff black mask he wore covered all but a seductive set of lips and a chiseled chin peppered in scruff. The body that perfectly filled out black slacks and a black button-down shirt, appearing as though it had been painted on, would usually call to my libido. Usually. But I recognized the ass behind the mask and groaned into my effervescent elixir. Brad Navarro. A man who never failed to rub me the wrong way. A man I was forever tied to because my best friend, Jade, had married his brother, Max. There were 3 of them, actually. Identical triplets who were drop-dead gorgeous. Personality-wise, they couldn't be more different. Max was a sweetheart who owned a successful gym in Manhattan, with a second location in Miami. He had an ex-girlfriend living there, along with her husband, and a daughter that she'd had with Max, so he split his time between the 2 locations. That meant Jade, who adored her stepdaughter, Mia, traveled back and forth with Max and their infant son, Michael, often. Nate was brother number 2, a successful divorce lawyer who had an attitude the size of his bank account. The man insisted on calling me Jersey because of an accent he claimed I had. What he had was a massive stick up his ass, along with being arrogant, conceited, and anti-love. Because of all those qualities, I detested him while being insanely attracted to him at the same time. Then there was Brad, who owned one of the hottest sports bars in the city. There was only one way to describe Brad. Man whore. Shit. It wasn't as though being an erotic author had placed a halo over my head, but Brad Navarro made promiscuous an art form. From the moment we'd met, it had been obvious that my profession piqued his interests. At first, I flirted back, and that encouragement fueled him. I had no intention of becoming just a number in the long list of his conquests. The deal breaker was when he'd gone as far as calling me a porn pusher. Jerk. Nothing irked me more than that label. Yes, my novels had sex in them, and a lot of it, but they were also well-written stories. Regardless, the more I avoided him, the more he shamelessly chased me. While the other women continued to ogle him, Brad stared back, nodding at whatever the man beside him had said. For some reason, he seemed subdued tonight. The Brad Navarro I had gotten to know would have been working this room like a snowplow during a blizzard. I watched him sip the contents of what appeared to be a bourbon or whiskey. The rolled-up sleeves of his shirt revealed muscular forearms and a chunky silver watch each time the glass met his lips. His gaze caught mine and held. He then said something to the gentleman before stalking right toward me. Awesome. Amy Delton. I'd recognize those lips anywhere. Brad Navarro. I responded with boredom. I'd recognize that huge head of yours anywhere. When he looked down at his crotch and smirked, I rolled my eyes. What are you doing here? One of my clients invited me. He leaned closer, hovering his mouth near my ear. But I'm not Brad, Jersey. I wasn't sure if it was his warm breath, the fresh, woodsy scent of his intoxicating cologne, or the fact it was Nate, and not Brad, that had my skin prickle with goosebumps. The first time he called me Jersey, even though it caused something deep down inside me to clench deliciously, I told him off. Big mistake, because fighting with Nate Navarro only spurred him on. And while Brad constantly hit on me, not once had Nate made a play. It irked me, along with the fact that he could both irritate me and turn me on. Jade was the only person on Earth who knew how I often fantasized over this particular brother-in-law. Obviously, she thought that was gross, being he shared the same face and build as her husband. Sure, I'd give her that. It was very strange, but their different personalities made it easy to justify the attraction. In my fantasy with Nate, it was always the same, me naked on my kitchen island while he went down on me. Regardless, that visual would have to remain in my head, because getting involved with him would be a stupid thing to do. Besides, being Jade's brother-in-law, the man was trouble with a capital T. But damn, the sex would be great. While I engaged in a should I or shouldn't I battle with myself, He continued to eye-fuck me. Are you here for book research or because you're horny? His condescending tone predictably pissed me off before setting my lower half on fire. Based on the expression on your face, I'd say horny. He continued. Once again, his lips quirked up just a tad, but it was more than a cocky smirk. It was a display of confidence, a dare to be sexual, a promise of something life-altering to come. It was powerful enough to persuade, and that was what made him dangerous. Why are you here? I snapped. Doesn't this go against your mission to profit off every broken marriage in New York City? As the smirk deepened from my snippiness, he shrugged. Normally, but the client who invited me is a good friend. He may not have had much luck in love after 3 divorces. Still, the sucker can't seem to give up on it. But back to you. Why are you really here? For the cause and business. It was my turn to give him a cocky smirk. We all do what we have to do. This is true. When a waitress sauntered by, Nate eyed my now empty champagne flute, gently removed it from my grip, and replaced it with a fresh one. Thank you. I raised my glass and added, I can use all the liquid courage I can get, and champagne is my vice. Bourbon is mine, he countered while lifting his own enabler. I take it you're on the bidding block, then? Off the record? That would be a yes. His gorgeous green eyes caressed my body, as though he could literally picture me naked. And the effect would have been no different if it had been his hands doing the roaming. When he lifted his gaze to drill into mine, it was hard to know what ran through his mind. I have a proposition for you, he finally said. A proposition from Nate Navarro could be a dangerous thing. Pretending indifference, I nosed toward the group of giddy women who hadn't stopped staring at him. I'm sure there are plenty of females here who would love to jump on your proposition. That's stating the obvious. I didn't know what was sexier, the smirk once again quirking up those damn lips of his, or the fact he didn't spare them a glance while keeping his eyes tethered to mine. But I'm referring to a business proposition, he continued, one that could benefit us both. My business is a complete contradiction to yours, I quipped. Not necessarily. I'll bid on you, get a great tax write-off in the process, maybe gain some new clients. Are you forgetting that with the bid comes a video documented date that we'd have to go on? I fail to see how that would gain you new clients. Let me finish. He blinked a few times, clearly amused. You get spared from having to endure any other loser in this room from ogling you, and instead get my charming self for a night. He thumbed toward the little guy who'd tried to pick me up earlier. But I guess the advantages to him would be a good motorboating when you were in need. Ignoring his implication, I asked, What's truly in it for you? Wouldn't winning and dining a romance author for the entire dating population to witness kill your reputation as a relationship murderer, Mr. Navarro? Or boost it, he easily countered. I recently opened my own firm. A devious expression flashed over his handsome face as he lifted his bourbon, while I focused on the way his Adam's apple bobbed on the swallow. I intended to bid on one of these lovely ladies anyway. And then I saw you. We'd go on our date. You can push romance while pimping your books, and I can provide my own arguments on why love often collapses so epically once vows are exchanged. Spoken like a true divorce lawyer, your cynicism could backfire. Doubtful, any publicity is good publicity. He leaned closer still, killing me with his smoldering gaze and manly scent. Combined, they served as aphrodisiacs. It's a win-win. You're assuming spending a night listening to you drone on about your professional talents sounds appealing to me. "And you're assuming it would be my professional talents I'd want to discuss," he said before taking another sip. "My talents go beyond the courtroom." The innuendo behind his words was unmistakable, and the effect on my libido was instantaneous. For the first time since approaching me, his focus slid to the group still drooling over him before coming back to mine. All of it, the cocky claims, the arrogant air about him, turned me into a wanton mess. It was because I hadn't had sex since ending it with Will, whom I had casually dated off and on for about a year. If having sex with a human instead of a toy weren't incentive enough, getting with Brad's brother could be a fun way to put an end to him trying to get into my pants. Okay, maybe my moral compass didn't always point due north. Sue me. Wordlessly, I scanned the room of all the other men in attendance, some making me cringe at the thought of spending an hour with them, much less an entire evening. At least with Nate, I knew what I was getting into from the outset. A romance author going on a date with an anti-romantic divorce attorney could truly gain the attention of Runnell's executive staff, especially once they knew the author was the same one whose work they were interested in. He watched as I processed his idea while draining my second glass of champagne. "Say yes, Jersey," he prompted. Needing to have my head examined, I offered him my hand. "Okay, you got yourself a deal, Mr. Navarro, assuming you'd be able to outbid any other man here." A salacious grin spread when he wrapped his hand around mine. "That's my problem." I tried to ignore how a jolt of electricity zapped through me. I even tried to pretend my lips hadn't tingled with desire to fuse over his cocky smirk. It was impossible to do either. And bam, just like that, I knew I had sold my soul to the devil.
Chapter 2. Nate. This evening just became much more interesting. I instantly noticed when she arrived in her form-fitting black dress and heels. The more I stared, the more her thick, black, silky hair and sexy curves seemed familiar. But once I caught her staring, despite the red lace mask that covered her eyes and nose, it was that always present smug smirk lifting the corners of her full lips that I'd recognize anywhere. Amy Delton never failed to have my slacks feeling a bit snugger between my legs. From the moment I'd met her a year earlier, everything about her intrigued me. Her being my sister-in-law Jade's best friend meant we saw each other often. There wasn't a doubt desire ran deep in her crystal blue orbs whenever she stared at me. It was always a woman's eyes that gave her away. Her New Jersey roots gave her an edge that made her sexy as fuck. The first time I called her Jersey because of that subtle accent that came through when she got pissed off, but pissed her off even more. And now having us at the same event made it tempting to up my game. But Brad had staked some stupid claim over her because they'd met first. A claim that meant shit to me. Sure, he would kill me. Fun fact. That made me want her even more. As 1/3 of identical triplets, constantly being in competition with one another was the norm. From an early age, Max had taken on the role of caretaker, and now he was married with kids. It suited his personality perfectly. Brad, on the other hand, was known as the player. The last thing my brother wanted was a serious relationship. He was having way too much fun being a single, successful bar owner in Manhattan. As for me, I'd been dubbed the brilliant cocky one. Ever since we were kids, my role in our trio was to help my brothers pull in good grades. Sometimes that happened through tutoring. When we got older, I'd sometimes switch places with Brad to take a test he hadn't studied for. Max, being the only one of us with dimples, made it harder to swap lives. If being triplets hadn't gained us enough attention, then our looks most definitely had. Identical dark brown hair, vivid green eyes, and 6'2" frames made all three of us popular with the opposite sex. That was where the fun began. There were dozens of stories I could tell when one of us had shamelessly stolen the other's girl. And now, the stares I received from women as I stood dead center in front of the stage was nothing new. Having said that, the way every tool around me lusted over Amy in the same way meant my little scheme was about to cost me. But I truly felt this could be good for my firm, Navarro and Associates. After going off on my own, my former employers made it very clear they considered my departure as a betrayal. It all amused me. I had warned them once I hadn't been made partner. I didn't care I wasn't there long enough, or that I wasn't old enough. Those fuckers had made millions off me, and they should have taken my threats seriously. Of course, when I announced my departure, the stuffed suits did everything they could to convince me to stay. Too late. They preferred me to be an ally rather than a competitor, and their reasons for feeling that way were valid. I was a bloodsucker in the divorce business, one who was currently devouring all future clients. Since opening my doors, I have added bankruptcy law and intellectual property. One day, maybe I'll add entertainment and a pro bono division. My firm was small but mighty, and growing in leaps and bounds. The auction continued, with women and men being bid on. Impatient, I glanced at my watch, knowing there weren't many dates left, while keeping my position as I waited for Amy. The spotlight glowed once again, and there she finally was, stepping toward the podium. Every fucker around me began foaming at the mouth, as the auctioneer said, "Let's open the bidding for the lovely Miss Amy at $1,000. Before anyone had the chance, I raised my paddle and said, $20,000. A hush fell over the lounge. Did the gentleman say 20,000? That's correct. Instantly, the photographers covering the event had their cameras pointed my way. That attention, combined with Amy's gaze searing right through me, meant the plan I'd concocted could benefit me in more ways than one, provided I played it right. Okay, we have 20,000. Any counters? One by one, men who'd had a hard-on for her seconds ago all shook their heads. Going once? Going twice? With a bang of his gavel, he announced, "A date with this lovely woman is sold to bidder number 17 for $20,000. While a commotion broke out around me, I sauntered toward the end of the stage. Seemingly stunned, Amy took a few long moments to finally move. During the short walk, her chest rose and fell, her lips parted before she licked them seductively, and her crystal blue eyes continued to blaze with pent-up desire. When she reached where I waited, I offered her my hand, and she took it. Flashes of light continued to create visual sparks in the dimly lit lounge, and the chatter grew to the point the auctioneer requested silence so the next date could be bid on. "Slick," she said, when her feet came to meet mine. "Effective?" I placed a hand on the center of her back and led her to the table where I needed to make payment and sign paperwork. As I pulled out my credit card and handed it to the woman who gawked at me, Amy shifted her body a fraction to press up against my side. I wasn't sure if my stunt had caused her to, or if it was a need to put the pretty redhead in her place. Regardless, I found either reason satisfying. Once payment was made, we each signed the necessary agreements to have our date documented and filmed. "We're out of here," I announced. And without delay, I took her hand again and tugged her out of the lounge. But the moment we reached the noisy city street, Amy pulled her hand from mine to remove her mask. "Where are we going?" Removing my own mask, I answered matter-of-factly, "My place." You do know showing off with that bid only gets you a dinner date. The auction is over. My bid is paid. My intentions for the rest of this night have nothing to do with that. Your intentions? She asked with a raised brow. Are you saying no? I knew I wasn't misreading the signs, but anything happening between us tonight would be her choice. She folded her arms, cut her gaze away for a clip, and rasped, No. Not knowing if her response was to my question, or if it was her refusing to come home with me, I placed my lips near her ear. I need better clarification, Jersey. There was something about this woman that drove me to act uncharacteristically. Besides her beauty, that spark of constant mischievousness piqued my interest. But I didn't play games, and I wouldn't with her. I'm pretty sure no means the same thing in all languages. Okay, smartass. I'll rephrase. Straightening, I took a small step back and leveled her with my attention. Do you want to come home with me tonight? Her hesitancy forced me to add, It's a simple question. There's nothing simple about it. Yes or no? I shoved my hands in my pockets and waited her out, and a slow nod of her head came quicker than I'd expected. Closing the distance to replace my mouth at her ear, I whispered, Good decision, before tugging an earlobe between my teeth. When I then placed a soft suck along her neck, and she released an unmistakable sigh, I grabbed her hand and raised my other arm to hail a cab. Because most New Yorkers fled the city during Labor Day weekend, no traffic meant the ride across town was short. Still, the time had been filled with an intense sexual tension that I'd never experienced in my life. Neither of us said a word, not until she stood a few steps inside the door, taking in what was visible of my apartment. Nice place. Thanks. I'd moved in only a month earlier, and had paid a decorator well to have it exactly the way I wanted it. With my new business adventure came my decision to ditch the brick-laden, bookshelved apartments that looked more like a study room in an old university than a home. My new place, with all its glass and marble, was bright, light, and modern. Her eyes tracked me as I tossed my keys into a bowl on the foyer table before heading toward my kitchen. Wine? Sure. While I pulled out glasses and then a bottle of my favorite Cabernet, I watched her strolling around the open concept space, lifting pictures I had tucked here and there. The gurgling of the deep red liquid filling a crystal glass and the clacking of her sexy heels were the only sounds filling the silence, until she turned with a frame in her hand to announce, You really are identical. Only in looks. I lifted the two glasses, walked toward her, and handed one over. From what little I know of you three, I'd agree. Well, after tonight, you'll know me the best. I stared into her eyes, and before she could snap at my arrogant claim, I added, I'm kissing you. While Amy remained caught in my gaze, I took her silence as permission, and boldly molded one hand over her ass cheek, and then my lips over hers. Every shred of resolve I held flew out the window as I kissed her in a way that stole both our breaths. A little voice reminded me that she was my sister-in-law's best friend. Unlike Brad, who thought with his cock first, I prided myself on being level-headed. But since tasting Amy set every fiber below my waist on fire, I suspected tonight my cock would hypocritically also be calling the shots. There was one reason I pulled away: to place our wine on a table and avoid my area rug from receiving a burgundy shower. Before logic had one of us snapping out of our lustful stupor, I pressed a hand in the center of her back and led her toward my room. While she glanced around, I closed the door behind me. At the sound, she turned. Amy remained silent, watching intently as I loosened my tie with one hand and tugged on the end until it landed on the floor. Her tongue poked out to moisten those fuckable lips as I unbuttoned my shirt, peeling it off and discarding it in the same way. But it was an undeniable carnal smirk that jump-started my voracious need to have her. I took her in my arms, flipping our positions and putting her back to the door. The boldness of my move forced her to widen her eyes just before I pressed my body closer, until she was sandwiched between me and the hard wood. My eyes skated over her face, and when they landed on her lips, I took them in a punishing kiss. Every moan she made, I swallowed with my mouth. All the while, our tongues frantically danced because of the pent-up sexual tension between us. Skating my hand up her thigh, I slipped it beneath her lace dress until the slim, elastic edge of her panties had my fingers pausing. Once they moved past that point, I knew there would be no turning back for me. "Are you still with me, Jersey?" "Yes," she said breathily. My fingertips skimmed the damp lace, and I moved it aside to find smooth, warm, wet flesh pulsing beneath my touch. Amy placed both hands on my belt buckle in her own pursuit, but when I eased 2 fingers into her pussy, her movements froze in a suspended state of bliss. As I pulled my fingers from her, the loss had her eyes popping open in time to witness me slipping them into my mouth. Sweet as sugar. Not all of me is. The important parts are. I resumed our kiss, and at first she responded, going as far as shoving her hands into my hair to deepen it. That was, until something snapped within her. She released her hold and yanked her head back until it hit the wood with a soft thump. Not in the mood for kissing? No. Even though everything in her expression screamed otherwise, I nodded. Okay, Jersey. Taking her hands in mine, I used her pliable fingers to finish what she had started, unbuckling my belt, popping the button on my slacks, and then lowering the zipper. While leveling her with a sexually loaded glower, I reached into my back pocket to retrieve my wallet, finding a condom and tearing it open. She confidently maintained eye contact until I began to roll it over my impatient dick. Her gaze dropped down to watch, and having her focus on my bare cock made it harder than fucking steel. Needing to even the score, I stepped closer and raised her dress to her waist. There was a very obvious pause in my actions when I caught sight of her black lace panties. It was a quick fix for my eyes to feast on, but the incessant throbbing between my legs screamed out in a battle cry. After we fucked, I'd be sure to get her completely naked to see the rest of her. Right now, there was only one thing on the agenda. I gripped her leg and hitched it on my hip before using my other hand to slowly guide myself into her, 1 exquisite inch at a time. The result of my position affected her as much as it had me. "Oh, crap," she said in a harsh whisper. With each pump of my cock, her hands slapped against the wood behind her. She was so tight. Shit, Jersey. I cut my eyes to hers briefly before they lowered to where I disappeared into her mound. The way her body sucked me in was perfection. If I knew you'd feel this fucking amazing, I would have competed for you a lot sooner than now. I'm not a trophy. Her hands found my ass, and she quipped, "And are you always this chatty during sex?" "No," I admitted. "I prefer silence, but fighting with you makes me even harder. Stop talking." Her bitchy request spurred me on, almost as much as her warmth wrapped around me. The more I rammed my body into hers, the closer I came to losing it. Pumping hard, pulling out to my tip, and shoving back in made it impossible to think straight, or even breathe correctly, for that matter. While buried in Amy, I forgot my name. Forgot we shouldn't have been fucking to begin with. Everything ceased to exist except her warm pussy and how it gripped my engorged cock. The more frantic my thrusts became, the more she clenched around me. Every time I bottomed out inside her, the harder it was to stop from coming. Thank all that was fucking holy, she started to climax, giving me the green light that I so desperately needed. "Fuck!" I called out loudly. On and on it went. No doubt my cock decided to use up all the reserved cum due to all the times I denied myself from hitting on her. And even after I pulled out, I could still feel her heat wrapped around me. "Shit, I can't stand up straight," I admitted, as her head and palms rested heavily against the door. She turned her head, and even in the dimly lit room, her bright blue eyes sparkled as she looked back at me. The confident Amy disappeared, and instead, a shy, vulnerable version stood before me. "You okay?" I asked, cupping the edge of her jaw. Something wavered within her before she slipped out of my physicality. I turned as she smoothed her dress over her thighs. Except for the flush of her cheeks and the heat in her gaze, there was no visible signs we had just fucked. "This is going to make things weird between us." I didn't want to lead her on and give her the wrong idea. "Probably. In that case, it never happened, and it's not happening again. I love Jade like a sister, and I don't want something this stupid upsetting her." It wasn't something stupid. It was two consenting adults giving in to their desires. It was a mistake. Her eyes lowered to where my cock still hung heavily out of my pants, and she looked back up again. "Once your hard-on is gone, you'll see it the same way I do." She then leaned in and chastely pecked my cheek before skirting around me and out the door. The subtle scent of vanilla, mingled with the scent of sex, hung heavily in my bedroom, and my body, already missing hers, meant she'd remain in my thoughts all night long. Not happening again. Bullshit.
Chapter 3. Amy. Jade opened the door with a smile that immediately turned into a deer-in-headlights expression. Since last seeing her, my hairstyle had gone from jet black, long and straight, to a warm brown with wavy layers and side bangs. "Okay, what happened?" Her own big brown eyes narrowed on my baby blue ones. "Nothing." I pushed past her into the apartment. Ignoring me, she pressed, "Don't get me wrong, I love it, but what prompted it?" "Nothing prompted it." Deny, deny, deny. "Bullshit. You're lying." She reached over to lift a wave between her fingers. "Whenever you do something that you regret or you want to distract yourself, you make a change." "I do not." Swatting her hand away, I dumped my bag on her foyer table. "Yes, you do. Junior year in college, after you had a fling with your screenwriting professor, you got your belly button ring. 2 years ago, after you claimed Brandon was too clingy because he mentioned living together someday." She gasped in mock shock. "The nerve of that man. You dumped him and got that cute Bob. And then there's poor Will." "Will doesn't count." That ginger-headed sweetie pie was the man I'd most recently dumped. He would do anything for me, except give me space. Okay, forget Will. What about when he who shall not be named broke your heart senior year? You became so depressed you ended up in therapy, but not before you dyed your hair blonde and wore colored contacts. You make a change whenever you believe your judgment failed in the dating arena, which, for the record, is all in your head. That's false, and it's because of he who shall not be named that I don't date. You're hanging your entire love life on one relationship at 17. That was 10 years ago, Aim. But okay, my bad. Despite that, your judgment meter goes haywire whenever you hook up as well. A memory of Nate fucking me flashed through my mind, causing my cheeks to flush. Jade caught it all and pointed at me. Ah, see? You did do something. I dismissed her accuracy with a wave of my hand. Whatever. All week I had neglected to mention to Jade that Nate had been at the auction, because that would lead to a million questions. I sure as hell couldn't tell her we had sex. She'd freak out. I was fully aware avoiding her like a coward was stupid, especially since she eventually always found out. When it registered that she wasn't dressed for our plans and wanting to change the subject, I fisted a hip. Why aren't you ready? Max is running late. He had a last-minute new client at the gym. She said calmly, completely unfazed over the fact her son had begun screaming bloody murder through the monitor. There was a time I was always late, and you weren't too kind about it whenever I was. She merely shrugged and headed toward the baby's room while calling out, I opened a bottle of wine for you. Have some and relax. Sure enough, a decanter filled with the burgundy liquid, along with a stemless glass, sat on the kitchen island, waiting for me. Not needing my arm twisted, I helped myself and took a nice large gulp. In fact, I proceeded to drain the rest of it, and Jade walked back in with a sniffling boy in her arms, just as I lifted the bottle to refill my glass. Now I'm convinced something happened, she announced annoyingly. Pretending indifference, I filled it back up to the brim, which earned me a raised brow. Let's catch up while I feed him, and you can tell me what the hell is going on. But when Jade had settled herself on a chair in the far corner of her posh living room, with Michael at her boob, I still had yet to move. I'd prefer not to shout, she said. Irritated that she knew me so well, I snatched the bottle and glass and huffed my way toward the couch. I needed more liquid courage and took yet another large gulp of my wine at the same time a loud slurping sound replaced Michael's tantrum. Holy shit, I said as he went to town on his mom. Had to love the kid for supplying a distraction. I still can't believe one of us has one of those. My best friend raised a brow. One of those? As in a child? Well, that's debatable. He looks more like the end of a vacuum hose right now. Michael's pulling off his mother's milk machine with a large pop forced a wince. Ouch, I said, while molding a hand around my right breast in self-preservation mode. Jade rolled her eyes. You'd think the 9 months of pregnancy and 6+ months that he's been alive would have warmed you to me being a mother. One day this will be you. Doubtful. I needed a man for that, and I wasn't the type of woman to need a man. You know I love that kid, but I'll master the role of being his super fun aunt. God knows your sister doesn't deserve that title. I'll be the one he comes to regarding all things that are cool. That's what worries me. A sly smile crossed over her pretty face. Tell me about Miami. Excitement bounced off her as she began to fill me in on her last trip down to their second home. Max wanted to swap their condo for a house outside the city, and Jade had been busy looking for the perfect place for them. My tactic worked when she talked and talked, having forgotten about the need for my change in hairdo. As I sipped my wine, I had to suppress a smile at how similar Jade was to a squirrel since becoming a mom. And then, when her cell buzzed beside her on the table, the Miami home conversation was forgotten, just like that. She shifted Michael over her shoulder and began patting his back while glancing at it. They're on their way home. They who? Brad's with him? Please let it be Brad. Please let it be Brad. Nate, he was working out. Panic hit me like a wrecking ball. Fuck. I needed to think quickly because, from what I figured, they'd be here in about 10 or so minutes. What the hell was I supposed to say to her? Oh, by the way, I fucked your brother-in-law. It'd been 1 week and 1 day since our tryst, and I haven't been able to get him out of my mind. I couldn't tell you what his bedroom looked like, but I could describe every sensation he created within my body. The man was an arrogant, sexy-as-hell prick, and an honorable mention needed to go to his cock. I may have only gotten a quick glimpse, but I had seen enough as he rolled on the condom to label it a piece of art. Truly something that needed to be revered and admired. Perfection, as far as penises went. And I was picky in that department. I once broke up with a man because of ugly junk. Hey, don't judge. Seeing something that off-putting had killed this romance writer's mojo for weeks. And don't even get me started on how well Nate could fuck with it. I wasn't a rose petals and candlelight kind of girl and reserved the romance for my books. Some would consider the entire encounter crude, but for me, it was remarkable. That was pretty much why I freaked out and hightailed it out of his apartment that night, only to then spend days convincing myself it needed to be a one-time thing. He obviously felt the same since I hadn't heard from him. Not that I expected to. Once we did see each other, I had every intention of playing it just that way. One and done. Thanks for the ride, cowboy. But in minutes, I had to actually play that part, and things weren't looking good for me. Knowing I was about to see him sent my heart rate into a frantic gallop, caused my mouth to go dry, despite the wine I sipped, and made my crotch clench in anticipation. What would happen once he actually walked through the damn door? When Michael released a burp that mimicked a man's, Jade laughed, and I faked a smile. On that note, where do you want to go for dinner? I made a reservation at that place Grit and Grizzle that I told you about. I stood and waved a hand. In fact, we're very late. Why don't I go over and secure our table, and you can meet me there? No, we'll leave together. She stared at me as though I'd lost my mind. And I'm not having dinner at that strip club. It's more than a strip club, I said with an eye roll. It's a critically acclaimed restaurant. I heard their pork loin special is to die for. I got myself all excited for a double penetration of pork tonight. Jade's eyes bulged over the rim of her water glass before sputtered droplets flew out of her mouth and landed on Michael's head. Jesus, Amy! She grabbed a burping cloth off the table beside her, dabbing her son while coughing uncontrollably. I sat with a smug smirk, waiting for her to compose herself. Thanks for that, she finally croaked. For what? Almost killing me. Her attention moved to Michael, who was oblivious that his mother had showered him with backwash. I don't need to see strange men gyrating while I'm eating, so that's a hard no. You've become a prude. I was only half teasing. My friend had mellowed out in so many ways. No longer the uptight lawyer in stuffy business suits and that ever-present bun at the base of her neck. This Jade was relaxed, easygoing, and dare I say fun. Sometimes. Whenever I wanted to experience something wild, I blamed my work, and God bless her, she came along. Understandably, her life had changed drastically since she'd become a mother and a wife, in that order. And that meant mine had too. Gone were the days I could drag her out to a hot bar in search of a hot guy. In fact, one of the last times we did something reckless was her birthday the previous June. Stress over vying for a junior partner position at her firm had forced me to force her to have a one-night stand. Let's say everything changed for her that night, and Jade had absolutely no regrets. She never did get that promotion, but she had met the love of her life because of my antics and given birth to the second love of her life 6 months ago. Why don't we just hang here? She suggested a bit impatiently. Instantly, the Nate Navarro nervousness returned, and before I could will it away, the door opened. Hey, girls! Max dropped a duffel bag, beelining for his wife and son. It was a good thing he distracted her. because Nate and I glaring at each other was a dead giveaway something had happened between us. It should be illegal for men to wear tight t-shirts and flimsy knit shorts in public. Falling somewhere along the same lines as gray sweatpants or a banana hammock. Correction, it should be illegal for Nate Navarro to wear those items in public because Max had on a similar outfit and it hadn't set my lower half on fire the same way seeing Nate had. Unlike Max and Brad, who lived in casual clothes, Nate favored suits or dress shirts and slacks. I'd only ever seen his hair impeccably styled, and not in that way that looked like he'd just got out of bed. Remembering how those thick, wavy strands felt between my fingers hadn't helped my pissy mood. So I slipped into a childish state of denial, brooding no differently than if I had blown my curfew as a teenager and received a good reprimand. Funny thing, when you become silent, decisions are made for you. Once that happens, you have no right to complain. Same held true for not getting my ass out of there before I had the chance. Opportunity missed. Sushi had been brought in for dinner, and I was forced to sit through it all, pretending the sexy bastard facing me was invisible. Not an easy feat. One thing was clear. He was pissed. I could only conclude it was because I fucked him and ran. But seriously, what did he think? That we'd get into bed and snuggle all night? Something told me he was usually the one to dick and ditch. Well, fuck him. That attitude managed to somewhat help me get through the awkward meal. Until I remembered that I still had a documented date night to get through with him. Seriously, what the hell was I thinking screwing him? I considered myself a smart, strong, independent woman, but for whatever reason, Nate had me feeling no differently from how I felt about he who shall not be named. In defense of my 17-year-old self, at this age, I should have known better than to lose sight of my convictions over a man. In hindsight, agreeing to his plan was just as dumb. He had tried to sell me by suggesting I could use the time to push romance and love, while he used it to push his anti-commitment stance. That meant more faking it, because personally, I was much more an anti-commitment skeptic than a happily ever after believer. This entire situation had to have been the worst decision I'd ever made in my life, and I'd made some doozies. "You're very quiet tonight, Amy," Max said, lifting his beard to take a swig. "You okay?" "Yeah, just distracted by my deadline." "What's the book about?" Nate asked before slipping a spicy tuna roll into his mouth and chewing it with purpose. P.S. The entire time he did, he stared at my mouth. Prick. "You'll have to wait until it's released." Pushing away from the table like my ass was on fire, I added, "Well, thanks for dinner." But Jade's iron grip on my wrist stopped my escape. "Don't leave yet. We can relax on the patio once the baby is asleep. Please, I'm starving for adult time." The woman looked no different from a puppy dog begging for a treat with its big brown eyes. Fine. I sat back down with a huff, and that seemed to amuse him. Rolling my eyes widened his grin, and thankfully my friend was again oblivious to our exchange. "We'll be right back." Jade lifted a fussy Michael out of his playpen and disappeared down the hall with Max, leaving me alone with Lucifer. And he wasted no time before opening that egotistical mouth of his. "You're adorable when you're nervous." "I'm not nervous." "Right," he said before a low, sexy laugh rumbled out of him. Ignoring the way that it deliciously twisted my insides, I dragged in a sigh and said, "Look, what happened last week was hot. Stupid," I countered. "I disagree. By the way, Max knows." What little sushi I had eaten churned violently. "Why would you tell Max?" I whispered harshly. He said that you were here, so I told him. Wasn't aware it was a big secret that we needed to keep. It's no one's business. My cock inside your pussy makes it my business, and I can do what I wish with that information. Needing to help swallow the film of desire that coated my throat, and to buy time, I took a long drink of water. This bastard. Who knew what he'd said to Max? And that thought forced me to vocalize. The need to kiss and tell speaks volumes about a man. That smirk of his lifted the corners of those damn lips. He guessed. And once he did, I didn't give him details on how I fucked you or deny it. Regardless, am I supposed to believe if it had been another man's cock you rode last week, that your bestie wouldn't know about it? His gaze shifted down to my mouth and remained there when he added, Besides, I don't recall much kissing happening between us. You put a stop to it. Then he leveled me with his green eyes. We'll have to rectify that next time. I did enjoy your fingers in my hair, and your sexy moaning while I devoured your mouth. The way he swiped his tongue across the very lips that I also enjoyed kissing, more than I should have, held my attention before logic smacked the back of my head. It's not happening again. It was obvious he didn't buy it in the way he regarded me intently while running a thumb back and forth across his bottom lip. All of it. His stare, his pulling that goddamn sexy move, his refusal to concede. It all gave me a lady boner in the process. When I squirmed in my chair, the corners of his lips twitched. You sure about that, Jersey? Positive, I barked back, and felt the need to add, ever. The bastard then laughed.
Chapter 4. Nate. I couldn't help but chuckle when it looked like smoke could billow from her ears. And shit, if that didn't spur her on more, which spurred me on more. I was already walking a fine line in keeping my cool. That fucking red dress she had on may as well have been made of clear plastic, the way it instantly reminded me of what hid beneath it. And if that wasn't bad enough, watching her uncross those long legs of hers before she walked that fine ass to the table once dinner arrived had me inconveniently swelling inside my flimsy knit shorts. The napkin I laid on my lap had nothing to do with catching crumbs. Goddamn. This woman affected me more than I was comfortable with. Having hot sex wasn't an anomaly for a man like me, but thinking about it for days afterward sure the fuck was. I'd met my match in cockiness, and that simultaneously irritated me and turned me on. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to believe that a casual relationship with Amy could work if we kept it on the down low. With her, I doubted I'd get bored as quickly as I usually did when seeing a woman. I also doubted she would become a clinger. She may have been all about romance in her career, but the woman sent vibes she was anything but that in her personal life, and that was just my style. Being a divorce attorney meant I had the knack for reading people. It never took long for me to know if a husband was cheating, or if a wife was. I could usually tell 10 minutes into a deposition if my client's ex still harbored loving feelings, or had flipped to loathing ones. Regarding Amy, it wasn't hard to see that what happened between us affected her. The way she avoided my eyes throughout our meal. The way she switched from wine she had been drinking to water. The way she wanted to escape the moment she could. In fact, I'd bet my swanky new apartment I've been on her mind a lot this past week. After fixing her with my green-eyed gaze, she finally lifted those ice-blue orbs to meet mine. "What?" she hissed. "It's a shame your ego forbids you from admitting we should be doing that again. And again." "I'm the one with the ego? Don't flatter yourself, Mr. Navarro. It was one and done." My attention followed one hand rising to her chest, her pale pink nails contrasting with the red fabric as she added, "I'm sorry you can't stop thinking about me, but it's not happening again." Needing to push her buttons, I lifted my beer to take a swig, before calmly asking, "Would you like to wager on that, Jersey?" "No, because it's not happening again," she repeated for a third time. Stubborn woman. "What's not happening again?" Jade asked, appearing out of nowhere. As if she'd sensed the tension, her attention bounced between Amy and me. "What did I miss?" "Nothing," Amy snapped at her friend. While Jade sat back in the chair she had vacated, Amy again avoided my stare, but couldn't bring herself to do the same when it came to Jade's. "Stop looking at me like that. Your brother-in-law has taken a page out of Brad's playbook, and it's truly getting boring." Unconvinced, Jade continued to assess the two of us, and based on the rise of her one brow, she didn't believe her friend. So that was how she wanted to play it. Unfortunately for Amy, I didn't play games, especially when it came to sex. Normally I'd walk away. There were plenty of fish. But for the first time, I'd be willing to play a little if it put her in her place. And if it could create more explosive encounters between us, then why not? What I wouldn't do was hide this brewing storm between us. One way or another, Jade would know we'd fucked. I figured I could either let Max do the dirty work, knowing the man couldn't keep a damn thing from his wife, or I could just end the charade right then and there. But my sister-in-law beat me to it when her mouth gaped while she pointed an accusing finger at Amy. "Oh my God, Nate's your regret." I released a sarcastic huff. Is that what she said? A cocktail of spite and desire swirled through me. Regret my ass. "No, she hasn't said a thing. But whenever Amy makes a change," Jade motioned to Amy's new hairdo, "it's because she regrets something that she did." As my eyes raked over her, Jade went on to say, "It all makes sense now. I can't believe you lied to me." "I didn't lie. I omitted." Based on the smile gracing Jade's lips, she didn't find the betrayal or her revelation disturbing. "I knew something was bothering you the minute you found out Nate was coming over." "Stop talking, Jade," Amy hissed through gritted teeth. "Oh, no way. This is too big to ignore." "I agree," I said to Jade, before lifting my beer while drilling my gaze through Amy. "By the way, although I loved the way your ebony locks felt through my fingers, I do love the new look as well." The apples of Amy's cheeks flushed. "Shut up," she snapped, to which I chuckled. Max chose that moment to join us, and his wife turned her interrogation to him. "Did you know about this?" Eyes exactly like mine landed on my face, and a slight nod gave him a green light to fess up. "I just found out on the way home." When Max added, "I was going to tell you later," Amy and I both rolled our eyes. "When did you two, you know?" Jay directed her next question at her friend, but she received silence in return. "Last Friday." I had no problem speaking the truth, and that was just what I did. From seeing her at the auction, to the deal I struck up, to the sex against my door, the more I revealed, the more Amy simmered in her seat. Damn, it was fun to watch. "Please make sure I'm there when you tell Brad," Max said with a dimpled grin. "He's going to shit himself." "You got it." I couldn't help but grin as well, which caused Amy's scowl to deepen. Now, having heard it all, Jade took a hard look at her friend, and sympathy altered the jovial expression she'd had a moment ago. "When is this date that you need to go on?" Amy said nothing, so I responded. "We haven't discussed it yet. The terms stated it needed to be within a month from the auction. 1 week had already gone by. If I hadn't seen her tonight, I'd planned to call her sometime in the upcoming days. But since we were on the subject, I added, "I'll tell you what, Jersey." She stared right through me while folding her arms. "1 week from tonight. Next Saturday. I'll pick you up at 8. You get to pick the restaurant." "Oh, that's perfect," Jade said. "It's her—" "Saturday works," Amy interrupted, and then glared at her friend. "The sooner we get it over with, the better. In fact, I'll pick the place." I wasn't sure what caused a slow smirk to spread over her ruby-tinted lips. My instincts shouted she was up to something. Even more so when she said, "Is there anything you don't eat?" "Nope. I'm an uncomplicated man." "The watch on your wrist says otherwise." Her comment forced a grin. "I know what I like. I'm not hypocritical in denying myself pleasurable things." She nodded. "Makes sense. You do send off a spoiled brat vibe. Is the courtroom where you prefer to throw your tantrums, or in the bedroom?" "Either way, many have benefited greatly from my tantrums. You, for one, could testify to the latter." "Spoken like a true asshole." "Actually, I'm more of a hard and punishing prick." We glared at each other, as if Max and Jade weren't sitting right there beside us, watching our banter no differently than how they'd watch a tennis match. Amy tried to maintain an unaffected facade, but her tongue pointing out to moisten her lips gave her away. I couldn't be cocky about her reaction when my own had materialized through the tenting in my shorts. What the fuck was it about this woman? I insisted on walking her out and hailing her a cab. If her ire wasn't obvious while at Max and Jade's, it sure as hell peaked when I attempted to slide in beside her. "What the hell are you doing?" "Ensuring you get home safely. You're very agitated, and that causes distraction, which means you won't be aware of your surroundings." Her refusal to move across the worn pleather bench seat caused me to climb over her. In doing so, every part of my body skimmed over every part of hers. "Thanks for moving." She merely blinked at me and shook her head. "Where are we going?" the cabbie asked from the front seat. No response. "You have 5 seconds, or we're going to my place." With another annoyed huff, she recited her address, and I grinned when he pulled into traffic. Not surprisingly, the ride proceeded in silence until she said, "What's your agenda in this, Mr. Navarro?" "In what?" "This whole date thing. Specifically paying a small fortune for me. And I don't believe for a second it's to pimp your law firm." Her comment seemed to catch our driver's attention as he twisted his head during a red light, probably wondering if she was a high-class escort. Wanting to have some fun, I shrugged. "In hindsight, I'd probably pay double for you now." "Fuck you," she spat out with pure contempt. "Just say when." Amused, I leaned closer and asked, "I have a question. Why are you so angry?" "I'm not a fan of obnoxious men who assume." "Assume?" I asked on a short laugh. "That ship has sailed, and you can deny it all you'd like, but it was quite a spectacular voyage, if you ask me." "So that's what your angle is? More sex?" Again, she caught our driver's attention, and again had no clue he was highly invested in our conversation. "I have to admit, it's surprising to know a man like you is so hard up for it, he needs to go to such lengths to get laid. I almost feel bad refusing you, being that you're hanging all your hopes on me for your sex life." "My sex life will survive just fine, with or without you. I'm a very factual person, and the fact is, sexually, we're a good fit." "You know that from a 7-minute encounter?" "It was 14, actually, and it could have been hours if you hadn't cut it short because you panicked." "I didn't panic." "Right." I threw her an exaggerated eye roll. "Hey, I get it. I'm usually also a one-and-done person, but that night I wanted to go again." "Can you deny the same?" "Again, don't flatter yourself. It wasn't earth-shattering sex. It was just sex." When she not so subtly crossed her legs beside me, I accused. "You're a shit liar, Jersey." My comment caused her to literally growl at me. "So what if it was hot? Why are you so hung up on it?" At least I got her to acknowledge that, but the question threw me a bit. I truly had no idea why. "I'm hung up on what could be a great arrangement between us," I pathetically admitted, bending the truth a bit. I was serious when I said this could be very beneficial for both our professional lives. If our date caught the public's attention, and I could drive my point that lust was less dangerous than love, the publicity could be priceless. And if I could continue fucking her behind closed doors, the benefits to my sex life could be as well. Finding a woman to hook up with in a city this size was time-consuming and required effort. A lot could be said for having a steady fuck buddy with no strings attached. My eyes remained on her face when I added, "You could sell a lot of books from that, Jersey." "I already sell lots of books." "Okay, you'd sell more. And meanwhile, I get to benefit from the many failed relationships that could come my way." Her silence fueled me a bit, and I leaned closer until my body pressed up against hers. The fact she didn't pull back fueled me further. Just think, if we were to fuck again, well, I consider that to be delicious frosting on top of it all. The driver cleared his throat as he pulled up in front of her building, but the way he sat silently after stopping the meter meant he wanted to hear more. While I threw him the cash, she bolted out onto the sidewalk and stalked toward the front door. I easily caught up to her, gripping her wrist, and her cool eyes stared at the contact. "Not sure why you gave up that cab? You saw me home safely. Mission accomplished. We're not having sex tonight, Nate." Agreed. If I hadn't known better, I'd swear that one word annoyed her, enough for me to add, "Funny though, your words say one thing, but your expression says something else." "My expression says I'm not playing your game." "I don't play games, Amy," I said, using her real name for emphasis. "If you truly want me to leave you alone, then we'll have our televised debacle of a date and go our merry ways. If you'd like to repeat what happened last Friday, maybe this time slower, longer, harder, just say the word." I lowered my eyes to stare at her mouth before slowly raising them again. "Either way, the ball is in your court. You can let me know which option you pick on our date. Good night." She attempted to put space between us until I placed a hand on the center of her back. I paused and then pressed a soft kiss on her cheek. Again, she contradicted her vernacular by leaning into the contact, going boneless against me. When I straightened, those pale blue eyes practically sparkled with lust. I probably would have had no trouble convincing her to go upstairs to her place if I pressed a little bit more, but better to leave her wanting. "Good night, Jersey." Only then did I release her to walk away. There wasn't a doubt in my mind she remained where she was, staring at the calm stroll I took down her block and around the corner. I was anything but calm. It felt as though she'd lit my insides on fire. Like a man possessed, I flagged down a yellow sedan and barked my address with thoughts of her scent, her smooth skin, and her gorgeous face, all vivid reminders of how badly this woman had affected me. It was the sex. Never had she affected me before, but like flipping the lid off a can of worms, there was no going back without the uncomfortable task of shoving each slimy pest back in. And in addition to my agitated state, I suspected this battle of wills between us wasn't as cut and dry as I thought.
Chapter 5. Amy. Not surprisingly, my phone buzzed seconds after I let myself into my apartment. I knew who it was and ignored it, only for a second call to come immediately after the first one ended. But knowing Jade, She'd keep calling all night. I don't want to talk about it, I offered as a greeting while tossing my keys onto the entrance table. Tough, she barked. I've been dying since you left. How could you have kept something like this from me? Ugh. Exhausted with the entire evening, I plopped down on my couch, releasing an exasperated sigh. For this very reason. Was it as hot as what you fantasized? You know, the kitchen island thing? I tried to roadblock her questioning. We didn't do that fantasy. Just sex, then. Was that hot? She persisted. Yes. Flew out of my mouth before I could think it through. Granted, my fantasies of Nate all had a cunnilingus theme on the island, as Jade mentioned. But if he could rattle me as he had with a quickie up against the door, shit. I could only imagine how talented he'd be if he took his time. The possibilities caused my eyes to stare longingly at my kitchen island, as my mind saw the visual perfectly play out. And then logic had me snapping out of it. It was a stupid mistake, I said out loud. Why? It's obvious that you guys have explosive chemistry. It doesn't matter, Jade. Of all people, I thought you would be judging this as a bad decision on my part. Every time Brad came on to me, you chirped that sleeping with him would be a dumb move. That was Brad. He's a goof and a man whore. You and Nate, however, would be a great match. I wasn't sure why her admitting that caused my heart to flip. Close your mouth, she said when I failed to respond. I know you're not drunk, or high. I'll attribute that comment to lack of sleep brain fog. What had gotten into my normally cautious friend? Look, has Nate ever shown he's looking for a committed relationship? No, but he's so obvious about it that it makes me think it might be an act to protect himself. Very much like you. Maybe, for the right person, he would change his mind. First, I'm not the right person. Secondly, for me, it's not an act. I refuse to go down that dark road again because of a man. I'm fine without all the feeling and sleepless nights and heartbreak. And third of all, he's a divorce lawyer, a very successful, son of a bitch to the core divorce lawyer. There is no rule that says divorce attorneys can't fall in love, even son of a bitch ones. Fall in love. Christ, I'm seconds away from hanging up on you. Why? Because you're talking nonsense. You know, sometimes love never presents itself for some people. It wasn't long ago you felt the same way. You got lucky with Max. And now that you're ridiculously happy, it's not your place to be my Cupid. You'll be wasting a lot of time because my list of issues is a long one. I don't accept your long list. You're gorgeous, Aim. You turn heads wherever you go. You're fun and honest. You're smart and determined, and you've been like that your whole life, even in school. You had the attention of every boy. That was because they were all after one thing, I said, cutting her off. Being biracial, my father had gifted me with thick black hair and his unusual pale blue eyes. Endless curves and limitless feistiness came from my Italian mother. I was a B cup, while most of the girls in my class were flat as boards. All of that combined was what had caught the attention of the boys. Girls hated me. In fact, Jade had been my only female friend. I'm not good at relationships. How would you even know? You had one bad experience with Sawyer and gave up. How could I not give up? You of all people know that jerk did a number on me. Sawyer Astor, a.k.a. he who shall not be named, fucked me up real good. Before him, because I had a killer figure, many assumed I dated my way through much of the male population, for obvious reasons. When the truth was, the moment they showed their true intentions of wanting to get into my pants, I broke it off. Somewhere along the line, one of them, or a few of them, began saying things about me that weren't true. Contrary to the rumors being spread, not one of them even made it past second base, until I began dating Sawyer the summer before senior year. He was so different from the others, and seemed to truly enjoy being with me. He took his time getting to know me, stood up for me when classmates thought it okay to ridicule and bully. We spent our weekends being teenagers in love. We talked about what we would be after graduation, Sawyer admitting he wanted to keep seeing me. I fell hard. He was my first and only love, and it was the best 10 months of my life. I'd been so excited to be on his arm at prom, and then my world imploded when a catty classmate, who hated my guts, revealed it was all fake. Of course, I didn't believe her, until Jade overheard some of the boys laughing about it in one of her classes. Apparently, Sawyer had made a sizable bet with his buddies that he'd be the one to take my virginity. He went as far as booking a swanky hotel room, where he would seduce me. He had the entire evening planned out, from champagne to rose petals strewn on the bed. The bullet to my chest was his plan to audio record us as proof. The entire situation had come at a time when I'd already been struggling with loss and heartbreak. My father suddenly dying made it difficult for me to cope, and I probably latched onto Sawyer more because of that. It hit my mom just as hard. She had lost the love of her life. Dad's death sent her into a depressed sinkhole. Jade's parents, who were best friends with mine, were worried and had insisted that I see a therapist to sort out my emotions. I owed her family so much for taking me under their wing and ensuring I was always okay. Their concern and support had helped give me the courage to dump that dickhead in a spectacular way. I not only broke up with Sawyer, but I went to prom with his biggest competitor from a rival football team. I spent that night and the rest of my senior year with a cocky smile on my face. Never once had I shown anyone in my class how badly Sawyer had hurt me, except for Jade and my therapist. Once in college, I took full advantage of the social scene. Not much had changed when it came to serial dating, except now I progressed relationships on my terms. Usually I ended things well before they could grow attached in any way, or before I could. I decided who took my virginity, how and when it happened. I even decided to be the one to end it with my handsome classmate after certain feelings began to sprout, feelings of which I wanted no part. Writing became a way to escape, and I was good at both. All the romance and love I lacked in my reality came through in my fiction. Anyone I chose to date, I did so superficially, keeping it physical and nothing more. It really worked for me. With time, my heart healed over Sawyer's betrayal and my father's passing, and I was happy to put the pain behind me. Such was my romantic life in a nutshell, and I had no regrets, until I slept with Nate a week ago. Sawyer is ancient history. You're an adult now, and you still need to interact with Nate, Jade said, changing the subject. And I'm not just talking about this date you have to go on. Don't remind me. Spending my birthday with that man felt like the universe was trying to get back at me for all the wrongs I'd done. Remembering that, I barked, "And do not tell him it's my birthday." "Fine," she giggled over the phone. "How funny would it be, though, if you two turned a corner on your birthday, same as Max and I did on mine?" "Please take that back. You didn't turn a corner. You got knocked up, fell in love, and had a baby on Valentine's Day. That's more than turning a corner." Semantics. Aim, you've been hot for Nate since the moment you met him. Maybe this could be a good thing for you. Maybe it's time to open your heart a bit? Why? I heard her exasperated sigh over the phone. I'm serious. Look at my mom. She never recovered after Dad's death. Losing him had wrecked her. I was a lot like my mother, feisty, outgoing, a spitfire. Everything changed for her in a tragic flash, and now she was bouncing from relationship to relationship, searching for someone to fill the hole in her heart. Ironically, with each encounter, it seemed to make that hole only bigger. Maybe not much unlike my mother. Opening my heart could ruin me, Jade, I admitted, and the tone in my voice left no room for confusion. Yes, I am extremely attracted to Nate, and the prickiness only makes me want him more. I know it's stupid to compare me at 27 to me at 17, but I'm getting déjà vu to the way I felt about Sawyer, and I don't like it. You're right. It is stupid to compare yourself now to your high school version, not when the experience changed me as a person. I'm not okay becoming what my mother has become or changing myself because of a man. A long pause filtered over the line, and I was convinced that I'd finally come up with an argument that would shut her up. But she then messed with my head even more by saying, "Unless the change ends up being the best thing that happens to you, wouldn't that be worth the risk?" The plan, since waking on Sunday, was to do nothing but write for the next 2 days and make some leeway toward the deadline that loomed. But I couldn't seem to focus on the story. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Like an idiot, I thought rewriting one of the sex scenes into a fictional version of my night with Nate would squelch those memories. It didn't. And when I kept envisioning my main character, Samantha, in other compromising sexual positions, some that wouldn't push the story along in a way that made sense, I closed my laptop and gave up. I then proceeded to spend the rest of the time in my pajamas, binging on junk food and watching horror movies. Today was my scheduled lunch with my agent. We tried to meet once a month, but I'd canceled on her last week, not in the right frame of mind to share details of the auction. And because I hadn't written anything new, I dreaded today. There would be no way I would have gotten away with canceling again. Hopefully the scolding I'd be sure to get from Janice would help set my thoughts back on my work. "May I help you?" the host asked when I walked into the restaurant. "I'm meeting Janice Steiner." He glanced down at his reservation book. "Ah, yes, your party is already seated. Please follow me." We trailed our way through one side of the dining room, filled with a decent crowd for a Tuesday lunch hour, but he waved a hand at the table where Janice waited. "Thank you," I said, taking the chair across from her and accepting the menu he offered. Janice raked her scrutinizing gaze over my unwashed hair, plain black top, and well-worn jeans. "You look like shit." I took no offense, mainly because that was how Janice was, and also because it was true. Janice and I weren't the best of friends, but we had an honest relationship. I didn't sleep well last night. Neither did I, but it doesn't look like I just rolled out of bed. When I merely blinked at her comment, she grinned. Even when Janice rolled out of bed, she was annoyingly put together. A perfectly coiffed blonde bob, expertly applied makeup, and a no-doubt couture dress made me look even more homely. "Let's order, then we can discuss why I haven't received any additional chapters of Sinful Pleasures in 2 weeks. Because I'm kind of stuck. You need a hot man to unstuck you," she said with her shrewd gaze skimming over the open menu. If she only knew that was actually to the contrary. "You ladies ready to order?" Without asking me, Janice ordered a chicken harvest salad and an iced tea before I requested the same. No sooner had the waiter walked away than she leaned on her elbows and eagerly said, "So, I saw the auction coverage on TV." Having avoided it myself, I was afraid to hear the details. "Amazing turnout. They interviewed the Runnels, and they were extremely intrigued by a bid that was the talk of the night. Shit aim." Her brown eyes bugged out inside their sockets. $20,000! What the hell? I know, it was unbelievable. No names were offered for privacy reasons, but I recognized you immediately. Who was that masked hottie? Just some guy. I lied. Maybe he can be the one who will motivate you with sinful pleasures. When is your date? Saturday, your birthday. Where is he taking you? He left it up to me. And I knew exactly where we were going, but I kept that to myself. I assumed she had paused the conversation while the waiter poured our water, but then her pale complexion reddened, and her eyes narrowed into evil slits. "What's wrong?" I asked. Her silence forced me to turn, only to see the very man we were just discussing approach. "Fuck. You know him?" Janice asked in a harsh whisper. Before I could respond, Nate came to stand right beside me, placing a firm hand on my shoulder. I didn't know what overwhelmed me more, his touch, the charcoal gray suit that fit his sinful body perfectly, the amazing clean scent of his cologne, or the way he stared down at me like he could eat me for lunch. "Hello, Jersey. What are you doing here?" "Having lunch, obviously." He dragged his gaze toward Janice and tilted his head. "Hello, Mrs. Steiner." She completely ignored his greeting to glare at me. "How do you know him?" Leaving out the real connection between us, I shrugged while attempting a smile. "He's, the bidder." "Isn't that funny?" My joke fell flat when her coral-tinted lips snarled as a response. "He is who bid on you?" "That would be me," Nate said with conspicuous pleasure. She leaned back and folded her arms. "I guess it makes sense, considering you have a reputation of being a pretentious prick." "Why, thank you." An easy grin spread before he added, "But I'll assume you'd rather keep that assessment off the record, Mrs. Steiner." My focus bounced between Nate and Janice. And then it hit me. "Oh my God, he's the lawyer Richard hired?" I asked her, but Nate responded, "The very one." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "And I assume Mrs. Steiner is your agent?" All I could muster was a pathetic nod. Meanwhile, based on his smirk, Nate thought the entire situation was extremely amusing. "Well, I'll let you get on with the bashing. Wouldn't want to hear anything that I could hold against you, Mrs. Steiner. Enjoy your lunch." He then moved the hand on my shoulder to the back of my neck and squeezed. A zap of electrical current reverberated directly between my legs. "I'll see you Saturday, Jersey." His green eyes slid over my stupid, tight-fitting t-shirt before settling on my face, reminding me of what I looked like. "Let me know if it's casual or not. I wouldn't want to be overdressed." Fucker. Janice waited until he was clear across the restaurant before hissing, "Why the hell didn't you tell me Nate Navarro was your bidder?" "I didn't have a chance to. Besides, how would I know he was Richard's attorney?" Janice had been very tight-lipped over her divorce. To call their separation bitter was an understatement. She and Richard were at war. Ignoring me, she shook her head a bit too frantically. "You need to get out of that date." I threw her an incredulous expression. "You know I can't do that, Janice." After staring at me long and hard, thank God she finally nodded, coming to her senses. "You're right." I could literally see the wheels in her brain spinning. "But you can work this to our advantage." "How, exactly?" "A man who prides himself on his ruthless reputation when it comes to destroying marriages is a contradiction to a man who bids 20 grand on a date for a dating app's charity auction. That's where you come in." The statement aligned perfectly with her devious grin. "Janice, he doesn't destroy marriages. He profits off ones that are in shambles. Big difference." Her gape served only to confirm my own shock for defending him. "Forget that." I raised both hands and shook my head, adding, "I really don't want to get involved." "You already are, my friend. The world will learn your identities on your date, correct?" She waited out my nod before adding, I'm not asking you to seduce him or fuck him. Too late. I'm merely saying to play up the fact that Mr. Navarro is truly a romantic at heart, which isn't far from the truth. Only a man interested in a woman would make such a grand gesture. Or a man interested in messing with a woman. Either way, the reasons I regretted sleeping with that pretentious prick continued to pile up with each day that went by. That I knew for sure. I also knew I wasn't going to play it the way Janice wanted me to.
Chapter 6. Nate. The woman was stunning, even in a bland t-shirt, jeans that were probably as old as she was, and her hair up in a haphazard ponytail. An attraction to her was always there, but now, after having fucked her, that attraction had gone haywire. Ironically, it was Janice Steiner's soon-to-be ex who recommended the restaurant we were all at. I wasn't sure whether the coincidence was a blessing. Who knew when or if I would have found out about that connection? Really, my encounter with Amy had nothing to do with the Steiners, but full disclosure to my client was necessary. The moment I returned to my table, my buddy misinterpreted my distraction. "Who's the babe?" Before answering, I drained the rest of my wine. "My sister-in-law's best friend." "Is she single?" "No," I lied. But the last person I wanted sniffing after Amy was Andrew Perry, and his amused smirk meant he didn't believe me one iota. We'd been friends since law school, and his promiscuousness made me look like a priest. Our personalities couldn't be more different. Andrew was more in line with my brother Brad's in-your-face approach to life, where I preferred to coast a bit less dramatically. What we did have in common was the level of success in our field. He'd recently left the firm he'd been with to join mine, bringing a remarkable corporate bankruptcy law resume. Having Andrew as an associate should have created tension in our friendship, but nothing bothered the man, which I appreciated, most of the time. In fact, I planned to make him a partner soon. In true Andrew fashion, he pointed a long finger at me. "You're fucking her." It wasn't a question, and I chose to avoid that claim while raising a hand to catch our waitress's attention. When she came over, and I handed her my corporate card without asking for the bill, he badgered me some more. "If that's a no, then I'm sure you wouldn't mind if I went for it." "The fuck you will." A chuckle rumbled out of him. "Ah, I'll take that as a yes. Not sure what the long face is about. If I were fucking her, I'd be downright giddy, skipping included." He proceeded to leer at Amy, and never had I wanted to punch my friend in the face before. Hell, I'd even serenade her in public. "You seriously need to shut the fuck up." "Why the attitude?" It wasn't the commonality of my response that caught his attention. It was the atypical pissed-off tone behind it. I chose to make it more about her dining partner, while suppressing how badly I wanted to drag Amy into a dark hallway and repeat our first time together. The woman she's with is the soon-to-be ex-wife of my client. I wasn't allowed to discuss details of Richard's case, but I could admit that much. "Oh." He seemed to consider that. "So what? If he's cool with it, there's no law against you doing her." I shook my head. "How are you so professional when you need to be?" "I flip a switch. It's a talent," he stated with a shrug. "More importantly, share some deets, man. She's wild, right?" His gaze again landed back on Amy. "She looks it." "Fuck off." Thankfully, the waitress came back quick enough so I could get the hell out of there. "Let's go," I barked, before even completing my signature on the receipt. To that, he tipped his hand in a mocking salute. "Sure thing, boss." I hadn't dared look over at their table, but my ire hadn't lessened the entire time we walked out of the restaurant and back to our office. Thankfully, Andrew dropped discussing Amy's finer points, and switched over to yapping about a chick he had met that past weekend. I nodded and responded when needed, while counting the steps before I could plop into my cushy desk chair and think things through. Legally, Andrew was right in that there was no issue with the situation at hand. Morally, it would be up to Richard whether he felt otherwise. The Steiner case needed to be handled with perfection. Richard pretty much funded the agency that Janice ran, and my client wanted majority control, making him her boss. It had nothing to do with wanting it on the public market. Richard knew squat about that business. It was merely to hurt her. Obviously, his wife had lost her shit over that. There was no room for error and a lot at stake. Richard could easily balk over the fact his wife's client happened to have been a woman I recently fucked, a woman I desperately wanted to fuck again and again. I'd hate to lose him, but I'd hate to have to stop what could be a very hot time with Amy even more, and that realization knocked me a bit off kilter. Never had I thought with the wrong head when it came to my career. Shit. I dragged a hand through my hair, not wanting to delay the inevitable, and not wanting for him to hear a skewed version from his ex. I called Richard's direct office line. Richard Steiner. It's Nate. Hey, what's up? There was really no reason for my call. We were in a holding pattern, waiting for Janice to sign the divorce papers. Did she sign? He predictably asked. Not yet. I expected Janice wouldn't, without a nasty, drawn-out fight. When I shared that with Richard, he didn't seem concerned. Did something else happen then? He asked. Reluctantly, I began with my lunch encounter and morphed into how I knew Amy to begin with, leaving out details of the auction and sex. I'd hate to lose you as a client, but the woman in question is connected to my family, and cutting ties isn't a possibility for me. He didn't need to know. It also wasn't an option that my cock would be on board with. When Richard remained silent, I was forced to ask, Is this an issue for you? Can it become one? Not legally. Nothing Amy knew or was fed would affect the case. The Steiners had been separated for 6 months now. Divorce proceedings had been filed at that time, and depositions were already recorded. No children and no contest meant it should have been a simple and clean split, with all assets divided 50-50. However, Janice had refused to sign and filed an appeal. I had predicted as much. That agency was her baby. She'd made it what it was. But her cocky arrogance only fueled Richard even further. He hadn't balked, claiming she'd change her mind eventually. Look, I said, scrubbing a hand over my face, dreading what I needed to say next. It comes down to you, and whether you're comfortable with the connection. Your call, Richard. And we're fine, he said without hesitation, and I practically sighed with relief. I don't give a shit if Janice whines to your friend, to the president, or to the fucking Pope. Nothing changes on my end. If that bitch is smart, she'll retract her appeal, sign those papers, and walk away. Or we'll ruin her, Nate. I wasn't sure how he expected to do that. He sounded off, as though he were withholding something from me. Before I could ask him, he barked, Are we clear? Crystal. I hadn't earned my reputation for nothing, but before I could delve into the ruining her comment, he hung up. Saturday was upon us, and to say I'd been eagerly waiting for my date with Amy was an understatement. A tip from Max informed me it was her birthday, so I ordered her flowers and paid a small fortune for them to be delivered first thing tomorrow. In the meantime, my goal was to take her on this damn date and hopefully gift her with a few mind-blowing orgasms afterward. Last weekend, Amy casually mentioned that she'd meet me at the restaurant. I nixed that idea and insisted that I pick her up, to which she reluctantly agreed. As the bidder, it was my responsibility to forward details to the production company in charge of filming the evening. But when Amy eagerly suggested she'd handle it, I let her. Who needed that hassle? Once the cab dropped me off at her place, I smoothed a hand down my silk tie and rang her bell. "I'll be right down," she announced through the speaker. I had to laugh over the fact she gave me no choice but to wait out on the sidewalk. But whatever, picking my battles tonight was key. Her street was busy with New Yorkers taking advantage of the warm weather that would turn in a few weeks. But all the cars bumping their way down the cobblestone one-way road and the pedestrians littering the sidewalk went unseen. My thoughts were consumed with the evening ahead and the woman I patiently waited for. As I propped a foot up and leaned against the brick facade of her building, my phone buzzed with a call coming in. Seeing my brother's name caused a grin. "Brad, where are you?" If only you knew, dude. "Get your ass down to the bar. There is someone who wants to meet you." I wasn't at all fooled that he was interested in me having a hookup. The more likely scenario was he was trying to pick up a chick, and her friend needed a distraction. What better than an identical twin to do the distracting? Background noise faded significantly before a door slammed shut. "Nate, trust me, you'll want to be here tonight. They are hot." "I have plans." "With who?" "None of your damn business." No way would I come clean over the phone and miss the look on his face once he learned it was Amy. "You suck. I'm off tonight, and horny." "Cry me a fucking river. You're always horny." The glass door beside me opened, and Amy emerged. "I gotta go," I barked, hanging up on his whining and silencing my phone as my eyes raked over the beauty in front of me. It wasn't the simplistic style of her dress that rendered me speechless. It was the cream fabric enhancing her brunette coloring. It was seeing her bare, toned arms and her hem skimming just above her knees, partnered with sexy red heels that showcased those long, shapely legs. All that combined with her gorgeous curves had my mouth going dry. When I had yet to utter a word, she huffed. "Say something." "Christ, you look amazing." She appreciated my claim with a smile, and it calmed her enough that she dragged her gaze over me. "You do too." Her focus landed on the off-white pattern of my tie. "We match." "In more ways than one," I admitted, stepping closer while keeping a breath of space between us. Instantly, I began to harden. I blamed her seductive scent. I blamed the memory of it lingering in my bedroom. And the way her stunning ice-blue eyes drilled through mine was also responsible. All of it scrambled my senses. Lowering my focus to her ruby-tinted lips, I added, "I know it's your birthday, Jersey. I also happen to know Virgos are extremely sensual, tend to overthink things, and are very compatible with Scorpios. I didn't peg you for an astrology buff. I looked it up during the cab ride over, but it's all true. As is the fact that Scorpios can be manipulative, possessive, and aggressive." I slipped a hand around her waist, positioning it just above her ass. Some would consider those traits a gift in bed. Spoken like a true Scorpio. We glared at each other, and it wasn't anger that caused the level of intensity. For me, it was a potent cocktail of primal desire and carnal hunger. As her tongue slipped out to moisten her lips, she was caught in my spell, and I in hers. That was until that indifferent shield she liked to wield slammed down over her expression, and she snapped, "Are we going to stand here all night?" This little tit-for-tat, combined with how stunning you look, makes me want to skip the damn date. But I'm not interested in being sued. You're setting yourself up for disappointment, Mr. Navarro. It's dinner and nothing more. Whatever you say, Jersey. I stepped away, forcing myself out of her spell. Let's get this over with. We're finally on the same page. She glanced around and asked, "Where are you parked?" I didn't drive. I reserved pulling out my beloved Jaguar for leisure driving and not battling city traffic. So, Why did you insist on picking me up then? She snipped. Instead of rattling off the long list that caused my slacks to feel snug, I pointed at the sedan parked illegally a few feet away. I hired a driver for the night. If she was impressed, Amy didn't give me the satisfaction, as she sashayed her ass toward the curb and into the back seat. Once we were both situated, and I purposefully pressed against her body from shoulder to foot, I asked, "Where are we going?" Ignoring my question, she leaned forward and gave the address directly to the driver. The ride across town seemed to take forever, and the only thing I looked forward to besides getting pleasure out of taunting her was a good meal. When she pulled out her phone and began tapping out a text, my stare prompted her to say, "The Bid for Love people want to know when we're about to arrive." I nodded, staring out the window to see where it was that we were going. And then an obnoxiously blinking sign in bright blue neon came into view. What the fuck is grit and grizzle? But before she could respond, a camera operator and a woman I recognized from the auction stepped toward the sedan before it even had a chance to stop. The perky blonde faced the camera, announcing us the moment our feet hit the pavement. "Hello, America. I'm Jasmine Holt from the Bid for Love Foundation. On this week's episode, we are so excited to be here in New York City with one of the many couples we've connected through our charity auctions. For those of you who may not remember, although I can't imagine such a valiant act could be so easily forgotten, we can finally announce that Mr. Nate Navarro is the man who very generously made an astounding bid of $20,000 for the company of Miss Amy Delton. An interesting element to this pairing is that Mr. Navarro is a successful divorce attorney, while Miss Delton is the award-winning best-selling author of the Brazen Truth series. Will the hopeless romantic win over the man who built a profession around relationships ending? We will have to wait and see." She paused enough to reveal a blinding smile. I suppressed a groan as Jasmine went on to say, "In just a few moments, Amy and Nate will embark on their romantic journey together. We at Bid for Love will be sure to capture every electric detail of their dating debut, one that is sure to start off with a bang. Considering the venue this stunning couple have chosen, let me just say that I'm glad our program is on a paid streaming service." Her comment barely registered as she turned toward us. I stealthily slid my arm around Amy's waist, just as she asked, "Amy, Nate, please tell our viewers why you're having your first date at a strip club." Strip club? My head twisted toward Amy, who smiled smugly. Meanwhile, I had no way to hide the shock revealed through the wide-eyed gawk that the camera so shamelessly captured.
Chapter 7. Amy. The arm he brazenly placed around my waist loosened just enough to know I got him. "Take that, Mr. Navarro." And while Jasmine returned my smile, his silence spoke volumes. God, I was so glad this moment would forever be immortalized in the reality TV cloud. It's not just a strip club, it also happens to be a highly acclaimed restaurant, and the owner is more than happy to have us here tonight. I responded breezily. But mainly, we thought it would be a fun way to break the ice. Right, Nate? Something seemed to snap within him, and his grip suddenly became ironclad. "Right, baby." He looked straight into the camera, sporting a "drop your panties, ladies, because I'm that good" grin. It's probably no surprise that I don't believe in emotional connections. I'm more about the fire two people can ignite, and how long they could keep it burning before it extinguishes. Lust is much less damaging than love. His attention then dropped down to my face as he said, "And if this evening can create that level of heat for Amy..." The camera was once again graced with his charm when he concluded, "Well then, that benefits me as well." Fucker. Jasmine remained silent, and after a nudge from her associate, she cleared her throat. Yeah, I must say it is definitely a first." Seeming to have forgotten her role, another more forceful nudge had her adding, I predict you will raise substantially more for our foundation based on your viewership tonight. Kudos to you, Mr. Navarro." "Thank you," he said proudly. "It goes to such a great cause." He pressed a hard kiss to my temple. "And I enjoy the company of this beauty." It was my turn to gawk unflatteringly at the camera. I had nothing. No comeback or witty response. Just dumbfounded blinking. Meanwhile, Nate took over this damn situation, announcing we were going inside and grabbing my hand to tug me along. That forced Jasmine and her crew to scramble behind us to capture it all. With an air of authority, Nate asked for the manager, and we were led to an office. The man introduced himself as Joey and signed the necessary clearance paperwork the production company required, allowing Bid for Love to film in his establishment. All the while, Nate conversed with him as though they were old college buddies, laughing and joking without one word of contribution from me. "If you're ever interested in stripping," Joey said, leaving the offer hanging. Even he appreciated the perfect specimen that Nate was. Nate released a hearty chuckle. "Well, if law doesn't work out for me, I may take you up on that." Back in his dominant mode, he then took hold of my hand again as we were escorted to our table, front and center, where all the action would unfold. He pulled my chair out, positioned his right beside me, and slid an arm across the back of mine. The camera operator set up a few feet away while Nate ordered our wine for the evening and tasted the sample a waiter had poured once the bottle was uncorked. Nate commandeered our dinner orders, making suggestions to which I merely nodded because I didn't want to think about having to eat food on camera. He even had the balls to say, "We're ready whenever you are, Jasmine." She nodded, and the dazed expression she continued to sport made it obvious he was most definitely calling the shots. Except for staring and smiling at him, she had yet to move. "Jasmine!" her production assistant barked, widening his eyes in a silent, "Get your act together." "Oh, right." As the production assistant fastened microphones to our clothing, Jasmine stood beside Nate, picking a piece of lint off his shoulder and adjusting his tie. "You're good to go," she said, paying no attention to me. "You two pretend we aren't here. Ignore the camera. Your evening will be unscripted, without any prompts from us. Keep it natural. Stay engaged. If for some reason there is a lull in conversation, I will cut in with a question or topic. This will be fun," Nate bragged, moving his arm to where it now rested on my shoulders, and not the wooden chair, before tracing a lazy pattern on my bare skin. When goosebumps instantly prickled, he leaned closer to ask, "Cold?" No. In fact, it was just the opposite. Just one touch ignited me with an all-consuming, smoldering heat that slowly began to simmer every ounce of my blood. What in the serious hell? The moment Jasmine took a seat at a table beside us, she pointed to the camera operator. A bright light and red dot meant we were on, and I couldn't for the life of me think of one thing to say. Nate again took the lead, reaching for a glass and handing it to me before taking one for himself. "First off, I'd like to say I'm truly looking forward to this evening." His green irises lasered through me, and I was aware of all the stares, which worsened nerves that continued to spike higher and higher. Normally, nothing ruffled my feathers, apparently except being forced to interact with this man. Meanwhile, he deliberately waited for me to respond. "Yeah, me too." Me too? Ugh. The corners of his mouth twitched before he said, Secondly, happy birthday, Amy Delton. I hope my company tonight will bring you much joy and pleasure." With that, he tapped his glass against mine and took a sip. So I had no choice but to follow suit. "Thank you," another pathetic response. Any more I should have said died when he leaned in and kissed me softly. It was merely a firm press of his lips to mine, but it may as well have been a full-blown tongue-thrashing assault. When he broke the kiss, cupped my cheek, and said in that deep, gravelly voice of his, "You're so beautiful," the smoldering roared into an out-of-control blaze. Based on the bobblehead that Jasmine had become, she could feel the effects of this damn man even from where she sat. Nate placed his glass down on the table while keeping his arm firmly across my shoulders. "Tell me about your writing career, Amy." The way his green eyes leveled mine meant this was what he had wanted when propositioning me at the auction. It was time to pimp myself out, and I didn't doubt that every word out of his mouth was a setup for the resume he would soon be boasting about. Most of the conversation revolved around the obvious disparity between our professions until we were served our steak meals. While he ate, I picked. He rambled, and I lost the ability to come back with anything of substance. Mainly, the root of my issue had to do with the romance author label, which forced me to say things even I didn't believe in. Until now, that had never been a problem. I could talk up the notion of love like no other. Doing so with Nate made me feel every bit the farce I was. Meanwhile, the argument continued to volley between us. Emotions, trust, caring need to be the foundation of a relationship, I argued. They can also prove to be no sturdier than a bed of sand. If a man is turned on enough, he'll often confuse desire for emotions, making love and lust interchangeable. That's a very superficial conjecture. Is it, though? He asked, before making a production of wiping his lips. Yes, it is. I believe there are plenty of men who can feel love, show love. For each one who can, there are probably 5 more who can't. He lifted his wine and took a healthy sip, forcing my gaze to the subtle bob of his Adam's apple. Can a man and a woman develop a relationship where they can be happy? Sure. Thankfully for my business, happiness can turn on a dime. Love is often not enough. It is also often misconstrued. His political adroitness made me look like a love-thirsty dreamer. But I no longer cared. The sooner this night was over, the better. When the lights dimmed and the sensual music began, Jasmine came over to say, "Great job. Our viewers will love the banter. We'll keep rolling, but the rest of the date will probably be shown as a highlight reel. The mics won't be able to pick up anything you say unless you shout." I sighed in relief that the conversation part of our evening was over. As the first male performer emerged shirtless and eager, Nate pressed his body against mine. Ignoring him proved to be in vain. I tried to watch the Adonis gyrating a few feet away while the other Adonis watched me. But the combination of having his arm resting heavily across my back and his fingers curled around my bare shoulder made the air thick and stagnant. Claustrophobia clawed over my skin, fighting with the pulses that his proximity caused. Nate leaned in, placed his lips directly on my ear, and whispered softly, "Is he riling you up, Jersey? Wouldn't it be amazing if I could provide some relief? Maybe drop beneath this table and eat your pussy as a birthday gift." He placed a strategic hand where the fabric of my dress edged over my thigh. "I bet if I touched you right now, you'd be wet." I squeezed my thighs together over his accurate assumption. But it wasn't the performer responsible. Each article of clothing tossed about went unnoticed, while all I could picture was Nate's hands spreading my legs and his mouth devouring me. One thing was for sure. This stunt tonight, bringing him here in hopes to embarrass him, had completely and utterly backfired. We made out the entire ride home. The driver eased the car toward the curb in front of my building, and hearing him subtly clearing his throat forced us to brake for air. "Am I coming up?" Nate asked, and I assumed the grittiness in his voice was because of all the sexual tension burgeoning between us. "Or will you claim that it's not happening again, Jersey?" The challenge in his voice alone should have spurred me to say just that. But I no longer cared about my pride. I was beyond giving a shit over maintaining a respectable level of self-respect. Consequences be damned. I needed to have sex with this man tonight. Besides, wouldn't it be hypocritical of me not to do something crazy on my birthday? After I'd peer-pressured Jade for having a one-night stand on hers? I may have been many things, but a hypocrite, I was not. "Well, yes or no?" He prodded. "Yes?" "I need a more definite yes." Aware the driver was now focused on us, Nate thanked him before dragging me out the door with a firm grip on my wrist until we stood face to face. "Yes or no, Jersey?" "Yes," I voiced, a touch more confidently. There was no way I could walk away from him in the state he'd worked me up to. I deserved to have a release for all my tension, all my stress. I deserved to take advantage of a man who was willing to offer himself up with no strings attached. I thought my confirmation would prompt him to beeline us toward the door, but instead he gripped my face with both hands and picked up where we had left off in the car. Softer, slower, but no less mind-numbing. The kissing served to rile me up into a new level of frenzy. I was seconds away from demanding we get on with things when he skimmed a thumb across my bottom lip. Shit, I'd written that move in my books a million times, but never had it affected me as it did at that moment. "Nate," I said, all breathy and desperate, "I suggest we get upstairs before my logic kicks in." His jaw tightened, and without a response, he took my hand and tugged me toward the entrance of my building, waited for me to gain us access, and resumed pulling me across the lobby and into the elevator. The moment we began our ascent, he removed his hand from mine and leveled me with an almost angry glare. "This is how things are going to happen between us, Jersey. Unlike our last encounter, there will be nothing quick about tonight. Check your logic at the door. Are we clear?" I remained silent and nodded, even though my instincts were to challenge his master plan. But I couldn't force the snippy comments out of my mouth. Neither would I give him the satisfaction of knowing that I was right there with him. All I wanted was to unwrap the arrogant package that was Nate Navarro. To see him naked and touch him everywhere was just as important to me as the end result. I'd worry about his expectations later, because if I wanted him gone after he calmed the hypersensitive pulsations that were tormenting my body, then he'd be gone. Needing to take control of this situation, the moment I unlocked the door and placed my keys and handbag on the small foyer table, I faced him and cut to the chase. "Couch or bed?" His focus landed on the kitchen behind me. "Island." I went stone still. "Since bringing it up at the strip club, all I can think about is eating your pussy. And what better place?" No way! How could he know? There was no way he could know. Assuming my shocked state meant no, he admitted, "To be clear, I don't care where I eat your pussy." While I was grappling with the irony that Nate was about to fulfill a fantasy that had dominated my thoughts whenever it came to him, he took my hand and headed for the couch. "Island," I finally voiced, tugging to stop him from moving us away. And before I could change my mind, I catapulted forward and crushed my lips against his. As a response, he nudged his hardness against me, causing us both to release a similar pained moan. During the feverish kiss, he slid his hands around to my back and lowered the zipper without invitation. Really, at this point, did he need one? I anxiously stepped away and peeled my dress off, letting it pool around my feet. "Christ, Jersey, what are you wearing?" he asked, his gaze instantly exploring every inch of me. He then closed the distance so that his hands could follow the same trajectory, while skimming both thumbs across the sheer cream fabric covering my nipples. He added, "I didn't get to see enough of you last time." Staring down at me, he fingered the tiny jewel hanging from my belly button ring. "And this is sexy as fuck." With only his fingertips, he watched himself paint my skin with his touch, moving over every part of my torso, my arms, my hips, dangerously close to the edge of my matching see-through panties. I failed to hide my labored breaths, and it spurred him to say, "You're there, aren't you, Jersey? You're seconds away. If I were to do this..." His hand finally landed between my legs, rubbing one finger over me almost spitefully. "Would you come within minutes? Maybe seconds?" With that, he slipped his hand inside my panties, but otherwise remained still. "Stop teasing me." "Okay, I'll stop teasing you, provided you speak up. Do you want me to pleasure you with my hand or my mouth before I ruin you with my cock?" The fucking ego on this guy. The way he commanded the situation should have pissed me off. The arrogance. The audacity that it was him who called the shots should have annoyed me to no end. If it were any other man, I would have kicked him out. But coming from him instantly pulled me under his control. Meanwhile, he continued to stare at me. "Or maybe," he added as an afterthought, "this is a mistake, as you claimed so many times before. Should I leave?" "I don't care. God damn it!" I hissed through gritted teeth, annoyed as all hell. That was until he slowly removed his hand from inside my panties. "Then I'll leave." Panic hit full force, and while clamping my hand around his wrist, I embarrassingly yelped, "Your mouth! I want your mouth!" That damn smirk revealed his victory. "Your wish is my command." But first, I mustered every ounce of willpower I could and raised a hand between us. Get naked. No way would I be vulnerable while he remained fully dressed. If I was about to run with this fantasy, then I would do so correctly. Who knew how long these memories would have to last me? How long I could keep caving to this man's charms? At some point, logic would kick in, and whatever the hell this was between us would surely end. One of his brows lifted in amusement before he did just as I asked. Piece by piece, those sexy hands removed every stitch of clothing off his sinfully sexy body. Shoes, socks, jacket, tie, shirt, belt, and pants all ceremoniously joined my dress on the floor. The man could easily strip for a living, with no need for seductive music, dim lighting, or cheesy costumes as gimmicks. When he stood in nothing but his watch and black briefs that molded over his hardness like a second skin, I seriously wished I had the nerve to grab my phone and snap a picture. I fucking loved the male anatomy, always have, but never had a naked man dumbfounded me before. Every inch of him was a stimulant. The man had a body made for sin. He was simply spectacular. From his hard, impressive dick to his chest and abs that were extremely well defined, he had the perfect amount of hairiness that every man should possess. A smattering centered between his pecs, over his firm, muscular thighs, a dark trail that began at his belly button and disappeared tauntingly into his underwear. While I binged on his form, he tucked his thumbs into the waistband and dragged the last barrier off his body. Sexy was no longer an adequate adjective to describe Nate Navarro. There wasn't a word created that would suffice. I was an author and knew as much. "Keep staring at me like that, Jersey, and I won't last long," he grumbled and wrapped a large hand around his long, thick shaft. "We can't have that happen," I quipped, removing my bra and panties in a teasing way. It was obvious I'd affected him as well when he lunged. Gripping my hips punishingly, he lifted and planted my bare ass on the island behind me. And just as in my fantasy, Nate placed a hand on each of my inner thighs, spread me wide, and without hesitation dove right in. One hand slipped beneath the crack of my ass, holding me firmly. The other became an accomplice to what his tongue was doing. I simultaneously gripped the hair at the top of his head and the edge of the formica. Meanwhile, I tried to commit every sensation to memory while riding out the best oral sex I had ever had in my entire life.
Chapter 8. Nate. Amy's skin was smooth, shaven, warm, and intoxicating. She moaned loudly when I dragged my tongue over her repeatedly. When I gently bit her clit, the act caused a seductive gasp as her eyes met my own provocative stare. Exaggerated dilation of her pupils had her pale blue color darken with desire. When I circled her entrance to fuck her with my tongue, the grip she had of my hair tightened, as did her thighs pressing the sides of my head. Every jab of my tongue inside her tight cunt, every soft lick or forceful suck caused my cock to throb in protest. By the time she came magnificently against my mouth, the fucker made no excuses that it wanted in, and each pulse of her orgasm I consumed worsened my predicament. Fuck, I knew I'd enjoy it, and I probably could have feasted on her for hours, but we had other things to get to. Not allowing her body to calm, I broke away from the apex of her thighs and hovered over her face. She stared up at me just as I went in for a hard kiss, her release still evident on my lips. I then lifted her limp body and moved her to the couch. "First birthday orgasm down. How many more do you have in you, Jersey?" In all her naked gorgeousness, she shrugged and smiled lazily, ready for everything that I desperately wanted to give. Shit, I'd love nothing less than to take her right then and there. I knew I had to have entered an irrational state, because leaving her to grab a condom felt like a major ordeal. "Don't move." Forcing myself to backtrack to where my pants were, I frantically dug out the packets that I purposely tucked into my pocket before I left my apartment. Her eyes tracked me the entire time, and continued to when I tossed them onto the coffee table. "4? That's very presumptuous." "I like to be prepared for all possibilities." I pulled her up until she stood before me, and I traced a fingertip over one pebbled nipple. But when I sat on the couch and tried to have her straddle me, she shook her head. "There's one slight problem. I don't like to owe anyone anything." "Oh, how?" "I came once already, and you haven't." I watched through hooded eyes as she dropped to her knees between my legs, and I tried to play it cool. But the moment she placed her lips on my tip, I acted no different from a teenage boy, trembling, fidgeting, all that. And when she covered a third of my cock and forcefully sucked, I added bucking to the list. Christ, Jersey. The corners of those fuckable lips lifted into a satisfied smile. Her eyes never left mine, As one hand gripped me at the base, the other comfortably rested on my thigh while she worked me over, and good. If that wasn't enough torture, she hollowed her cheeks to create another intense suction, and it sent me pushing in deeper, searching for more of that. Fuck, I rasped, jerking in and out of her mouth with each suck. My brazenness seemed to spur her on. She tightened her hold and increased the pressure as I barreled toward a release way too soon. I would love nothing more than to come down her throat, but that would thwart my mission. I'd waited too long to fuck her again. The first time we had done so against her door had left me aching for more. A need to own all her pleasure exploded within me like a vendetta needing to be carried out. We had all night to do all sorts of filthy things to each other, but all I wanted now was to be inside her. Still, I waited until I couldn't take it anymore before pulling out of her mouth. "What are you doing?" "Grab a condom." Miraculously, she listened, twisting around, reaching for one, and handed it to me. "That doesn't even the score between us." "Live with it." I rolled on the rubber and lifted her until she straddled my thighs. My cock came to rest at her entrance, and I gently nudged her down until she lowered her pussy over me. A ragged breath escaped us at the same time. "This isn't a competition," I managed to add with great difficulty. She followed with a second gasp, paused, and argued. "Afraid that you'll lose?" "Losing is not in my vocabulary." I didn't give her the chance to debate when the swell of her breast caught my attention, and I leaned in a fraction to bite her nipple. Yet another moan escaped her as she grabbed my head to crush her mouth on mine. Kissing while being seated balls deep inside her wasn't enough. I could tell she felt the same when her hands gripped my neck in a desperate hold while she stared into my eyes and rode me. A fire between us ignited to scorching levels. I felt it everywhere, with my cock as the epicenter. Even as I slid in and out of her, I needed more of her. Every thrust upward caused a new wave of excruciating torment to course through me. Not another word was exchanged, yet an entire conversation occurred. That electrical charge we shared had taken on a life of its own. With each roll of my hips, she slammed hers down, taking every inch of my length each time. During it all, we shared the same oxygen, desperately trying to fill our lungs as best we could. "I'm coming," she murmured against my lips, while her walls tightened around me. Her ice blue eyes locked with mine during her entire climax. And hell, if that wasn't sexy as fuck. And the aftershocks of her orgasm sent me hurtling into my own release. It went on, and then it all stopped. Clarity came fast as an awkward moment passed between us. I couldn't be sure what it was that ran through her mind, but the first thought that came to mind, I am fucked. Her orgasms numbered so far: island, 1, couch, 2, bedroom door, 3, shower, 4. I was at 3 myself. That left one more condom, and I planned to use it before I left, which could be at any time now. Something told me the moment she woke, she'd kick my ass out. Honestly, it surprised me that it hadn't happened yet. Based on the sunlight poking around the drawn shades, it had to have been somewhere around 7, maybe 8 a.m. And while she slept peacefully beside me, I debated whether to make the call and hightail it out of here. The spiteful side of my arrogance wanted to give her a dose of her own medicine, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to leave. The entire situation was strange. The last thing I ever wanted was a relationship, but a fuck-lationship was different. I liked to fit sex into my life and not revolve my life around sex. Cocky as it sounded, I'd never had a problem getting some. When the need arose, I found a woman, hooked up, and if I liked her enough, would suggest exclusivity until we both had our fill or got bored. It was amazing how many women in this city eagerly agreed. The art of hooking up was time-consuming enough, and unlike my brother Brad, if I was going to go through the trouble, then I didn't want to start the process all over again a few days later. Who had time for that? There was a lot to be said for having a regular fuck buddy that ran more than a few weeks. It had been a while since I had that, mainly because the last 2 women I'd been with had raised red flags of wanting more right out of the gate. Like a hypocrite, I'd conveniently chosen to ignore the red flag currently flapping in my own mind because of how much I wanted Amy. As I stared at the difficult pain in my ass beside me, I struggled with what to do. All those confusions, mingling with not knowing how long it would be before I would be able to fuck her again, was what kept me rooted to her bed, until the need to pee forced me to slip out and use her bathroom. Once done, I knew going back to her room would make it too tempting to stay. That would then make it impossible to stop. It all posed a dilemma, and I decided to take some time to really think things through, forcing myself to head for her living room in search of my clothes. But after putting on my underwear, a weird cosmic force had me gathering the other articles and backtracking into her room. Like a glutton, I slowly dressed while my head bartered with my libido. If she woke by the time I was done, then I'd stay. If not, then I'd go. Taking my sweet time, I shoved my socked feet into my shoes and remained in that chair, willing her to wake up. I took a good look at her room. Not unlike the rest of her apartment, an eclectic mix of old and new, masculine and feminine, all came together in a weird way. The off-white furniture looked as though it came from her childhood bedroom. The lace curtains maybe were her mother's, and the masculine chest of drawers her dad's. The only thing that looked of this era was the ivory-tufted headboard on her bed. The beachy shades of beige in her bedding, complemented by the blues in the bedside lamp and the navy in the suede chair I sat on, created a calming presence. The flutter coming from a pile of books on her nightstand and articles of clothing falling out of an overloaded hamper meant she could not care less about order, but combined, it all suited her. I glanced at my watch, wondering how long I was willing to wait. As if the sexual universe wanted to fuck with me a bit, she turned in her sleep, exposing her breasts, and there was no way I could leave now. It felt like ages before she stirred again, and my fucking cock practically cheered when she reached out her hand, landing it on the now empty spot where my body had been. Her eyes flew open with a gasp as her body jolted into a sitting position, and I instantly got hard. She blinked a few times before focusing on me and relaxing. It felt as though condom number 4 was burning a hole in my pocket, because Christ, that was hot as fuck to witness. "What are you doing?" she asked, coming to her senses. "Debating. On?" I was about to leave, but something deep down. I dropped my gaze a beat, adding, way low down, thinks I should stay. I can make this easy on you and ask you to leave. You can. I sauntered over to sit on the edge of her bed. My tracing the swell of one breast reminded her that she was naked, and I grinned when she snatched the sheet around her hips to cover herself. Shy all of a sudden, Jersey? No? Uh-huh. So is that what you want? For me to leave? Yes. Her voice said one thing, but her expression said something else entirely. You sure? I'm not interested in being your good time girl. You make it sound so cheap. My comment didn't amuse her. What is it you want out of this? I skimmed the hand over her shoulder, down her back and straight to her ass. I want your pleasure. Or yours? That too. Why me? I'm sure you have plenty of contacts in your phone you can call for a good fuck. I have a lot of work to do today. A deadline that is only weeks away, and I can't have you here distracting me. My chuckle caused a scowl. What's funny about that? She asked. I'm shocked you admitted that I'd be a distraction. As far as contacts, there's one I don't have yet. I reached over and snatched her phone off the nightstand. Unlock it. Miraculously, she did as I said, and I tapped out my phone number, waiting for the call to connect. Problem solved. Good. Now can you go? Maybe I want to stay and help you work. I could be an inspiration. It must have been hard writing hot sex scenes without having hot sex. You're welcome. She rolled her eyes, yanked the sheet free from where it remained tucked, and jolted out of the bed. I need coffee to deal with you. Not a morning person? I asked, following her out of the bedroom, to be met with a forceful slam of the bathroom door in my face. Guess not. Taking it upon myself, I set out to make the coffee she apparently needed. But as I held the carafe beneath the faucet to fill, I couldn't stop thinking about last night. Not once while we fucked had her attitude made an appearance. Granted, we hadn't done much talking between the rounds, but it was obvious how compatible we were during the long stretches of silence. Still, her question knocked around my brain. Why her? I honestly didn't know. This had nothing to do with getting one over on Brad. It didn't even have to do with sex, because she was right. I did have plenty of contacts that I could call for a good fuck. Maybe I was bored with just having a good fuck. Maybe Amy challenged me in a way that made it hotter than with anyone else. And it had to have been the same for her. Did my attitude create just enough animosity to become an aphrodisiac? There were so many questions that needed to be explored. An idea came to me, and I stripped naked. A few minutes later, I'd resumed my task, making coffee, when I heard the door of her bathroom creak open, and about a second later she said, What the hell are you doing? Making you coffee? I looked at her over my shoulder and smirked. Although, not sure why you have this dinosaur of a coffee maker instead of the instant modern kind, but you're welcome. I continued to fill the machine, flipped the switch, and when I turned, her gaze dropped like a sack of sand right to my semi-hard dick. It wasn't a surprise when it grew beneath her stare, nor was it when it grew harder as she licked her lips. If you must know, it was my parents. A guarded expression flashed before the irritation returned as she came to stand behind me. My question pertains to why you are naked. You seem to be more responsive when I'm naked versus clothed. I paused and shook my head. No, not just more responsive, but also more civil. Well, if you have no issue hailing yourself a cab that way, knock yourself out. I decided to stay, I declared, folding my arms and leaning my naked ass against her counter in a silent standoff with her clothed body. If she thought the baggy sweatpants and oversized t-shirt were a deterrent, she was sadly mistaken. Nate, I was serious when I said I had a lot of work to do. A few hours won't make a shit difference to your deadline. Yes, it will. Janice is already annoyed I'm behind, and will lose it if she finds out we're involved this way. You're obviously not one of her favorite people. Fuck Janice sat on the tip of my tongue. Isn't this a conflict of interest? Nope. I already spoke to my client, and he's aware of our connection. Kind of. Unless you tell her, there's no way she'd find out. She looked unconvinced. Still, I refuse to be a pawn in this hate match you have going on between you. From what she said, Richard is being very difficult, and she blames you for that. I already know too much. That woman sure had Amy snowed. First off, using you as a pawn isn't my style. Secondly, that's business which has no place here and has nothing to do with you and me. I closed the distance between us without touching her. I'll leave after we have breakfast. Breakfast for me is a bowl of cereal. She pushed past me to grab a mug and fill it. Lucky for you, I'm great in the kitchen, and breakfast is my specialty. I'm not surprised. I'm sure your dates appreciate that. I allowed her that misconception. Little did she know I'd never made one of my dates breakfast. I like you, jealous. When I circled her in my arms, she tried to escape, but pressing my front to her back stopped the struggle. I'll make you a deal. We'll eat, fool around one more time, and then I'll go. While she remained silent, probably contemplating my offer, I shamelessly enabled her by dipping to nibble on her neck. Nate. Hmm? She calmly placed the mug on the counter and turned in my arms. But before I could claim victory, she palmed my cock and smirked when I bucked. Is this your way of intimidating me to leave? I asked, raising both hands in surrender. Because a verbal request would accomplish that. No. Firm strokes over my hard flesh sent sparks shooting through me. It's my way to put you in your place. It's the nakedness, isn't it? I was right, and now you're annoyed I called you out on it. I received another infamous eye roll and another squeeze around my cock. Fuck. What's wrong? Is this driving you crazy? She asked, increasing her efforts. Huh, Mr. Navarro? Is it hard for you to be your cocky, pricky self when I have your dick in my hand? Are you close? She mocked. Words failed me as I teetered on not knowing if she would continue to pleasure me or hurt me. Strangely enough, that unknown made it even hotter, provided she didn't make any rash moves with my cock. She placed one hand on my abs and, while maintaining her grip, led me around like a dog on a leash. The sudden domination caused my few steps to shuffle backward until my ass again hit the counter. I still owe you an orgasm, to quote a certain individual. More stroking commenced, and her voice deepened in a poor attempt to imitate me. Do you want me to pleasure you with my hand or my mouth? Firmer stroking, combined with her heated gaze, alternating between my eyes and hard-on, caused my brain to short-circuit. Well, to quote another certain individual, I said with gritted teeth. Stop teasing me. Just answer the question. Okay, hotshot. I want to fuck your mouth. My request sounded squeaky, but who could blame me with the compromising hold she had? Again, I quote, your wish is my command. She dropped to her knees and repeated what she had tried to accomplish last night, only better. So much better.
Chapter 9. Amy. In the way his mesmerizing green eyes penetrated through mine, I knew he was getting close, especially when a quickening of breaths came, ironically mimicking my heartbeat. I tried not to think about why giving a blowjob excited me when it never had before, or why pleasure rolled through me no different from how it most likely rolled through him. As one of his hands landed on the back of my head in an ironclad grip, I teasingly pulled back to trace the ridge along his tip with my tongue. That only spurred him to push deeper to take what he needed. My battle of wills was for show, because I truly wanted to taste all of him and drive him wild in the process. He expelled another ragged, shaky breath as I swallowed more of his length until he hit the back of my throat. As my mouth stretched uncomfortably, I moved one hand to grip him at the base and hollowed my cheeks, sucking with all the force I could muster. The results were evident through his low, carnal moans. Both thighs flexed beneath where my forearms rested against him. His knees pressed against my boobs, and his dick pulsed in my mouth. Seconds later, a shudder came before he did, and I took everything he gave, leaving him totally spent. "Fuck, Jersey," he finally groaned. "That was." The rest of that sentence died during a firm shake of his head. Proud that I'd rendered the hotshot lawyer speechless, I stood and quipped, "And now we're even." His gaze followed me when I sauntered over to my cold coffee, dumped it in the sink, and refilled my mug. While I took my first sip, he remained in his bare-assed position against my cabinets, in some sort of a daze. The way he stared at me, as though he wanted to pounce, had my nipples pebbling beneath my massive t-shirt. It took every fiber of my being to maintain eye contact and not stare at his naked, perfect body, or his semi-hard dick. "Are you going to stand there all day?" I finally spoke. "I may have to." I loved that my performance had him in the state he was in. It evened the playing field between us. Because one thing was for sure, Nate knew how to fuck. And that was just what it was each time with Mr. Navarro. Fucking. Be it against a door or in the middle of my kitchen. Of the 3 times we'd had sex, 4, if you counted the first time at his apartment, not once had we done so in a bed. Whether it was deliberate on his part or not, I didn't know. Maybe that made it all too intimate for him. Although he hadn't seemed to have had a problem falling asleep and sharing my bed all night. If anything, I found that to be extremely intimate. I'd never been a fan of being forced into keeping close proximity with another warm body, and I hated that awful awkwardness when you woke. That could have been attributed to the men I'd been with, since I didn't feel uneasy with Nate. Every so often I'd wake in the night, and the weight of his arm across my body or his leg tucked between mine had me falling back into a fitful slumber. I even remembered my dream, something that never happened. Warm, powdery sand was beneath our writhing bodies, and a turquoise sea lapped at our entwined legs as we made love. A large wave came out of nowhere and blindsided us. I sputtered my way to the surface and saw Nate calling for me as another wave hit. When I came up gasping the second time, there was no sign of him. It was that moment my subconscious chose to rouse. Once I realized it wasn't real, I reached for him in my sleep, only to jolt awake when my hand was met with nothing but cold sheets. And he witnessed the entire embarrassing moment play out. That was when the awkwardness hit, but not for him, as was proven when he pushed himself off the cabinet and announced, "I'm starving." Apparently fully recovered now, he set out to make us breakfast. It was my turn to stand dumbfounded, and each time he caught me staring, that damn smirk of his appeared. Meanwhile, he moved around my small kitchen, pulling out the tools and ingredients needed without a care in the world. I wasn't sure if waking during the best part, or if seeing him there watching annoyed me more. Either way, I felt exposed and needed my space, only to emerge from the bathroom to find him walking around butt naked like he owned the place. He seemed to think I liked him better when he was sans clothes. Okay, fine. Having him in my kitchen making coffee, toast, and eggs, all while still in the nude, was hot as fuck. The entire scenario gave me a girl boner, but I wasn't about to give him the satisfaction of knowing that. Clothing or not, the man exuded cockiness, arrogance, and an air of authority. Something about him brought out the worst in me. except for the erogenous 6-inch circumference between my thighs and a 1-on-1-inch corner of my brain. Those measly 7 inches seemed to definitely raise their fists in support of the bastard. 10 minutes later, he placed our plates on the table. Ready to eat? But before he sat down, I pleaded, "Can you please get dressed?" At first, he stared at me as though there was something he wanted to say, but then he wordlessly sauntered over to where his clothes were on my couch. For the record, watching Nate redress was hot as hell, not excluding the way he stared at me as he fastened his sexy watch to his sexy wrist. And once done, being sockless and wearing black slacks and a gray button-down shirt, meticulously rolling the sleeves toward his elbows while staring at me, was as sexy as him being naked. Better, Jersey? Much. Good. Wouldn't want to stress you out. He took the seat across from me and shoved a forkful into his mouth before motioning toward my plate. Eat. When the first bite of his perfectly cooked eggs caused a moan, he smiled. This is delicious. I had stuff in my fridge to make this? You did. Trick is to add cheese to the eggs. Learned it from Max. We slipped into silence, even though I had so many things I wanted to say, to ask. Part of me refused to, but it didn't matter how indifferent I acted. The bastard knew it, and I hated that more. Throughout the meal, he never stopped staring at me. That only added annoyance to my mix. What? I finally asked. You tell me, Jersey. It seems you're having an entire conversation with yourself over there. I responded, When was the last time you had sex? Before we did. August 31st. He easily answered. 3 days before the auction and 15 cents. And because your stubbornness won't allow you to ask, she was an old friend in town on business. The thought that his dick was inside someone else 72 hours before me spurred an irrational level of jealousy. You? He asked. Weeks ago. Nate's jaw tightened just as I glanced his way. I'd been so subtle that if I hadn't looked at that moment, I never would have seen it. Anything else you want to know? He asked. He shoved away his now empty plate and folded his arms. Yes, tons. But resisting the urge, I merely shook my head and quipped, Nope. Not at all convinced, he threw me that smirk before taking his mug and plate to the sink. I'll do that, I said, shoving him aside and loading up the dishwasher. By the time I closed the door with a loud click, he was standing before the wall-to-wall bookcases in my small living room, snooping. I watched as he slid out one of my earlier novels, flipped it open to read a few pages, and put it back. He studied the other titles on that shelf, smiled at a picture of Jade and me when we were kids, and stopped to lift a picture of my parents and me just before my dad passed away. The more he studied it, the more I felt exposed. Nate really knew nothing about me. Until now, I wasn't even sure he knew my dad was black and my mom was white. If he knew I was an only child, or even if he knew my dad had died. I, for sure, wasn't prepared to discuss such personal details about my life. Sensing my gaze, he turned with the photo in his hand. Why the look now, Jersey? It's almost 10, I announced to steer him away from asking questions. He twisted his wrist and glanced at that sexy watch he wore. So it is. You said you were leaving after breakfast. Thank you for cooking it, but breakfast is now over. As if I hadn't even spoken, he went right back to perusing my things. Nate, I have work to do. We have 1 condom left, he said matter-of-factly. And it'd be a shame to waste it. I gawked at him. It's not happening again. You should get that tattooed across your tits, Jersey. I growled at him. Legit growled like a psychopath. And he laughed at me. We friggin' did it again. On my couch. All it took was a strategic kiss on my neck and a whispered offer against the shell of my ear to have me fold like a cheap lawn chair. And then, for good measure, he ate my pussy one more time before he left, bragging on the way out that he was one up on me in the orgasm count. If that weren't enough, when my door buzzed not 10 minutes later and I assumed it was him, a huge bouquet of red roses arrived for my birthday. A tiny card tucked into the arrangement caught my eye, and I pulled it out of its sleeve to read. Happy birthday, and I'm so very glad that it happened again. N. This bastard continued to send confusion rumbling through me no different from an earthquake, leaving my emotions in shambles. What game was this he was playing? I truly didn't get it. The sweet gesture of making me breakfast or even sending me flowers didn't jibe with his reputation. No way was Nate Navarro a romantic at heart, and if this was just a way to manipulate me to his advantage, why go through the trouble? Having said all that, I'd never had better sex in my entire life, so much so, the legitimate fear I had of selling my soul to the devil made me want to shrug and say, meh, who cares? I searched my phone for the most recent call and saved his contact. I then purposely waited an hour to text him, eliminating the chance he'd about face it back to my place. The flowers are beautiful, but you didn't need to do that. Thank you. X. Dots bounced on my screen before his reply came. It was my pleasure, Jersey, as was pleasuring you. That comment caused me to glance at the island, and an intense tingle erupted between my legs. Grr, I said in frustration, stalking toward my bedroom to rectify the situation. There I was, in the middle of the day, using my B.O.B. while remembering Nate. It took no more than 3 minutes to climax, and afterward, I yearned for him even more. Nonetheless, writing wasn't going to happen. Except for daydreaming about him like a star-struck teenager, I got nothing done. That was when I left my apartment in search of some good female therapy, which only my bestie could provide. I didn't bother calling first, and showing up on a Sunday afternoon, knowing Max was home, may have been insensitive, but this was an emergency. When I stepped out of the elevator and stood in wait, what happened? I can't stop having sex with him, I said in a harsh whisper. Pushing past her, I threw my bag on the table and rambled, I'm such an idiot. The first time I was all like, it's not happening again, and then I let it happen again, and again, and again, and please spare me the details. Jade raised a hand. I get the point. No, you need to hear it because I need someone to talk me off this ledge. My attention caught on the faint cry coming from down the hall. Can Max hear us? I don't want him to know this. Doubtful, and I doubt Nate won't be telling him anyway. A huff of air as an argument earned me a grin, which earned her a growl. Grabbing my hand, she dragged me out onto the spectacular balcony and slammed the door behind us. Okay, tell me. She folded her arms, amusement on her pretty face. This is freaking me out, Jade. I can't get involved with a man like Nate Navarro. I simply can't. Having said that, I can't stop screwing him. His presence is like an anesthetic that numbs my logic, and his sexual skills keep me anesthetized for hours afterward. He sent me flowers for my birthday. Red roses. As I recall, when Max did that for me the day after we met, you came to his defense. Because it had nothing to do with me. I droned on with little emotion. This is messing me up. I haven't written anything of substance since that damn auction. Janice is not happy, and not meeting my deadlines is only part of it. I filled Jade in on the lunch date when we ran into Nate. With Jade in Miami last week, I hadn't had a chance to until now. It was only then I finally got a different reaction from that smug smile she'd been sporting. No. Yes. I'm having sex with my agent's soon-to-be ex-husband's lawyer. Oh, boy. Okay, don't panic. You said he's fine with it. But am I? I shook my head in defeat. I've made such a mess of things, but it's also your fault. How exactly is it my fault? She yelped. You must stop leaving me alone in New York. Clearly, I'm not capable of making rational decisions. Please, tell me what to do. I wasn't sure if it was the desperation in my voice, the shimmer of emotion in my eyes, or that it finally hit my friend that this situation was truly messing me up. But she finally realized the gravity. After taking my hand in hers, she said, Okay, here's the deal. It's just sex, Aim. You are the most unapologetic woman I know. Combined with the fact that Nate Navarro isn't the forever type, there's nothing wrong with a consensual adult relationship. And although I truly believe you will find the love of your life someday, until then there is nothing wrong with you enjoying yourself, provided you keep your heart out of it. You're right. I am not looking for a long-term relationship. It's nothing but sex. The best sex ever, but still only sex. Exactly. She regarded me for a pause. Look, he's my brother-in-law. Aside from being a lawyer, I have nothing in common with Nate. What I will say is that he's generous and supportive. He's an amazing uncle to my son. She nodded at my incredulous expression. I had never really seen Nate interact with his nephew. I'm telling you, seeing him with Michael will have your ovaries combust. But I digress. Nate may be a complicated man when it comes to emotions, but he's also very upfront with everything he does in life. He tells it like it is. Ask him what he wants out of this, and have that be your decision maker. It's obvious what he wants. Is that what you want? Not if it screws up my life in the process. For every happy relationship you throw in my face, I can throw 2 back at you that became a mess. Look at my mother. Granted, it wasn't deceit or an emotional about-face that created her heartbreak. But I consider death no differently than if a man purposely sets out to break my heart. Actually, it's worse. You make your life all about the man you love more than anything in the world, only to lose him without warning. I'm perfectly content avoiding it all. Yeah, I don't believe you, she said. I went to open my mouth, but she raised a hand. Hold on, I stand behind all I said about Nate, but I do really want to warn you off him. Yes, he can be a prick, and you know I don't want you getting hurt. But he can also be very kind and sincere and even sensitive. He's a lot like you. I felt as though Jade had raised a metaphorical mirror to my face as she added, I love you two enough to hope maybe you would change for each other in the best of ways. You both deserve to find an epic love, especially since you're equally hell-bent on avoiding it. That wasn't what I wanted to hear. That wasn't helping my situation. I needed Jade to tell me Nate Navarro was toxic, to stay away from him. I needed my always logical friend to forbid me from ever having sex with him again. Instead, she failed me with each stupid point she made. It took me a full minute to respond. I hate you. Although Jade was absolutely right. Provided I kept my priorities in check, why stop the best sex I'd ever had?
Chapter 10. Nate. Sunday nights were my time to read, watch mindless TV, and clear my head for the week to come. Normally my apartment was a sanctuary, but since getting home from Amy's, being there made me antsy. Nothing appealed, and boredom wasn't a familiar emotion for me. After getting her thank you text for the flowers, some foreign force had me lifting my cell to tap on her number a few times. Okay, 6. It was 6 times. But what would I say? Hey, Jersey, even though it's only been a few hours, are you as horny as I am? That was only half true. Being horny wasn't the issue. I was horny for her. Sure, there was a good reason for my cock to be, especially when just memories of having her caused it to swell. But why in God's name was my head horny for her? There should be no place in my head for Amy Delton. As I flipped through news channels, my phone lit up with a call from my brother. Ignoring it, only had a text come next. Answer your phone, fuckface. For obvious reasons, I'd been avoiding him after what went down with Amy. Unfortunately, Brad did own a TV, and the string of text messages and irate phone calls he kept leaving on my phone meant he'd seen our televised date. It had been 2 weeks since I last saw him. Because of our schedules, there was nothing unusual about that. Unless I popped into Max's gym or Brad's bar, interactions with my brothers weren't more than texts or quick calls. Not being able to get us all together in one place at the same time was always my mother's biggest complaint. That, combined with the hunger pangs in my stomach, was what had me grab my keys and head out to Brad's tavern. I might as well eat for free while getting my proverbial ass kicked. Contrary to what I said to Max, bragging wasn't my style. All the other times I apparently had stolen a chick that Brad was into, he'd never found out from me. I always allowed the universe to play things out. Having said that, by the time he'd find out, I'd be prepared for his wrath. Besides, this thing with Amy was more than just stealing her from him. Not that he ever had her. It was something else, and none of Brad's business. About 20 minutes later, I hopped out the cab and zigzagged my way down the busy sidewalk. The mild weather served as a precipice between summer and fall, and the streets were jammed with New Yorkers enjoying it while delaying the end of their weekend. The moment I grabbed the ornate brass handle and pulled, the muffled babel drowned out the city noise, meaning the place was mobbed. I really wasn't up for this tonight, and would much rather be balls deep in a certain biracial beauty, but such was life. For a sports bar, the estrogen to testosterone ratio was pretty equal, but I doubted the females were there because of the baseball games playing on the mounted TV, and each one I passed had me mentally comparing them to a romance author I knew. My thoughts of her had me so distracted that I was unprepared when a large hand gripped my arm and dragged me deeper into the bar. "Fuck, man, really? Amy?" Brad growled above the music. Once he pushed me into his office and slammed the door, he elaborated with an eloquent, "The fuck?" "What?" "Don't what me. Besides the fact you hid like a coward, and every one of my social media accounts is blown up because we look alike, let's start with the fact that you paid 20 grand for a date with her. It was for a good cause." I took a seat while he paced. And I don't do social media, so that's not my fault. Who needs that hassle? "Well, I do. I depend on social media for the bar. And it's your fault that I now have to weed through all the wackos you've brought to my online doorstep." "Sorry," I said on a shrug, before picking a piece of lint off my jeans. "Yeah, you look it. Did you do it to fuck her, Nate?" "No." I hated the way that sounded out of his mouth. And even though I had done just that, it wasn't my initial intent. Not until I spoke to her, got close to her, smelled her, did I realize how much I wanted her. He slammed a hand on his desk and barked, "Bullshit!" One of my brows lifted as an amused response before he accused, "You did! You fucked her!" I wasn't sure what pissed him off more, the fact I possibly had done what he accused, or the fact I didn't respond. God damn it, Nate. Besides having an ass that won't quit and tits that I've fantasized about, that smart mouth of hers. He raked a hand through his hair. You knew how much I liked her. What I knew was how much you wanted in her pants. Big difference. Is that so? It is. And you seem to forget one small problem. She didn't feel the same way about you. I was working on that. Okay, I said with an eye roll. It's only been a year since you started your stupid flirtation. I kept to myself that it had taken me a mere 2 hours before making it known I wanted her. And let's be honest, asshole, it wasn't like you were celibate, waiting for her to come around. Whatever, that's not the point. Does Max know about this? My gaze, cutting to and holding on a water-stained ceiling tile above his head, provoked another outburst. Seriously? He guessed. Well, this is just great. He plopped into the chair behind his desk, and for a moment I felt bad for my brother, until he grabbed a half-filled water bottle and hurled it at my head. Lucky for him, I caught it one-handed. I'm going to allow that, I said calmly, placing the now crinkled plastic on the edge of his desk. But the next thing you throw at me will end up your ass. The fucker actually scanned the contents of his desk, and I had to assume he imagined my threat playing out when he leaned back in defeat and sighed. We sat in silence, the lawyer in me knowing to hold information close to the vest. If there was something he'd want to know, then he'd ask. Sure enough, his green eyes landed on mine. Was it hot? Fuck yes. Scorching. It's very hot. I watched in slow motion as he blinked repeatedly, processing my response. Wait. A long finger pointed my way. You're still fucking her? It wasn't just a one-time thing, was it? My continued silence caused the jawline exactly like mine to clench. Are you seeing her now? Is she your latest conquest in that fuck-lationship method you favor? More silence. Man up, you coward. It is. So, it's exclusively fucking her until you've had your fill? Do I do anything other? Wow. Can't you see how fucked up this is, Nate? She's our sister-in-law's best friend. Things could get messy. Would you regret it then? Not even a little. I shook my head and huffed. None of this was a concern for you while you sniffed Amy's ass for the last year. For me, it's one and done. We have our fun and part as friends. When has a woman you fucked considered you a friend afterward? That's beside the point. I'm the one who thinks with his dick. It's expected. His eyes widened and he groaned. Shit. What happens if you two get married? I'm supposed to retrain my brain from imagining my sister-in-law naked? My stomach turned, and I forced myself to believe it was his comment about marriage that caused it, and not the thought of him seeing her naked. Shut up, you ass. We are not getting married. Either way, it sucks. You'll get over it. I would bet my Rolex as much. In fact, once we went out to the bar, I had no doubt my brother would be scouting out his next lay, and this entire conversation would be forgotten. However, whether I would get over it once this thing between me and Amy ran its course remained to be seen. Tapping an aggressive pattern on the glass surface with my pen did little to calm my annoyance. Last I spoke to this particular client on Friday, just 3 days ago, the papers couldn't be signed fast enough for him. Things happened and we started talking things out, he said. Code for they fucked, and the lust is once again parading its love. I'm sorry, Nate. I owe it to myself to give it another shot. After 2 affairs and 100 hours billed at my rates, now the sap decided to give it another shot? Yeah, no problem. Good luck to you guys. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. He hung up, and all I could think was, what a sucker. I gave it a month. The once-a-cheater stigma was real. In this case, it was his pretty wife doing the cheating, most recently with the hot gardener. My client walked in to see them fucking in his shed. The first affair had been with their accountant, and since her partners were getting younger and hotter, experience told me that the dad bod my client had going wouldn't hold her interest for much longer. I twisted my wrist, and seeing the time forced me to suppress a groan. Not even noon yet, and it was already the day from hell. It all started at 5 a.m. when I'd gone to work out, only to realize upon getting to the gym that I had lost the key Max gave me. He wasn't happy getting a phone call from me at that ungodly hour. Nor was he thrilled that he should probably change the lock. It wasn't like I had it labeled as Master Key to Maximum Fitness, I said before asking, "I'm getting another key, right?" Since normal hours began at 6, and that was too late for my workouts, Max had given me access to come and go as I pleased. Because I was the responsible sibling, he had no issue doing so. I loved starting my days alone in silence. Max gave me that key years ago, along with his apartment's key, and we kept that info from Brad. Contrary to me actually using the place to work out, Brad would no doubt use it for extracurricular activities after the bar's closing hours, and there was no telling what he would do at their apartment when they were out of town, which was often. But the irony was that I had been so distracted of late that I'd begun acting the role of our irresponsible brother who thought with his dick first. "Nate, you have a visitor," Simone said over the phone speaker. "I'm not available," I barked, hating that my trusty assistant received the brunt of my mood. "Sorry, Simone." "Not a problem, but she said it would only take a minute." "Who is it?" "Amy Delton." I couldn't have been more shocked. "Send her in." Maybe my day was about to look up. The door slowly opened, and there she stood, in painted-on jeans and a pale blue sweater that not only accentuated those fabulous tits, but also made her gorgeous eyes even bluer. "Hey," she said hesitantly. "I'm sorry to bother you." "You're not bothering me." Just the contrary. I moved to where she stood and leaned close to shut the door. Her intoxicating scent hit me just as she twisted her neck, bringing our faces a few inches apart. When I straightened and brushed my shoulder against hers, she stiffened a bit, as did my cock. "Come in, sit down." "I'm fine." She swept her gaze around my modern office, taking in the glass desk positioned before the large windows and landing on the seating area, which consisted of a white marble coffee table, a black leather couch, and matching club chairs. "Impressive." "Thank you. What can I do for you, Jersey?" My eyes tracked her hand slipping into the front pocket of her jeans. "I found this on my living room floor," she said, holding out a familiar keyring. "I'm assuming it's yours?" "It is." I palmed the dangling brass piece, catching her fingers at the same time. "But you could have called me and saved the trip. I would have stopped by to get it." Her chin lifted pointedly. "I'd rather give it to you here." "Why?" "It's safer." "Safer?" I repeated, amused. "Am I dangerous to be with, Jersey?" I asked, all while knowing she was in danger. If given a signal, I would have my door locked and her bent over my desk in a heartbeat, professionalism be damned. "Yes, you are." She hitched the strap of her bag higher on her shoulder and shifted on her chucks-clad feet. "You sure you don't want to sit down for this discussion?" Ignoring my question, she leveled me with her eyes. "We need to set some ground rules." I schooled my features to hide the shock, but allowed elation to reveal itself through a slow grin. This wasn't her normal, not happening mantra. This was, "We are going to keep doing this, but..." I could deal with a but. "Okay, name them." "I'm very behind in my novel." and you need to respect my work schedule. Just like I wouldn't come here in the middle of the day and distract you, I expect the same consideration. For the record, if you were to show up here during the day to distract me, I stepped closer while shoving my hands into my pockets. Rest assured, I'd drop everything. But okay, Jersey. I can be considerate. Is that it? No. If you're doing this with me, then you're not doing it with anyone else. Same holds true on my end. You feel the need to get your thrills elsewhere, then you end it with me first, and vice versa for me. A flash of something hit me square in the chest. Getting her thrills elsewhere, my ass. Exclusive fucking. Got it. Anything else? That's it. For now. Okay. I have one of my own. I closed the distance and slid a hand around her waist to rest above her ass. No more condoms. Wondering what she felt like bare had consumed my thoughts. I get tested regularly. A month ago, in fact, and still have never gone without. Can you do what's necessary on your end? I'm on the pill, and I was just tested last month too. If that suffices, then we're good. It does. My eyes dropped down to her mouth, and I added, What are you doing tonight? Working. All week, actually. I need to make up lost time. I'm free Saturday. 5 fucking days away. I'd be able to drive nails by then, but still, I'd take it. Bringing my lips a hair's breadth from hers, I confirmed. Saturday it is. My place at 3. I'll cook. Her gaze dropped to my mouth and back up again. We're having dinner at 3? No, we're having each other at 3. I mimicked her, but lingered a bit on her full lips before meeting her ice blue eyes straight on. Dinner will come much later.
Chapter 11. Amy. I hadn't heard from Nate since I paid him a visit at his office on Monday. Not that I expected to. I meant what I said, that going to him was safer. That morning I had argued with myself for hours, to go, not to go, to call. But after Jade gave it to me straight, I decided to indulge in Nate Navarro, provided I did so in moderation, on my terms, with a modicum of control. I wasn't an idiot in believing any of that to be true, especially after he'd managed to turn me into a wanton mess by the time I had stepped foot in the elevator. Seeing him face to face wasn't the problem either. Being holed up in my apartment while riding, clear across town from him, hadn't lessened my ache. Way too many times this past week, my mind drifted to memories of us, and that led to my body craving more of his touch. So much so, if he had called and insisted that we see each other, I most definitely would have asked, your place or mine. Modicum of control, my ass. The man had infiltrated not only my thoughts, but also my life. He was everywhere, from those damn roses on the coffee table to the lingering scent of his cologne, which smelled like rain, or what I would imagine walking beneath a waterfall on a spring day would smell like. Shit, I couldn't even look at my kitchen island without vividly remembering his head between my legs. Despite the distractions, I managed to surpass my word count goal and then some. The more I wrote, the more his claim of being an inspiration pecked at my subconscious. At one point, I actually began arguing with his sexy, smoky, dripping with intent voice, which bragged repeatedly in my head. You know, I'm responsible for getting your creative juices flowing, Jersey. Admit it. No, you're not. I've written plenty before you came along and will write plenty more once you're gone. It was just sex. Ordinary sex. It was nothing special, Mr. Navarro. Don't flatter yourself. Type, type, type. Ordinary my ass. We both know it was very special. My mouth was made to consume your pussy. My cock fits your body like a screw fits a bolt. Are you wet remembering it? Are you squirming? No, I am not. Type, type, type. You're a shit liar, Jersey. So what if I was a liar? So what if, by merely imagining his dialogue, I was wet and squirming? So what if it was the best sex I ever had, or that he made me feel beautiful and worshipped during it? None of that had anything to do with my writer's block dislodging, or as Janice said, getting unstuck. Nope, it was pure coincidence that had me extremely productive this week. Nothing more than that. 3 hours until I see him, until he puts that sexy mouth of his to good use, and the police siren blaring outside my window caused a jolt. I fingered the black lace garments staring up at me from where they lay on my bed, and those little white price tags hanging off their sides mocked me. Who are you kidding, Amy? You bought them yesterday for his eyes. Tear us off. But I couldn't bring myself to do that. One day I'm buying lingerie for him, getting a manicure, pedicure, waxing. What was next? Those were the kinds of things a woman in a relationship did. We weren't in a relationship. We were in an arrangement. But the little voice in my head quickly argued, sending red roses isn't exactly arrangement behavior either. My little voice was right. At times, things that he did seemed to be a contradiction to the anti-relationship ruthless shark Janice claimed he was. Ensuring I got home safely, sending flowers, or even cooking me breakfast. It was all part of his game, and I needed to keep reminding myself of that. Turning away from the bra and thong, I yanked open the dresser's top drawer, searching for an unremarkable set that I already owned, only to slam it shut with a sigh. Use us to your advantage in his game, the thong and panties cried out in unison. Fine, I barked. And before I knew it, my fingers moved on their own accord to snap the plastic ties dangling from those bar-coded slips of paper. And that was exactly what I needed to do. Go into every damn encounter with Mr. Navarro on the defense, ready to play my own game. My cell buzzed from where it sat on my dresser, sending my heartbeat into a frantic rhythm. That would be just like him to call now, when I had a few hours to relax, to shower and moisturize every part of me that his lips would touch before heading to his apartment. But it was Jade's face on the screen when I picked up the phone. Hey, what's up? I asked. I know you have your thing with Nate, but I need you to watch Michael for me. The lilt in her voice made it obvious it wasn't an emergency, which caused me to ask, Jade, are you maimed? Have you hit your head and are now in the ICU? Or maybe you're just trying to kill me? She of all people knew how hard up I was all week, all because of her enabling. She also knew any opportunity for logic to kick in could derail my confidence. I'm really sorry, Aim. Max and I have that health benefit upstate today, and my sister's kids both came down with a fever. My parents are traveling, and Max's parents have plans. Please, we'll make it up to you, and you can see him tomorrow. I pinched the bridge of my nose while suppressing a sexually frustrated groan. Yeah, sure. No problem. Thank you. Can you come by in an hour? Absolutely. When she hung up, I snatched up the bra and thong, ceremoniously dumped them into my drawer, and set out to take a cold shower. Nate hadn't answered when I called, so I left a message explaining the situation and had yet to hear back from him. Meanwhile, I dressed in my most comfortable sweats, threw my hair in a ponytail, and headed out to Max and Jade's place. After being granted access, Jade flung open the door and hugged me tightly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Max came to stand beside his wife. Yes, thanks, Aim. We really appreciate it. You're welcome. Noting the quiet apartment, I looked around and asked, Where is the munchkin? He just went down for his nap, so you're good for a few hours. She zipped up a sweatshirt with a frown. I'm not looking forward to a day of outdoor activities in a muddy, drenched park. That sounds like a nightmare. It's fun, Max argued. Says the masochist, I quipped. Being a gym owner who liked to give back had him constantly signing them up to participate in all sorts of charitable marathons or triathlons, or whatever punished a human body in ways I couldn't comprehend. One time, I allowed Jade to take me to that godforsaken place called a gym. Never again. I prefer to get my cardio in other ways. Although drinking a delicious smoothie while watching hot men get sweaty was kind of fun. While Jade dawdled, Max griped, Babe, we have to go. In this rain, it'll take longer to get there. Okay. It then took her 10 more minutes to run down Michael's schedule, menu for the day, and a reminder of favorite toys. Oh, and Jade, Max interrupted, repeating himself for the 10th time. She'll be fine. At least he had faith in me. Bye, Aim. He then kissed my cheek, grabbed Jade's hand, and dragged her out the door, which I locked behind them. I was met with the sound of Michael's rhythmic breathing coming through the baby monitor. My gaze swept over the luxury apartment, and I appreciated having it to myself until the baby woke. Actually, it wasn't all that hard to watch a child who was still at the fairly easy age when they weren't mobile yet and just ate, slept, and shit. Also, having a best friend who was a mother had naturally rubbed off on me over time. I picked up a few tricks, one being long walks. Unfortunately, with the late September monsoon happening, that wasn't an option today. In hindsight, I probably could have brought my laptop to get some work done, but vegging out on their comfy couch and watching movies held more appeal to my sour mood, caused from brooding over the loss of my passionate, orgasm-filled night. Just as I'd kicked off my sneakers and settled in to watch one of my favorite movies involving many leotard-clad superheroes, the unmistakable sound of a key meeting a lock forced me to call out, "What did you forget?" Max held up a gourmet store's brown bag and shrugged. Nothing, I hope. Except the dark denim and gray Henley that molded his body. The cocky smirk and the heated gaze lasering into my eyes all screamed, it wasn't Max. Instinct had me bolting up off the couch. Then I remembered the very unflattering outfit that I wore and forced my butt back down. What are you doing here? We have a date. That's been canceled. Who said it was canceled? He moved deeper into the apartment and plopped the bag on the island. My gawk had him asking, What? First of all, it wasn't a date. Secondly, why do you have a key? And lastly, I'm not having sex with you in Max and Jade's apartment while babysitting their sweet, innocent child. He raised a finger and said, Yes, it was. A second finger joined the first. I'm the responsible brother. He added a third finger and concluded with a shrug, and noted no sex. So when they get home, we'll head to my place as planned. My disbelieving stare only intensified as his gaze swept over my baggy clothing. By the way, you look comfortable. Shut it, Nate. My bitchy comeback was met with a grin. I had mentally prepared myself for a day alone with Michael. I wasn't dressed properly for Nate. I wasn't in the right frame of mind for Nate after a long, horny week. I surely wasn't in the mood to fight off my raging libido for Nate. Wondering if Jade would be upset if I helped myself to a glass of wine while on duty, I watched as he folded his arms and leaned back against the counter, looking sexy as fuck. Screw it, I mumbled. His eyes tracked me as I chose a bottle of Cabernet from the wine rack, opened it, retrieved a glass, and filled it. Isn't it a little early for— Nope, I answered, with my calming agent in hand. I headed for the couch, and he finally moved, following to sit his fine ass right beside me. Ignoring my exaggerated sigh, he liberated the glass from my hand and took a sip. Not bad. I reclaimed my wine with a growl. There's an entire bottle over there. I sense some hostility, Jersey. I thought we were past that after you came to my office, begging for me to continue fucking you. The look on my face forced a shrug. I'm not trying to be a prick, he said, sounding every bit like a prick. Yet there you are, in all your glory. Besides, I'm not hostile. Uh-huh. Undeterred, he lifted my legs and placed them on his lap. What are you doing? Relaxing you. The firm press of his thumbs on the arch of my foot sent a surge of intense energy through me. It may as well have been his mouth on a boob or my neck or anywhere, for that matter, because the result was the same. He took advantage of my shocked silence by rambling. Children can sense tension. You wouldn't want to upset Michael once he wakes up, right? Those magical hands continued kneading my socked feet, and the carnal moan I released had him growling. Christ, Jersey, it's a foot massage, not cunnilingus. Ignoring that one-word reminder of what should have been happening between us, I stared at him for a beat. Why are you being nice to me? Why not? There is no reason our interactions need to be laced with acerbity. When I raised my brows, he added, unnecessary sharpness in your words. I know what acerbity means, Mr. Navarro. His lips twitched. Okay. During the moment he fell silent, I felt bad enough to say, sorry, I guess it's a natural defense mechanism toward you. So are you saying that I bring out the worst in you? Kind of. Definitely. It's really because I don't know you all that well, except that you're a ruthless asshole when it comes to fighting for your clients. You can't blame me for feeding off that reputation. He eyed me skeptically. I guess that holds true for me as well. I don't know much more than you write porn, romance, I snapped. Sorry. He leaned closer and on a wink said, romance. Why are you such an asshole? Relax, I'm kidding. My point is, we're both guilty of pigeonholing one another into exaggerated labels, although those labels hold some truth. I am an asshole when I need to be, and I know you can be extraordinarily erotic as well. His hand slid up a few inches to my calves, and I pretended that was the reason for pressing my thighs together. Why don't we get to know each other a bit? Tell me about yourself, Jersey. Something not many people know. Why? Plan on using it against me in a court of law someday? I'm not a criminal attorney, so unless you broke the law. He narrowed his gaze when I suppressed a grin. You look so guilty. Let's hear it, Jersey.
Chapter 12. Nate. Fine, but in my defense, I was 12. She settled back and conceded. That year for Christmas, I had asked for one of those little laptops, you know, the small clunky ones that used to come in a range of colors. On my amused nod, she continued. Well, my parents, who considered modern technology the root of all evil, said no. But I convinced myself the only way to be a serious writer was to do so on a computer and not in a notebook. About the same time, we were having one of those fundraisers at school, selling chocolate bars. Every afternoon, while my mom thought I was at Jade's house, I instead would set up shop at the high school, and sure enough, sold a ton of candy. The day we were supposed to hand in our tallies, I lied and said a few nasty high school girls followed me to school and stole the money. I even went as far as giving descriptions. For days, the police in our town were looking for 3 females who suspiciously resembled the cast of Mean Girls. Predicting the reason for her pause, I asked, You got busted? More like karma. Jade came with me to the mall the day I bought my laptop. For the record, that goody two-shoes was not happy with my scheme. I didn't care and was so excited to use it that I forced her to run all the way back to my house. 1 block away, I tripped on a patch of ice and watched in horror as the bag flew out of my hands, landing in the path of a passing car. The robust chuckle that rumbled from my chest forced her reluctant grin to spread. The driver didn't even know he murdered my adorable laptop. It took effort to compose myself to say, "That's priceless." It gets worse. Because our small town was filled with spies, my parents found out a week later. I had to confess to the principal, and my punishment was helping the janitorial staff clean classrooms after school until I paid off the fundraising money. My classmates started leaving rubber gloves and cleaning supplies at my locker. That had me falling into hysterics. Meanwhile, she calmly took a sip of wine, waiting me out. "Thanks for that, Jersey," I said, wiping my eyes. Yeah, now you." "Well, I graduated magna cum laude from Fortnum and then Fortnum Law." "Of course you did." I lifted her foot and bit down on a sock-covered big toe. "Ow! Go on." "The rest you know. I have my own firm, I'm a workaholic, and I enjoy fucking." "Oh, come on. There's got to be something embarrassing you can share." "Nope. I've got nothing. I was a Boy Scout." "You're full of shit. I heard some stories about you three growing up." If from Brad, he probably exaggerated or downright lied. Rising from the couch caused her legs to fall on the cushion with a thump. "Okay, well, then if you won't tell me, I'll just have to ask Brad to share your worst," she said, as I headed for the fridge to grab a bottle of water. From where I stood against the cabinets, I narrowed my eyes on her. There was plenty Brad could squeal about me, but teasing her was so much fun. "I'm sure with a little coaxing, I could easily get him to spill the tea," she claimed, slowly rising to come closer. Damn, even loose, bland sweats did little to hide her smoking hot body, and predictably my own body started to react. It also didn't help that my mind could easily see what was beneath the fabric. Tits to die for, and that sexy as fuck belly button ring for starters. And for a moment, I forgot what we were bickering about. "Last chance to come clean, counselor." I gave no response, no reaction, until she came close enough to where I could easily grab her wrist. Her smug smile instantly faded when I pulled her body up against mine and molded my hands over her ass. "Do your best, Jersey." Crushing my mouth on hers caused a surprised gasp, while a strangled cry sounded over the baby monitor, bringing our kiss to an abrupt end. "Jade said he'd sleep for hours." "Figures." Amy pulled out of my two-handed grip and shrugged. "Oh well." She sauntered away to retrieve the little cock blocker, leaving me sexually frustrated. A few seconds later, I could hear Michael's whimpering through the monitor before Amy soothingly said, "It's okay, sweet boy. Don't cry." Another garbled whine came from him, and she added, "Good timing, by the way. Uncle Nate needs to remember who is running the show." "Until later," I called out, loud enough for her to hear me before I drained my water. Needless to say, that little booger proved her right, and run the show he did. During a ton of hysterics on his part, a debacle involving mashed bananas, a disgusting diaper change, and even a projectile spit-up that mimicked an exorcism, Amy and I laughed our asses off. Because of Michael's antics, an uncommon easiness weirdly had us turning some sort of corner. Sure, that mouth of hers still spewed sassy retorts every chance it could, and I loved that about her. But there was also a new level of civility between us, like it was us against him, two friends banding together during a babysitting crisis. Granted, friends who wanted into each other's pants, because that sexual tension between us never once eased. If anything, it worsened. I know for me it had, and I could tell the same applied for her, based on the many signals that I picked up on. A woman's body never lied. There was a reason God created full, pouty lips that could part on a suppressed sigh, or spectacular breasts that could pebble in arousal. But it was always the eyes that revealed the truth. Since coming together with Amy, hers had been windows into her thoughts. All the words she voiced couldn't negate that she wanted me. It seemed like a day later by the time Michael finally calmed down. While I bounced him on my knee, making silly noises and blowing raspberries on his chubby cheeks, Amy eye-fucked me with such intensity that if it weren't for my nephew, I would have taken her right then and there on my brother's couch. However, sex wasn't the reason I showed up at his apartment earlier. I knew she'd assume our day together was canceled. But just as she had her ground rules for when we could see each other, I had mine for ensuring we would be together. Again, I really tried not to think hard as to why it was her that I wanted to spend time with. For argument's sake, I labeled Amy as a stimulating challenge that turned me the fuck on. Her phone's buzzing caught my attention. Assuming it was Jade, I said, "Is she making sure we haven't killed him yet? Or him us?" "Huh?" she asked, looking up and realizing my comment. "Oh, no, it's Janice." Everything okay? Although I really didn't care if the woman caught fire. "Yeah, she still hasn't heard from Ronald." My expectant expression was met with a small frown. I knew exactly who Ronald was, and how important they were to Janice and her agency. Mistaking my silence, she added, "Shit, I didn't mean to say that out loud. It's not a done deal yet." She engaged in some sort of internal battle before saying, "They expressed interest in my Brazen Truth series, but those things can very easily fall through." An uncomfortable twinge squeezed inside my chest. "That's amazing, Jersey," I forced myself to say enthusiastically. "It's all just talk now. It seems to be taking them forever to decide. But Janice said it's common and keeps reminding me to be patient." It didn't surprise me that Janice was withholding information from Amy. Because of the very public divorce, I knew for a fact that Ronald, as well as many other clients, were all concerned with the Steiner agency's stability. Janice may have been running the show, but Richard's financial involvement was big enough to cause doubt that she could survive without him. Using Michael as a distraction, I walked over to his activity mat and lay him on it. Her eyes again focused on me as I tapped at the hanging elephant, sending it swaying back and forth. More importantly, I took the opportunity to change the subject. "This booger is all tuckered out from crying so much." "You are natural with him. If I were a paranoid person, I would think Jade and Max asked you to come over because they didn't trust me." But with my mind stuck on the possibility of Amy being affected by my work, it wasn't until she hollered, "Nate," that I snapped out of my thoughts and looked her way. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, why?" She studied me for a moment. "I just asked you a question." "Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you." Not knowing if it revolved around my client's ex or not, I swiftly asked, "What made you become a romance author?" "That's from left field," she responded with brows raised. When I propped up my head on a bent arm and waited, she sighed. "I always knew I wanted to write, and after my father died, seeing my mom become so distraught sparked a need to document their love somehow. So my first novel was loosely based on their relationship." The rare flash of vulnerability I sometimes saw appeared in her expression, and then it was gone. "Are you close to your mom?" A pained expression crossed over her features. "Not anymore. How about you? Why divorce law?" "I actually started in corporate and made the switch." As I had, she remained silent, waiting for me to elaborate, and when I didn't, she prodded. "Why?" Reluctant to retell that part of my life, I decided to give her a benign version. I had one long-term relationship about 5 years ago. I'd fallen hard and fast for Zoe and assumed her love was as intense as mine. Turns out she was married, and I was a pawn in her revenge against the cheating husband. Amy's mouth gaped before she recovered. Wow, that's shitty, I said, filling in her blank. But they say things happen for a reason. I'd been so angry, I decided to play a part in financially ruining the cheating gazillionaires of this city. And I'm doing a damn fine job at it. Are all your clients a victim of cheating? My eyes held hers while I considered that loaded question. Not all. Some are just basic, irreconcilable differences. Fuck, I'd already said too much, and again changed the subject. Your dad died suddenly? On her nod, I offered, Mine too. Yeah, I remember Jade telling me. Heart attack, right? Yep. My mother hadn't taken it well either. They made so many plans for when Dad would retire from the firehouse. He was right there, a year or two away. Travel plans to Europe, becoming snowbirds in Miami, and all their hopes were gone in a flash. If Mom hadn't met Mitch, I'm not sure what state she'd be in right now. My mother wasn't as lucky. Although her motive was to find someone to fill the hole, she'd been bouncing from relationship to relationship ever since. Is that why you were hell-bent on avoiding them? She almost seemed affronted by my question. I'm not avoiding them. I'm just not interested in that for myself. Right. I wasn't buying that. Something had Amy sheltering behind a wall. She was the opposite of what her profession so shamelessly shoved down the throats of romantics everywhere. At some point, if only to gain understanding, I'd find out the real reason she pushed men away. More specifically, why she pushed me away. In the meantime, I decided to play with her and said, That's why we're a great match, Jersey. Sex is so much less complicated than emotions, and so much more pleasurable. Once Michael was finally asleep in his crib, we got more comfortable on the couch while eating the gourmet sandwiches I'd picked up for dinner. We started to watch a movie, but it took no more than 5 minutes for Amy to conk out with her head on my lap. Why, I had no idea, since I did most of the work. Still, better she get her rest now, because Max's text a little while ago saying that they were almost home had me anxious and eager to get her to my place. Deciding to let her sleep until they arrived, I looked down at Amy and absent-mindedly fingered a thick lock of her hair. I seemed to watch her more than the thriller playing on the TV. She hid her vulnerabilities well. Hey, so did I. But in her case, it made me want to peel every layer of indifference she piled over herself to hide the real Amy Delton. When my phone buzzed beside me, I quickly snatched it up to see a text notification from Brad. Prepare yourself. Mom is working on a date for you to take to Hillary's wedding next weekend. With one hand, I typed back. Shit, I forgot all about that wedding. And who does Mom think she's setting me up with? Mitch's co-worker's daughter. She tried to push her on me first, but I stalked the chick online, and after seeing that she's fresh out of a very bad breakup, I'd rather have my balls waxed. Thanks for the visual, and for the warning, but I already have a date. You just claimed you forgot about the wedding, liar. But before I could respond, those dots danced, and he added, Wait, is it Amy? I didn't respond, and a few seconds later he texted, You're truly trying to torture me, you fucker. My chuckle caused Amy's head to bounce where it lay on my lap. What's so funny? She asked groggily, while I threw him a no comment. Brad, he's getting his balls waxed. Ew. Stretching her arms, she sat up, looking a bit dazed. What time is it? A little after 8. Feels like midnight. When she rose off the couch, I said, I need a favor, Jersey. Her eyes honed in on my crotch. I'm not sucking your dick, Nate. That's not a favor, that's a gift I don't take for granted. My cousin's wedding is next weekend, and I want you to go with me. You want me to? She shrieked, stopping her trek toward the kitchen. Why would I do that? I stood, walked up to her, and wrapped her in my arms while running my nose along her jaw before landing a soft kiss on her neck. Because I'd rather that you be my date than the random woman my mom plans on setting me up with, I whispered suggestively into her ear. When I straightened, her expression altered a tad. Unless you'd rather that I go with the random woman. Ignoring my comment, she fisted her hips. Nate, I'm not keen on meeting your entire family. You've already met my parents. Anyone else is inconsequential. I won't even have Jade there, she said, trying another excuse while rushing toward what was left of the wine she had opened. They're leaving for Miami come Monday. You'll have me, Brad, and whoever he's currently fucking. It's not a big deal. The wedding is small, farmhouse chic, whatever that means. Somewhere upstate. I resumed teasing her a bit, bringing my lips to hers for a chaste kiss. We'll stay at an inn, fuck our brains out through the night into the next morning, and then come back to the city. Really, it's just a change of geography for our arrangement. Her gaze cut away as she debated my argument, but when she again met my eyes, I kissed her again, longer, harder, more convincingly, and she kissed me back until I asked, Is that a yes? Fine, she conceded, but there was determination in the way she lifted her chin and added, But the trade-off is that once Jade and Max get home, I'm going to my place and not yours. I'm tired and have plans early tomorrow morning. Nice try, Jersey. You were supposed to be with me tonight. Why would you assume that I was spending the night? Did I actually say I was? I blinked a few times, allowing a long enough pause for her to add, No, I didn't. Don't go assuming, Nate. Otherwise this arrangement between us won't work. She seemed angry, back to her old self. Gone was the easy demeanor I'd witnessed earlier. Okay, that's how you want to play it? I asked, slipping back into my own cocky self. Her body stiffened when I wrapped my arms around her waist and pulled her against me. Fine. Next weekend, you're my date and hostage. You've been warned. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Chapter 13. Amy. I didn't have to rush home last Saturday night because of early morning plans. I needed to. Call it keeping the upper hand or remaining on the defense. Either way, leaving Jade and Max's place and going to mine was necessary. I may have had an epiphany in deciding to keep this thing going between us. I mean, why shouldn't I indulge in him? I deserved the kind of pleasure in my life that I'd only written about. Having said that, I couldn't lower my guard when it came to Nate. As it was, it had been almost 2 weeks since we'd last had sex, and I wasn't handling it all that well. My stubbornness set me up for another long stretch of being sexually frustrated, and every part of my body pulsed with an annoying ache. Never had that happened to me with another man. Huge red flag. Nate also consumed every thought I had in between and caused a fuck ton of daydreaming. He could easily railroad me into just about anything merely by existing. It didn't take a genius to know that my heart would be in trouble if I didn't maintain a level head over our situation. It was hard enough to keep from growing feelings for him while it was just sex. Adding anything more would most definitely wreck me. Like attending family functions. What the hell was he thinking? I should have killed that suggestion the moment the words passed his lips. I had no business going to that damn wedding. My so-called friend, Jade, was no help at all. Just go with the flow, she'd said. The same woman who, until recently, had spent most of her life wound tighter than a drum. Besides, what did she know? Okay, maybe getting knocked up on a one-night stand and then falling in love with the guy gave her some perspective on plot twists. But still, this wasn't just a plot twist. The more invested I became in my relationship with Nate, the more I wanted to run. Until my libido piled up more excuses against my argument, like little building blocks. I'd literally become my own worst enemy. Meanwhile, on his end, the man remained cool, calm, and collected. It actually irked me a bit, except for a text announcing what time he would pick me up on Saturday and a reminder to pack for overnight. I never heard from Nate. He was probably going about his day, dominating the world, without giving me so much as a thought. So, all of it, is he going to call insecurities that a grown-ass woman shouldn't have to ever worry about, to the way he was never far from my mind, forced me to make a decision. I'd go to this wedding. I'd spend the night with him in and in, as he arrogantly assumed, and I'd get a good dose of a man who had already become addicting. I conveniently ignored that was the problem. Since he came along, I haven't been myself. Being consumed with thoughts over a man and how he made me feel wasn't part of my norm. Would experiencing such an intense, out-of-this-world kind of passion be worth it if I'd end up damaged from it? I'd just have to take one day at a time, while remaining on the offense. And no more accepting invitations to family events, no matter how persuasive he could be. It was that new level of resolve that got me through the jitters, until the door buzzer sent my heartbeat into a frantic gallop. The reaction only served as another apropos reminder of why I needed to walk away from this sexy-as-hell man. I pressed the button and announced, "I'll be down in a few." After one last pee and one last glance at myself in the mirror, I grabbed the handle of my overnight bag and headed out. "Here goes nothing," I said to myself, opening the door, to find Nate standing right there in a pair of khakis, a pale green dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and that sexy-as-fuck watch on his masculine wrist. His skin still tanned from summer, and that crisp, clean scent made him appear as though he'd spent the day on a beach. That, and the way his hair looked, as though someone had just run their hands through it, literally caused water to pool in my mouth. "Here goes nothing," he questioned, repeating what he'd obviously heard me say. Ignoring his probe, I countered with, "How did you get in?" "Your cute neighbor, redhead, smokin' body. Chelsea something?" An irrational surge of jealousy zapped through me until he added, "Speaking of smoking bodies." His eyes skated over the flirty pale blue cocktail dress I'd chosen, hovering at a neckline that revealed a hint of cleavage before moving on to where it hit mid-thigh. When they again met mine, he seemed almost angry, enough to have me blurt out, "I scoured the internet searching what was appropriate apparel for a farmhouse chic wedding, and I hope that I got it right." When I shrugged on a silky fine-gauge sweater, his response came in the form of a long, slow nod. "Yeah, Jersey, it's perfect." He snaked his hands around my waist to pull me against him. The hard planes of his chest and the searing glare right into my soul had me forgetting my own pact. "In fact, I have an idea." He nuzzled my neck with the tip of his nose. "We have some time, and since he missed you—" "He who?" "My cock," he stated matter-of-factly, pushing it into my pelvis. "You refer to your cock as a he?" "Yep." With that, he pressed his mouth against mine, and with the perfect amount of suction, proceeded to suck every shred of logic that I held onto like a security blanket. The kiss was everything. Everything. thing. And when he broke it, I almost wept. It's obvious what we both want. So are we going to rectify our situation? I'd been left so disoriented that my brows rose a bit in confusion. Rectify? How? Are we going to fuck before being forced to drive 2+ hours? I finally came to my senses. No, we're not going to fuck. Don't push your luck, Mr. Navarro. I shoved him out of my doorway, grabbed my bags, and slammed the door shut behind me. Let's get this over with, I grumbled like a petulant child. I got this, he said, equally as grumpy. He took the bag from me as we walked down the hall side by side, me on wobbly knees while doing my damnedest to appear unaffected by him. Once out on the sidewalk, he gripped my hand with his free one, practically tugging me down the street. After walking a full city block in heels that were meant to torture women's feet, I asked, "Are we walking to the wedding?" I was given his side smirk and seriously wanted to wipe it off his face. Okay, I may have been a tad cranky, but it was all his fault with that kiss and suggesting sex. He finally led me to a sleek black Jaguar sedan, released my hand to press the fob, and opened the door for me before putting my bag in the back seat. It felt as though I'd slid into heaven when soft leather met the back of my thighs, and his cologne assaulted my senses. I shit you not, the moment he slammed the door shut, I moaned. Watching him fold himself into the driver's seat before he commandeered the dashboard, adjusted the temperature, selected music, and pulled out into traffic was super sexy. Who made driving sexy? I was way out of my element with this man. With little effort, he could always manage to turn me into a version of myself I didn't recognize. At that moment, silent, timid, insecure Amy was present, and one would think my reluctance to speak would have him trying to ease the tension. Nope. He hummed along to some of the songs or otherwise remained absolutely silent. Of course, emergency construction because of falling rocks caused our commute to double. We had barely enough time to check into the adorable bed and breakfast Nate had found, where none of his relatives would be, drop our bags off in our room, and freshen up a bit before getting back in the car and heading to the wedding. By the time we pulled up to the rustic catering hall 10 minutes later, I was barely paying attention to the picturesque landscape before us. It was hard to appreciate the rich shades of amber and gold as leaves began making their transformation because of the fall temperatures that had hit the region. Nate opened my door and took my hand to help me out. "This is stunning," I said, staring at the huge log cabin structure, which weirdly screamed luxury. I expected it to be different. "Yeah, me too," he agreed, taking my hand and leading me inside. The lobby was cavernous, with high ceilings and wood beams accenting the pitched roof. A massive stone fireplace took up an entire wall, and a matching stone reception desk took up another. "Welcome to Banner's Lodge," a middle-aged woman said with a warm smile. "Are you here for the Mancini Wells affair?" "Yes," Nate said with a nod. "Okay, restrooms are here in the main lodge, the reception is in our event barn, and you can proceed through the French door and follow the path." "Thank you." Nate flashed her his brilliant smile. To say my stomach was in knots would be an understatement. I almost wished I was back in the sexually charged, torturously long car ride over what I was dealing with now. The entire situation caused a deep, unsettling feeling, and all I could concentrate on was not throwing up. Meanwhile, without a care in the world, he held my hand in his as we followed her instructions. Just before he opened the giant wooden door of the event barn, I tugged to stop his steps. "What? I don't know if I can do this." From what little Nate shared during the drive, this cousin was on his mother's side of the family. In a matter of seconds, I'd be meeting around 50 people, including aunts, uncles, and cousins. "Do what? Walk through a door?" he asked with that damn smirk. "You know what? We're an hour late." And based on the thumping music and chatter, the wedding was in full swing. Hopefully, our entrance would go unnoticed by all. "We probably just missed the cocktail hour. No big deal." "For me it is. I'm about to meet your family." Sensing that I was on a precipice of a full-blown meltdown, his expression softened before he cupped my cheek. "Don't overthink this, Jersey. It's a party. Nothing more." "A party with your entire family, Nate." "Max isn't here." My eye roll was met with a grin. "Okay, let's look at it as a night out with questionable food and corny dancing. The moment the cake is cut, we're out of here. Until then, we'll have a few cocktails. You'll relax in no time. Sound good?" Sounds terrifying. But I nodded along and said, "Fine." Really, what choice did I have? He stared into my eyes. "You're stunning, confident, and a force to be reckoned with, Jersey. Remember that." Those words served as a balm for my irrational behavior. But it was when he pressed his lips to mine in a firm, hard, purposeful kiss that I felt as though Nate truly had my back. He pulled away to again fix his gaze to mine. "As you said earlier, let's do this." With that, he swung open the door and walked us smack in the middle of pandemonium. The dance floor was jammed with bodies swaying to a country song I didn't recognize. The tables surrounding it were peppered with guests hollering over the music. At least 10 little kids were engaged in a game of tag, dodging in and out of the adults in their way. But because my luck sucked, at that exact moment the song ended, and the crowd adjusted the volume of their voices just as the massive barn door slammed shut behind us with a thunderous bang. Everyone paused to look our way. Everyone. And what did my date do? He chuckled, waved, and yelled, "Sorry we're late." I'd been introduced to the bride, groom, cousins, aunts, uncles, and the band, who apparently were also related in some way. Even though Nate used the words, "my friend Amy," many were surprised at his introduction. And as a result, the term serial bachelor was used to reference Nate 6 times. I counted. What seemed an eternity later, we finally walked our way to table number 5. Nate's easy smile contradicted my own smile, which made me appear constipated. "Hey," he said, as 4 pairs of eyes landed on us. Brad's were the first I met, and his annoyed expression distracted me for a moment. That was until Nate's parents stood with beaming smiles. "It's about time you got here," his mother said first, throwing her arms around her son. "You guys remember Amy?" Nate asked when she released him. "Of course." She then hugged me in the same way. "I was so happy to hear you and Nate were together." Thank you," I pathetically said, looking to Nate for some guidance as to what she thought I was to her son. It was probably something I should have asked on the way, but I received nothing in return but a smug smirk. Monica placed a hand on mine, and after a quick glance over her shoulder, leaned closer conspiratorially. "I know you and Brad have flirted in the past, but Nate is a better match." We're just friends," I may as well have said. "I'm from Mars," because she waved a hand at me in dismissal. Of course, Nate again remained silent, giving me no indication what he was thinking. Thankfully, her husband intervened. "Monica, please let the girl be," Mitch said before nudging himself between his wife and me. "It's nice to see you again, Amy." "Same here." While Nate and Mitch chatted over some ball game from the day before, Brad slowly rose out of his chair, coming around the table to step into my personal space and kiss my cheek. "Amy, Brad, care to dance?" he then asked, not bothering with pretense. Nor did he regard his date or even introduce me to the Barbie doll who remained seated while throwing daggers my way. "Fuck right off," Nate said with a shove. "Boys," their mother scolded. And if I weren't so stressed, I would have laughed. Undeterred, Brad merely shrugged and reclaimed his seat, kissing the blonde on her cheek no different from how he'd kissed mine. Maybe to appease her? The fact it worked when she batted her eyelashes and licked her lips spoke volumes of her character. A hard grip of my hand caused me to turn toward Nate. He continued to glare at Brad while leading me onto the dance floor. "Nate, I really need that drink, and not a dance," I said as he positioned our bodies dead center. "Soon," he countered, dismissing my request. "I really need to feel you against me first, Jersey." With that, he pressed a firm hand against my lower back, bringing my breasts, hips, and thighs to align with his hard body. I couldn't help but ask, is this some sort of pissing match I'm witnessing? He stared directly into my eyes and simply said, "Yes." When the slightly upbeat song morphed into a much slower, seductive beat, half the guests left for their tables. In contrast, Nate continued swaying us to the music. The possessive hold he had on me, the grip he maintained around my fingers, and his gorgeous face a breath away, had me forgetting the dozens of other guests in the room. As most probably had their eyes on us, I couldn't peel mine away from his. "What's rattling in that brain of yours, Jersey?" "Nothing. Just trying to act more relaxed than I actually feel." He didn't need to know differently, like how the kiss at my apartment door, or at the door into this event, or even how he held me now worsened my predicament by adding fire to my nerves. "Why are you still so nervous? The worst is over." "No thanks to you. A little help would have been appreciated." "You don't need my help." "Your family thinks we're a couple." "We are a couple." "Stop it, Nate. You know what I mean. Your silence is giving them false hope." "Silence is golden," he countered. "It's habit. Sit back, listen, give nothing away. Let them think what they want. We know what happens behind closed doors." My brows rose as he stared into my soul. "Don't you have a reputation to consider?" "We're among family. No one here will hurt my career." I let that marinate. Was that why he'd asked me to this damn thing? Because no one from his professional life would be here? Either way, whether they believed we were romantic or not, I didn't appreciate the pressure. "What?" he asked when I went silent. "For the record, this is way out of my comfort zone." "I don't buy that. I've seen you command a room, debate your point to exhaustion, even woo an audience." Shocked by his statement, I focused on the last part. What audience? His lips twitched a bit. "The daily grind." "You saw that?" I had been interviewed on the nationally televised talk show after my last release hit #1 on every bestseller list. "I did." He stared into my eyes for a long, intense moment. And then he cut his gaze over my shoulder. "That was it? That was all I would get?" Every fiber of my being wanted to ask, "And?" But really, wasn't what he just admitted enough to boost my ego? This man continued to surprise me at every turn. There it was again. A tiny little gesture that hinted this was more than just sex for him. A nugget that insinuated it went beyond the lust versus love battle he'd so eloquently argued on live television. And then he placed his mouth at my ear and said, "After the main course, we're finding an empty room in that big-ass lodge, and I'm fucking you." Back was the player. I glanced over his shoulder at others dancing, and my eyes caught on Brad's before I looked away. "That's not happening, Nate. We'll see." He then pressed his hand on my back and nudged his hips just enough to drive his point home. And with that slick move, the little voice attached to my libido sing-songed, "You're having sex soon. You're having sex soon."
Chapter 14. Nate. We took our places at the table, in the only open seats, beside Brad, and I purposely sandwiched myself between him and Amy. After my Uncle Fred asked Amy how she and I met, Brad whispered, "Afraid that I'll lure her away?" "No, more that you'll do something stupid, and your date will stab you. I probably just saved your life. You're welcome, you prick." I leaned over him and offered my hand to the blonde. "I'm Nate." "Trixie," she said, in a high-pitched lilt that sounded familiar. I heard fingers snapping in my brain before it quipped, "Minnie Mouse." Meanwhile, Trixie continued to grip my hand tighter and longer than necessary. The girl was dressed for a nightclub and stood out for obvious reasons in her sequins and plunging neckline. "Brad told me you're always up for meeting new people. Maybe we can go for a walk later. Get to know each other on a different level." My focus cut to my bastard brother, and the look on his face raised further suspicion. I wouldn't put it past the jackass to try to play a switcheroo, as he had at our middle school dance. Ensuring Amy was still deep in conversation, I leaned closer. "I get it. You'd like to see if we're identical in other ways, but unlike my brother, I like leaving with the person I came with." While Trixie's brows scrunched in confusion, Brad's were angled from his death stare. I threw them both a wink and raised my hand to catch the attention of a passing waiter. "Yes, sir? I'll have a bourbon, and my girl will have a Prosecco," I said without asking her. Her head flipped my way, and I wasn't sure if her wide-eyed look was for assuming her beverage or for the label that I'd given her. She waited for the man to walk away and immediately clarified by mouthing, "Your girl?" My response was to kiss her hard and firmly. I don't know why, but it felt right. It also seemed to relax her a bit. So much so, she threw me a smirk before glancing at my parents. Upon seeing them now in a conversation with my aunt and uncle, she leaned over me to ask, "So, Brad, what embarrassing stories can you share about Nate?" I should have known she'd ask that question the moment she had the chance. "A fuck ton," he said, just as the music ended, earning glares from our mother and aunt. "Sorry." Undeterred, Brad leaned toward Amy and into my personal space. "He wet his bed until age 9. Amy's grin was instantaneous. "Oh, did he now?" "Yep, sometimes more than once a night. Had to sleep on a plastic sheet that made a ton of noise every time he moved. For me, it wasn't fun having the bottom bunk under him. That's when I demanded my own room, and Dad fixed up the attic." I rolled my eyes dramatically. "Big deal. It's a common thing with boys." "Funny, Max and I didn't have that problem," Brad goaded. "Aunt Edith? Did Stephen or Chris wet their beds until age 9? My aunt stared at Brad like he'd grown antlers. God bless her. I draped an arm around Amy's shoulder and shrugged. "Well, good thing my penis works spectacularly now. Right, Amy?" Mom and Aunt Edith gasped. Amy's eyes bulged. Brad's jaw tightened. Trixie giggled. Mission accomplished. As a waiter began placing salads around the table, Amy leaned into me. I think you two are going to give your mom an aneurysm. I lifted a piece of her hair and twirled it. Nah, she's heard us say worse. Being a mother of identical male triplets wasn't for the faint-hearted. But for her and my aunt's sake, I'd have to make sure to use a more respectable vocabulary as I continued pushing Brad's buttons with snide innuendos. During the salad course, conversation continued easily around the table. I took the opportunity to push Amy's limits with a slide of my hand under her flirty dress. No one could see what went on beneath her napkin, and she played it real cool at first. That was, until my fingertips reached lace. Damp lace. I got in a few skims before her hand clamped down on my wrist. Nate, I smoothly removed my hand, and with her eyes on mine, slipped my finger into my mouth. Her eyes dropped down to my lips, which spurred me to lean closer and kiss her. When I pulled back, it looked as though she had seen a ghost. Is something wrong? She placed her lips on my ear, her hand on my upper thigh, and whispered back, Be careful. I too can play dirty, counselor. Well, fuck. What are you two whispering about? Brad asked. None of your business. Amy, how is the writing going? My mother asked from across the table. Amy filled them in on her upcoming release and how the subject matter leaned more towards suspense than romance. That was news to me. So the divorce attorney is in love with the romance author, my aunt teased. I'd say that would make for a good book. Reform the serial bachelor. Oh, we're not in love, Amy responded, her cockiness literally dissipating, and then glared at me when I chuckled. Meanwhile, I smoothly lifted my bourbon and remained silent, thoroughly enjoying how the always calm, cool, and collected erotic writer proceeded to squirm uncomfortably before our dinners were served. After the mediocre prime rib dinner, the waitstaff came by to collect our plates as the band simultaneously picked up the pace by playing a popular tune. That caused the younger guests to squeal and jump out of their chairs. Dance with me? Trixie begged. I love this song. With a sigh, Brad wordlessly stood and appeased his date for the first time all night. That was my cue to mess around with my own. It's time, Jersey. Time for what? She asked. You know what. She sliced her attention to my parents, who were chatting with my aunt and uncle. You can't be serious, she whispered with a huff. Deathly, I countered. Okay, that may have been an exaggeration, but my agitated cock would argue otherwise. It had been too long, and once I put something in my mind, I always ensured it happened. Fucking Amy at that moment in time needed to happen. All eyes landed on me when I scooted my chair back and announced, We're going for a walk before the cake is served. Amy forced a smile and asked through clenched teeth, Walking where? Around the grounds. I have a cigar I'm dying to try. I took her hand, forcing her to stand. We won't be long. Have fun, kids, my mom said with a wave. Having no choice, Amy went along with my claim. But a few steps out the door, she turned and barked, What are you doing? Are you trying to purposely embarrass me? I don't know what you mean. Bullshit. You practically finger-fucked me right there at the table, and you had no problem saying that penis comment out loud, and now a walk? Your family isn't dumb, Nate. Relax. They have no clue that I'm about to fuck you like I promised. She folded her arms and regarded me. Say you don't want me to, Jersey, and we'll go back inside. I closed the distance to wrap her in my arms. I'm not afraid to admit that it's been almost 2 weeks, and I miss you. What you miss is my lower half, she countered. That's not true. I also miss these beauties. I skimmed the back of my hand over her breast. I miss your hands in my hair when I devour this mouth, I added, pressing our lips together and driving my tongue in to tangle with hers. And as predicted, her fingers slid into my hair and tightened. The kiss accelerated, 0 to 60 in 5 seconds flat, but being a few feet out the door made it necessary to halt it. Let's go. There you are! The mousy voice I recognized called out, turning my balls blue. Brad sent me to look for you, Amy. The bride is about to throw the bouquet. And then snatched Amy's hand and dragged her back through the barn door before I could react. Like an idiot, I followed them. But when the ladies walked toward the dance floor, where my cousin Hillary stood holding her floral arrangement, I beelined for my brother. The grin on his face contradicted the scowl on mine. You're an asshole. Why? Is your... He raised his fingers in air quotes. Cigar? His hands lowered as his lips lifted into a smug smirk. More important than having Amy participate in an important ritual every single woman needs to participate in? It's like bad luck or something. I'm pretty sure I just saved you from a cosmic curse. You're welcome. I watched him reach into his pocket and pulled out a white garter with a blue bow. Oh, and you missed the first part. And then it hit me. In slow motion, I turned to see Amy standing front and center like a deer in headlights, just as the white rose bundle landed in her hands. The applause that broke out helped to muffle the long string of insults aimed at Brad. It didn't matter. The prick had outplayed me. He took it all with a smirk, and upon hearing his name, he sauntered over to where Amy was already sitting in a chair with a circle of guests surrounding her, waiting for his slimy hands to complete the stupid ritual. I had no time to threaten his life. All I could do was watch in a haze of fury as my identical brother slowly slid the garter up my girl's leg, going higher and higher. The moment his hand breached beneath the hemline of her dress, I saw red. Thank Christ, Amy slapped her hand over his to stop the progression, because his colon was moments away from being introduced to the microphone stand. Had I at times questioned my sanity after I asked Amy to this wedding? Absolutely. We were nowhere near something as personal in our arrangement. Had I known asking her held a level of risk that could backfire? Absolutely. Any other woman would consider the request a gate opening to so much more. Did I regret my decision? Not even a little. Mainly because she'd made what would have otherwise been a torturous day way more than bearable. Fuck. Besides dancing with her hot body pressed up against mine, just watching her bust my brother's balls without apology was worth the risk. She could take on the charm when speaking to my parents, or even hold her own with Brad's ditzy date. The most pressing reason had to do with the way I constantly craved her. As I shut the door to our room, I practically sighed, knowing I finally had her to myself for the rest of the night and into tomorrow morning. After Trixie cock-blocked me, and I was forced to witness Brad touching her, it took every ounce of my resolve to sit through the rest of that damn reception. The last hour felt longer than the entire day. But the wait was over. Tonight, we would be fucking without a condom. To say that reality had opened my floodgates in terms of wanting her was an understatement. It was more than the sex. Amy Delton had become a drug to me, and I purposely avoided asking myself why. Thank you for coming with me, Jersey. Did you have a good time? She asked, while kicking off her shoes. Taking the opportunity, I kicked mine off as well. I did, more than I thought I would. Her gaze landed on my hands as I unbuckled my belt. Did you? Most of the time, she quipped slyly. Was a highlight when I touched your pussy? With one smooth tug, I freed the leather strap from beneath the fabric loops constraining it. She didn't respond, distracted perhaps by my fingers popping the button on my khakis and then lowering the zipper. It was for me. I wouldn't call it a highlight, since nothing came of it, she surprisingly admitted, before her teeth scored her full bottom lip as I closed the distance between us. This is true. I guess I can rectify that now. How exactly? Based on the toothless smile, I knew she knew the answer. Still, I supplied it anyway. By having you sit on my face. I then gripped the back of my shirt's collar, tugged it over my head, and tossed it onto a nearby chair. Shoving my pants off next, when I kicked them aside, her gaze dropped to the outline of my hard-on, confined by gray-knit briefs. With our eyes tethered, I removed my watch and placed it on the dresser, while Amy lifted the hem of her dress up and over her head, tossing it as I had. She was braless, and now stood in nothing but a lace thong, the same color blue as her dress and eyes. She was a vision, a siren responsible for the blood rushing into my already engorged cock. You're hot as fuck, Jersey, I admitted. You're not so bad yourself, Mr. Navarro. After she tucked her fingers into her panties and dragged them off, I followed suit and then charged toward her. Our lips and bodies collided, and we made out while walking toward the bed before landing in the center with a bounce. I pulled away first and barked. Straddle my head, Jersey. I need to taste you. She did as I asked, but didn't face the direction that I had expected. I need to taste you as well, she retorted, and with her pussy hovering above my face, she bent forward to take me into her mouth. Oh, fuck, I said, bucking from the contact. I was already worked up to the point where I could explode with little effort. Trying to delay the inevitable, I focused on lapping her smooth, warm skin with a soft tongue. The act forced her to moan deeply, which caused me to feel the vibration around my cock. Thus began a frenzied tit-for-tat session of 69. At times, she'd go still because of the way I flicked her clit. Other times, I'd go still because of the way she sucked me without mercy. Her orgasm taking hold stopped her momentarily while I continued to suck hard on her clit and finger her deeply. It took mere seconds before she cried out, her thighs quivering around my head. Once she calmed, she picked up where she left off, pulling me back into her mouth. Her efforts increased, and Amy didn't stop until she'd sucked me dry. Exhausted and drained, I threw my head back against the pillow. Shit, that was fucking amazing, Jersey. She turned, sporting a satisfied smile, and collapsed beside me. I haven't done that in a long time. I hated the visual that popped into my mind of her with another man. Hated questions of who it was with or how I compared. What did I care? I'd had plenty of encounters before she came along. But the thing was, I did care. Too damn much.
Chapter 15. Amy. We lay side by side, each lost in our own thoughts. For me, those thoughts created a satisfied tingling sensation all over my body. True that I may not have done 69 in a long time, it wasn't something I was fond of. Selfishly, I'd rather lie back and appreciate the pleasure of a man's mouth without having to work on him at the same time. But with Nate, hell, that was one of the hottest sexual experiences in my life. The way he'd pause his motions to accept mine, only to grip my waist in a desperate hold when he determinedly resumed. The way he'd moan against me, creating a sexy vibration that further enhanced his oral skills. Why would any of that surprise me when every time with him topped my list? He continued to stack them up, and when I thought that it couldn't get any hotter, he'd prove me wrong. Whether against his door, on my island, or during a shower, he continuously raised the bar. Though it needed to be said that we had yet to have sex in a bed. Maybe then it would bring things down a notch. As quickly as I thought it, I internally laughed at the notion that Mr. Sex on legs could be brought down a notch. It also needed to be said, our relationship was most definitely driven by sex. I liked how he made me feel. Still, more times than not, I had to remind myself to take one day at a time and keep a level head while enjoying the ride. When I twisted my head his way to see Nate staring at the ceiling with an unmistakable frown, my buzz instantly died. "You okay?" I asked. "Yep." I propped my head on a bent arm, and he twisted to follow suit. "Why?" "I don't know. You seem lost in thought." His eyes narrowed on mine, but he didn't deny it. Instead, he shifted, snaking his around my body to bring me closer. "In my office, we discussed going without a condom. You still good with that?" That wasn't what I'd expected him to say, and part of me suspected that he'd just deflected as a lawyer often did. "I am?" "Good." He began tracing a teasing path from my chin to my breast. After circling my pebbled nipple, he flattened his palm over it. "You are stunning, Jersey." But before I could respond, he dipped his head to pull my other nipple into his mouth. Once that happened, any doubt I had vanished. Every part of my body went boneless. Every inch of my brain went numb. With a firm hand, he pressed on my shoulder until I lay flat on my back. That was when he truly worked his magic. His mouth never left my skin, seductively kissing and nipping it while driving me insane in the process. One hand molded over the breast he laved. The other moved down my torso and between my legs. Exploring me with a feather-like touch made it no less torturous. Through low, guttural moans and desperate rolls of my hips, I conveyed what it was I sought. Thankfully, his teasing became more insistent, deliberate, and purposeful. The need to savor every sensation battled with the need to let go. That was until I felt his 3 fingers plunge deep inside me, all while his thumb continued to skim back and forth over my clit. And during it all, he unapologetically watched my reactions with a smoldering gaze, not once looking away the entire time he worked me over. I'd never felt so exposed or vulnerable at the hand of a man. But logic didn't have a prayer against my quivering, responsive body. I had no control and felt like a puppet as he manipulated my strings. During it all, a satisfied curl tugged at his lips. He knew. He could tell I was stubbornly trying to maintain my composure, that I tried to stop from releasing one heavy breath after another, that I tried to keep my hips still, my hands from gripping his shoulders. He knew he had complete control over me, as was proved when he commanded in a gruff voice, "Let go, Jersey." Still I fought him, shaking my head in frustration. His hand instantly halted, and panic edged over the pleasure. "Nate." "Yes?" He remained unmoving, waiting. "It's not hard, Jersey. Just tell me what you want." This bastard. The entire act embarrassed me. I hated submitting to a man, especially him. Yet, I got off on it. What a fucking contradiction. It was always that way. Since the first night against his bedroom door, it had been a battle of wills, a competition in number of orgasms, and usually I lost. Reading my mind, he admitted, It's okay to give in, Jersey. If the roles were reversed, I'd have no problem telling you to finish me off. It's simple. You ask, I do. Still, I couldn't bring myself to do that. But when he pulled his hand away altogether, I did give in and admitted through clenched teeth, I want you to make me come. His hand instantly resumed, his fingers back to probing, skimming, enabling me in filthy ways until pleasure once again edged over the panic. I no longer cared he had control, played me like a fiddle, and it took seconds for me to come hard and consumingly, while becoming a heaving, hot mess. Once I calmed, he withdrew his hand and ran his tongue over his fingers, while giving me a sexy wink. I had no time to recover as he positioned himself between my legs, now adding his oral skills to the mix. I had no time to argue or claim that I needed a moment to recalibrate or clear my head. He dove in like a starving man, sucking and lapping me back into a frenzy as if he hadn't just done so a little while ago. His large hands held my thighs open as he took what he wanted, leaving me with no choice but to climb toward another exhausting release. I knew based on the first one that this would wreck me, because, if possible, it felt even better. Predictably, round 2 in the battle to make Amy come again happened much quicker and much harder, and by the time he pulled his head up to give me a moment's reprieve, I couldn't move. He could, though, and he did. He kissed his way up my body, stopping at each breast before kneeling between my spread thighs. I watched in a daze as he gripped the base of his dick, ran his tip over my very sensitive clit, and then slid inside me one slow inch at a time. I shook my head, crying out, I can't! Not yet! Sure you can. He lowered his hard body over mine, pressing me deeper into the mattress, maintaining a piston's pace with deep, powerful drags in and out. His hands framed my face, holding me hostage to the intensity of his gaze. Instinct had me closing my lids until he demanded, open them, leaving me no choice but to stare straight into his gorgeous green eyes and succumb. In that moment, something shifted between us. Besides the obvious that we were having sex in a bed for the first time, the other differences came on a deeper level. Through a deliciously torturous kiss, soft at first, a bit more persistent soon after. Through the adoration that he wasn't able to hide in his expression. And even through all the cocky things that he didn't say, I knew this time it was different. Of course, my body responded as another orgasm began to simmer within me, only to detonate without warning. One moment, nothing more than a spark. The next, a full-blown explosion. I clenched around him so forcefully it caused him to stop his motion and still deep inside me. Instinctively, our eyes locked in an intense stare-down. I expected to see arrogance, because he once again commanded my body so thoroughly. What I saw instead was an unguarded glimpse into his soul as he came apart with abandon. The pleasure he felt was evident on his handsome face. He never broke pace when his fingers tightened around my head and a groan rumbled through him. Without conscious thought, I held my breath during every buck of his release, and the effect caused my own orgasm to roll on and on. What happened between us in that moment was from another realm, a reality that I'd only written about. This wasn't fucking. It was something else. Since I had never experienced it before, I refused to label it, even though a little voice inside my head had no problem doing so. He just made love to you. I woke with a jolt, disoriented as to where I was or whose arm lay heavily across my naked body. Blinking to adjust to the dimness, made slightly better by a slice of sunlight, it all hit me. Every delicious moment from the night before replayed in my memory. Sure, there was an awkward stretch of time after we both came where we each didn't know what to say to one another. He left me to get a warm, wet washcloth to clean what his body left behind. But then the cocky Nate I knew well reappeared as he pulled me into his embrace, ordered me to get some rest so we could fuck again, and effectively killed the confusing romantic moment between us. To be honest, I preferred that Nate over the one who'd been present a few seconds earlier. I could handle that version. Because of the 3 back-to-back orgasms that I'd had, sleep came quickly for me. I wasn't sure when he had fallen asleep and didn't want to think about him awake while I wasn't. The way he looked so peaceful now made me smile. I stared, mesmerized as his chest rose with each breath, his ridiculously long lashes resting beneath his eyes, his perfect lips separated in a slight part. Physically, he was so damn perfect. Sexually, beyond perfect. It satisfied me, knowing my body had the same effect on him as his had on me. I took great pride in how he reacted every time we were together. He had no issues letting me know just what it was he wanted. And after last night, I believed I had turned a corner, no longer wanting to hold back in communicating what I wanted. Ask, and I shall receive. And going forward, I plan to. Aside from all that, it was what lay beneath the manly perfection that remained an elusive mystery. The man didn't believe in love, yet everything he did contradicted that. Either he was full of shit and hid it well, or he was a professional liar. Who was I to talk? As if sensing my stare, his eyes fluttered open before a slow smirk spread. "What are you looking at, Jersey?" "You drool?" He didn't, but lying was less embarrassing than admitting, "You're beautiful." "Maybe because I was eating your pussy in my dream." My gawk caused a grin, and bam, just like that, I was horny for him again. "I can make that a reality, Jersey." He glanced at the time displayed on a decorative wall clock. "It's only 8, he stated before shifting himself closer to nuzzle my neck. "And we have this room until 11. A rumbling in my stomach responded for me, and his grin widened. "Jesus." I merely shrugged. I barely ate last night. I'd like to play it off as the tough hunk of meat we'd been served, but nerves had played a huge part. "Okay, let's order room service. That way we don't have to get dressed." "You do that while I jump into the shower." Before he could change my mind by getting all handsy and lippy, I hopped out of bed and scurried into the bathroom. No sooner had I closed the glass door and stepped under the warm stream of water than Nate sauntered in. At first, I thought he was about to join me, but then he stood at the toilet and began peeing. "Oh my God, what the hell are you doing?" When his eyes caught mine in the mirror, he deadpanned, "Balancing my checkbook." Completely unfazed, he flushed, washed his hands, and asked, "Eggs Benedict okay? It's the inn specialty." Yeah, sure." He then threw me a wink and walked out. Seriously, what the hell? And why did him peeing in front of me make him even more attractive? A leisurely breakfast and more sex had us checking out of our room with only 4 minutes to spare. Nate's good mood was infectious, and because of it, the drive was filled with laughter and singing. Yes, Mr. Navarro could sing. He took his time getting us back to the city, stopping at a place that boasted of the best coffee and donuts in the state of New York. As we drove through the quaint town with our treats, he spotted a gorgeous park that overlooked a lake and pulled over. claiming he wanted to stretch his legs. He led us toward a bench beneath a huge oak. "Definitely not the best coffee I've ever had," I said after a sip, "but my donut is yummy." "Mine is questionable." After another bite, he offered the bacon maple glazed he'd chosen and demanded, "Swap with me." "No way." I shook my head and tilted away from his leer. "Come on, Jersey, don't be selfish." "Selfish?" I repeated with a huff of air. "I told you not to go for that weird combo." "It's my favorite. This place just screwed it up. Come on, give me a taste." With my eyes glued to his, I poked out my tongue and erotically dragged it over a thick frosted edge before saying, "Delicious." His gaze darkened as he stared at me as if angry. "Keep that up and I'll put that tongue of yours to better use," he claimed before looking around the quiet park. "Right here and now." My response was to do it again and slide farther away across the bench. He violently shoved the rest of his donut back into the bag before bouncing to my end with a devious expression. "I can always just take it from you. Separating me from chocolate will make me violent." I didn't anticipate the adorable pout that came next. And like an idiot, I conceded. "Fine, one bite." Holding it toward his mouth, with one chomp, he devoured half of it and then smiled through my gasp. "That wasn't nice." "Unlike you, I can share." He pressed his mouth on mine and drove his tongue in to give me a taste. And damn, it tasted even better on him. But before the donut and coffee in my hands ended up on the ground, I pulled away and stopped the kiss from becoming a full-blown makeout session. Or better still, to stop my heart from absorbing every bit of this fun. Sexy version of a man I was already hot for. When Nate took that as an invite to go in for another bite, I handed him over the rest, my way of waving a little white flag in surrender. This man was getting to me in ways I'd vowed never to happen, and I honestly didn't know what to do about it. As we both watched a duck swoop through the air and gracefully land in the lake, he placed an arm across the back of my shoulders and asked, out of the blue, "I know why I'm single. What's your reason, Jersey?" Where did that come from? "I don't know. Besides the fact you're gorgeous, amazing in bed, and feisty. Surprisingly enough, you also happen to be fun to hang out with." "Gee, thanks," I said with an eye roll to mask the way my heart betrayed me by bucking in my chest. "So why haven't you been snatched up yet?" he pressed. I debated lying, giving a bland version of the truth, or not responding at all. But when it came to our arrangement, opening up a bit wouldn't hurt. I had one serious relationship during high school. His brow rose. "High school? No one could possibly have a serious relationship at that age." "Maybe not, but at the time no one could convince me we weren't in love. At least I thought I was." I went on to tell him about the perfect relationship I'd had with Sawyer, and how it had ended with the bet he had made to take my virginity. "What a prick." Nate went silent, and then asked, "Wait, what's his last name?" "Astor. Sawyer Astor III. Nate began cracking up. "What's so funny?" "I represented his wife Bethany in their divorce 2 years ago. Serial cheater. Thanks to me, that motherfucker is living in a studio in the Lower East Side, while his wife got the 3-bedroom apartment on the Upper East." With a squeal, I gripped Nate's face and kissed him long and hard. That news makes me so happy. I always wished he caught crabs, but this outcome is much better. He chuckled when I released him. "Glad I could help. Back to my point, though. He was a horny 17-year-old who thought with the wrong head. At that age, it still hurts," I said, cutting him off. "At any age that would mess with your head, and it most definitely affected the adult that I became. You can't argue that your relationship didn't do the same, and you were an adult at the time. Hell, you changed your field of law because of it. It takes one bad experience. True. I guess we're a lot alike in that. He stared at me long and hard before adding, It's his loss, Jersey. Any man would be lucky to have you. A blush I couldn't control colored my cheeks. Thank you, I said quietly while thinking, any man but Nate himself.
Chapter 16. Nate. One would think being together the entire weekend, and in front of my family to boot, would make me want some space. Yet there I was, following her like a puppy dog. I could blame the sexy as fuck black leather jacket she wore over a basic t-shirt and tight jeans, or even how they did little to hide the curves I knew were beneath. But the truth would be, I wasn't ready to part ways yet. The next time I'd be seeing her was 5 long days away, even longer for a man like me, who practically slept at the office. And wanting to be with her had nothing to do with how she made me feel. Nope, it was all about the sex. Just the sex. That was my story, and I'd be sticking with it. When she unlocked the outer door and reached for her overnight bag, I kept a firm grip on the handle. Those pale blue eyes cut to mine, and she said, Thanks, I got it from here. The weekend isn't over. I glanced at my watch. It's only 5, and I'm starving. I'm pretty sure you can solve that problem at your place. Her snark caused a grin. True, but then you wouldn't be there for dessert. Aren't you presumptuous? Is that a question? Our eyes held for a long moment before she turned away and headed for the elevator. You're insatiable, she conceded. Guilty. As we stepped into the lift and she punched the floor indicator, she gave me an unexpected smile. Thanks for a lovely weekend. I surprisingly had a great time. She lifted the small bouquet of roses up to her nose and inhaled. Even the humiliation of catching this was fun. Thanks for coming with me and reminding me my brother is a dead man. Thankfully, I had on underwear, she countered, just as the door opened on her floor. That's not funny. Her smile became devilish when she sashayed her sweet ass down the hall and stopped at her apartment. I stood close, watching her slide the key into the deadbolt, flipping the lock and pushing the door open. As she tossed her keys on the small table, without invite, I squeezed past her and dropped our bags just inside the apartment before joining her and removing our jackets. When she headed for her kitchen with her bouquet, I headed for her couch. I'm in the mood for sushi. Bossy much? An amused smirk lifted the corners of her lips. She then filled a small vase for her flowers, hastily arranged them, and grabbed a laptop from where it rested on her island before coming and sitting beside me. What are you doing? Your appetite needs to wait. I have stuff to take care of. I took the opportunity to slide over, and in a shameless attempt to get her on the same page, nibbled the smooth skin below her ear. But when my persuasion fell flat as her fingers began flying over the keyboard, I asked, What stuff? Like a sex scene? No, not a sex scene. Too bad. I can help motivate you for that, I bragged, skimming the back of my hand over her already pebbled nipple. As tempting as that sounds, I need to write down some notes while they're fresh in my head. What notes? From the wedding, things I observed. It's so rare that I can witness real love between two people. When I witness it, I tend to use it for inspiration. She paused as her eyes cut to mine, bringing our faces to within an inch of each other. A touch, a look, an undeniable spark. The way she stared at me dead on caused my heart to constrict. You've witnessed love plenty, I replied, my eyes holding hers. My brother and Jade are nauseating. I'd have to agree. Her focus returned to the screen, but her fingers remained still. But besides them, it's rare in my life. You had said your parents were in love. Seems that would influence your view on the subject. Why are you being all lawyerish? She was right. Why was I arguing this like a court case? I could argue that your parents were in love as well, she continued, and that didn't stop you from being a hater. Touché, I said, with a dip of my head. I guess it was how my mom lost Dad at an early age that jaded me, I admitted, in an attempt to explain myself better. Same with me. After Dad died, my mother became a mess, and in a way, I lost her too. And then I did fall in love, and he broke my heart. So the only way I can sound like I know what I'm talking about is to use others' relationships as inspiration. My mouth flapped open, only to close without saying a word. Sensing my unease, she resumed her typing. This was getting into a sticky area. I wasn't such an asshole that I believed no one deserved the fairy tale, but doing what I did, seeing the many failed marriages over the years, made me a glass half empty kind of man when it came to true love. Still, I wished I could comfort her, tell her that she was an amazing, brilliant, gorgeous woman who would find love one day. She deserved the kind of love we witnessed this weekend. Any man would be a lucky bastard to have that with her. A flash of regret hit that it couldn't be with me. Until now, I meant it when I said we were a lot alike. Maybe we weren't cut from the same cloth after all. And if the longing in her expression meant that she did want something more, that only caused a flash of panic to also hit me, because our differences on the subject were sure to set us up for failure. For the first time in a very long time, after last night, I felt as though this woman now had a two-handed grip on my heart. The emotion was so foreign, I dismissed it. I truly didn't know if it was because we were in a romantic bed and breakfast, or if it was because we had sex in a bed while face to face. Something had caused our connection to manifest in a new way. It was a mindfuck, to say the least. And then I felt it again when we lay side by side afterward, our hands under our heads in mirrored positions, staring at one another until we fell asleep. Every hour I spent with this woman made me crave more, something that shouldn't play a part in a typical fuck-relationship. Something that shouldn't be happening with a guy like me. I practically sighed from relief when she placed the laptop on the table and walked away. Want something to drink? She asked. I now knew her well enough to know this was her way of slapping the heaviness away, as though a pesky mosquito had landed on her. It was her way to conceal a freak-out. I'll take a beer. I could have easily freaked out as well, made an excuse to leave, and pushed it all under my own proverbial rug. But again, I couldn't bring myself to do that. My eyes remained glued to her when she opened her fridge and bent down to grab my request. Meanwhile, I resorted to my tried-and-true method. Licentious sarcasm. Sushi may have to wait, because your ass looks amazing in those jeans, and it's taunting me. She straightened and fisted her hip, with a glare fixed on that gorgeous face. You're assuming I'd allow you near my ass. I feigned shock. You, the erotic author, are an ass version? Did I say that? She countered. Well, fuck. Her innuendo caused my cock to stiffen, and the awkwardness that had hung in the air a few minutes ago dissipated, proving that was what we did. The back and forth, it was more our vibe. It had been since day one, and it was how we made sense. And just to be sure we were truly back to normal, I barked, "While you're in there, grab the sushi menu." Phones ringing outside my door meant it was close to 9, and the workday had begun for my staff. Whereas, like every other day, I had already put in a few hours after my crack of dawn workout. It had been a long week filled with 12-plus hour days, new clients, old clients, irate clients, all making me want to rip my hair out at times. Funny thing, I never considered any of that a burden, because I loved what I did. I loved the satisfaction that came with building a practice from the ground up and watching it thrive. I answered to no one and wouldn't want it any other way. But, having said that, it was Friday, and even though it looked as though I'd have to stay at the office until midnight, come tomorrow, a certain feisty brunette would be occupying my time. On impulse, I picked up my phone and sent a text to said author. "Morning. I found your thong." It wasn't unusual for Amy to pop into my mind here and there. Even dreaming of her had become the norm, which would then firmly have her in my thoughts first thing in the morning. Something I'd often resolve while in the shower. For obvious reasons. It was when those hot visuals hit at work that made things a bit complicated. Like now, envisioning her in that sexy red thong lying across my bed. It all served as foreplay once I did see her, in just about 24 hours. The thought had my slacks tightening. Sex was often raw and primal between us, a deep hunger that needed to be fed. My door opening forced an automatic knee-jerk adjustment beneath my desk just before Simone's head popped in with an ominous, "Morning." That meant my peaceful morning had just come to an end. It wasn't Simone's fault, but her efficiency meant she rode my ass all day long to be sure I kept to my schedule. "Do you need coffee?" Not having any yet, I nodded while lengthening my spine into a good stretch. "Yes, please." "Then we need to go over your schedule changes for today, as well as the 2-foot stack of billable hours you're behind on invoicing." Ah, there she is, the Grim Reaper. She gave me a closed-mouthed smile, rolled her eyes, and dismissed me with a firm click of the door. Such a killjoy this woman was, and an exaggerator. The stack she referred to was probably only about 4 inches high. But forgotten was the doom and gloom my assistant delivered when my phone buzzed with a responding text, which caused a stupid grin to spread. "Where was it?" "The freezer," I typed back. The dots began bouncing once more on her end. "I'm afraid to ask why." "You'll see this weekend." I probably wouldn't speak to her again the rest of the day, unless I thought of another filthy thing to say. Simone reappeared with a coffee in one hand and her thick organizer in the other. I had barely placed my lips on the edge of the mug when she began, "Richard Steiner moved your meeting up to 11, so I had to move Mrs. Perez to 3 and Mr. Warner to 6. Forget midnight. I'd be there until 2. "Okay, thank you." My door swung open again, but it was Andrew who strolled in without asking. "Mr. Perry, you can't just barge in here," Simone predictably barked. "It's fine, Simone," I said, throwing Andrew a dirty look. "Can you give us a few minutes?" It was easier to get her to leave than him. The exaggerated sigh that came was typical before she took herself and her binder out the door. My own sigh followed when Andrew slammed the door shut with a dramatic wave of his hand. "She needs to get laid," he deadpanned, and then plopped down in one of the black leather chairs facing me. "Can you stop giving her a hard time? Technically she works for me, and I am your boss." A line Andrew often crossed because of our history. He tapped his watch. "Technically my workday hasn't begun yet. Regardless, being a friend overrides you being a boss when I'm concerned for your well-being." "My well-being is just fine." "Still, I needed to make sure whoever it is that has you MIA lately let you out of her clutches." He dipped his head to stare through the glass surface of my desk. "Looks like it's still there." "What is?" "Your junk. It hasn't fallen off yet." "Shut up and stop staring at my dick." Ironically, his accusation wasn't so far-fetched. I was indeed having a lot of sex, and since coming together with Amy, I'd refused a few of his invites to troll bars, meaning he was now on to me. Well, I need to talk to you. Do you have time for lunch today? Nope, I'm swamped. My meeting with Richard would no doubt take hours. He insisted we talk in person. Hey, at my hourly rates, it was his bank account that would suffer. Until Janice signed. We were in a holding pattern, and Richard was getting antsy. Dinner, then. I narrowed my eyes, suspicious over his persistence. What's going on? Confirming my gut. He looked down to pick an imaginary piece of lint off his slacks. Andrew, I need to recuse myself from the Meyer case. His comment caused nausea to churn my empty stomach. Why? I slept with Mrs. Meyer. His admission came out no differently than if he'd announced it was chilly outside. Motherfucker. Meyer was one of our biggest litigation clients, suing his partner for racketeering. Didn't I tell you that your cock was going to fuck you up one day? Andrew remained contrite, knowing damn well that he deserved me unleashing on his whorish ass. For fuck's sake, Andrew. When? It was months ago. Does Ira know? He'd be a dumbass if he didn't suspect, since she eye-fucked me during our entire meeting last night. But no, as of now, I don't think he knows. He came in to sign some papers and brought her along. I had no idea that was his wife, I swear. Why didn't you tell me this last night? I don't know, he said like a child. Well, I need to know everything, now. Andrew reluctantly explained that he had met the cougar at a club, repeating he had no clue she was his biggest client's wife. Apparently, a fake name, along with fake boobs, had made it easy for him to sleep with her. With the way Andrew went through women in this city, it was just a matter of time before one of his conquests crossed into his professional life. Clear your schedule this afternoon, and be sure Bonner does as well. My day had just become an all-nighter. Andrew flinched over his replacement. Does it have to be Bonner? Yes, it does. Once I'm done with Richard, he and I will be meeting to discuss his transition. We'll tell Meyer it's a scheduling conflict. It's early enough in the process where it doesn't pose a problem. Hopefully the man wouldn't object. Fine, he mumbled before standing. Sorry, Nate. I am. I know. And I did. Andrew was an excellent lawyer. Shit happens. Just keep it in your pants for a while. Your cock gets you in trouble, and now that trouble is landing on my doorstep. The way he carried his ass out of my office, with his tail between his legs, almost made me laugh. That idiot. Andrew's news set forth an annoying chain reaction of crap that continued to ruin my day, and it wasn't even noon yet. My 11 o'clock meeting with Richard Steiner began with him barreling through the conference room door and throwing a thick envelope before me on the table. 15 minutes had gone by, and the man hadn't stopped rambling. Those will make her sign the fucking papers, Richard griped proudly, folding his arms in assumed victory. I'm sick of her shit. And him? I want him ruined too. I stared at the photos spread across the polished mahogany, completely dumbfounded. Pic after pic of Janice making out and carrying on with a high-profile married politician, who also happened to have been Richard's best friend. I knew she was cheating, but even I underestimated that she was doing that so spectacularly. How long have you known about this? I asked. Months. Richard, as your attorney, this is something— No, he said, cutting me off with a rigid finger. I couldn't tell you until I had proof in hand. Those pictures are my golden ticket. A glossy image of a naked Janice on her knees caused a grimace. It was taken through a window, and in the shot, a man was out of frame, but his junk wasn't. Who took these? I asked, tossing the picture in disgust. I hired a private investigator. These are the worst of them, enough to prove my point. I have loads more, some where she and he are checking into a hotel a few minutes apart, leaving in the same way. He then tossed a flash drive on the disturbing pile. Recordings of her conversations with him. One-sided, but incriminating enough. Richard, these are not admissible without Janice approving their use. I know. It's more to fuck with them. These conversations go back years. Years! He banged a heavy fist on the solid wood table. Those two were fucking right under my nose. They thought they were slick. He glared at me, as if I were the one fucking her. She made a fool out of me, accusing me of cheating, embarrassing me among my friends. The bitch shouldn't have shat where she ate. I now want everything, Nate. Not majority, all of it. I couldn't blame the man for his spite. Janice truly wasn't bright in the way she had antagonized him these past months while having these skeletons in her closet. You'll need to file a motion to modify as soon as possible. Doing so means this could go public, Richard. Are you ready for that? For the havoc it will wreak in your life? I lifted a picture in which the married congressman's hand molded around his wife's bare breast. Exposing Congressman Torelli? Absolutely. I'm not the one who's in the public eye. I have enough money to disappear to the Caribbean for a year or two and leave them to deal with the fallout. You do whatever it takes. I want that agency that I funded, and then I want to close it down and feed every one of her clients to her competition. This would complicate things greatly, and even while that realization slammed into my subconscious, why, in that moment, Amy's face had come to the forefront of those thoughts was even more concerning.
Chapter 17. Amy. I was late to begin with, but horrendous traffic made my predicament even worse. And although I was the one who had made these plans, my bestie was used to my tardiness. "Can you pull over? I'll get out here." Wordlessly, the driver did as I asked, and after paying the fare, I hopped out to walk the last few blocks, hoping to gain time. As soon as the little illuminated person on the traffic light signaled that the coast was clear, I trotted along the crosswalk while dodging others who rushed on in the same way. Regretting my decision to not wear a coat, I tightened my sweater against the sudden autumn chill that had arrived. It was hard to believe Halloween was upon us in a few days when it felt as though August was just yesterday. Practically 8 weeks had passed since the night Nate had bid his way into my life, and 5 since we'd decided on our arrangement. That meant a whole lot of hot sex with an arrogant attorney who had a special talent for messing with my head. Really, it had begun the weekend of his cousin's wedding, the messing with my head part. Something had flipped within me that night. I felt it immediately, and I sensed that Nate had as well. The moment between us had been fleeting, although intense, and the heart-stopping sensation remained vivid in my mind. I liked it much better when my feelings toward Nate were driven by lust instead of confusing emotional ones that seemed to have surfaced out of the blue. There was no place in my life for the sinking dread that took hold in the pit of my stomach. I'd much prefer the delicious throbbing he incited between my legs. Case in point, from the moment he'd arrived at my apartment at 8 a.m. this past Saturday with bagels and coffees in hand, Nate had made it clear he needed to release a ton of tension because of a stressful week. That declaration had sent forth hours upon hours of non-stop fornicating. The man was insatiable. And he was by far the best lover I'd ever had. There was no competition. After freezing my thong as promised, he then slid them up my legs and forced me to endure the torturous press of ice-cold satin against my core. He'd reduced me to a wanton mess with erotic kissing and petting. Only after I'd practically begged had he removed the thawed, damp panties to warm my numbed flesh with his mouth. There were no words to describe the level of sensuality that man was capable of. I had no issue admitting to him that I'd be stealing his little trick for a future book, to which he demanded credit in my acknowledgments. That was our relationship in a nutshell. Stupefying amazeballs, remarkable sex sandwiched between our sarcastic selves. As long as we kept it on that level, things would remain uncomplicated. But come Sunday, nothing had changed regarding the unease in the pit of my stomach or the regret that kept pinging around in my head. And along with the fact Nate seemed as tense as well, I was left even more unsettled. Instead of him milking every minute of our time together as he normally would, he'd left mid-afternoon, blaming a shitload of work that he needed to get done. Once alone and sans distractions, those confusions sprung to the surface, along with a neediness that I'd never experienced before. I'd felt like a fish out of water without him, and I hated it. So, the next day, I did something stupid, in true Amy fashion, and impulsively got a tattoo. It was of a red heart that held my own initials, my way of marking the relationship that I had with myself, one that would always be my priority. And in the 3 days that followed, I came to the decision it was time to part ways with Nate. For my heart's sake. It was time. Eager to have our normal Thursday girls' night out like the good old days, I swung open the heavy door, causing cranky patrons waiting to be seated to land their gazes on me. But one of my favorite people on this planet reacted by jumping off a leather banquet and greeting me with a huge smile. "I missed you!" she exclaimed, throwing her arm around my neck in a chokehold, not caring we had a small audience. "You say that every time, yet you still leave me." I extracted myself from her clutches to plant a juicy kiss on her cheek. "Are you ladies ready to be seated now?" The hostess snapped impatiently. "Oh, yes, sorry," Jade replied sweetly, while I wanted to tell the bitch to suck it. I held my tongue as we followed the woman through the packed restaurant. But when she dropped the menus with an eye roll, I asked, "Is there a problem?" "Aim?" Jade gawked as though I'd grown a third tit. Undeterred, the woman smiled sarcastically. "Your server will be over in a minute." Jade waited for her to walk away before whispering, "You're almost an hour late. It wasn't easy begging her to hold our table or ignoring the daggers those waiting for a table threw at me." Feeling like shit, I pouted, Okay, I'm sorry." "It's fine. You're here now." She shrugged out of her jacket and sat. "It's good to see you. You too. How are Max and Michael?" "They're great, having their own boys' night with Nate." I purposely hid the spike in my blood pressure over hearing his name. "That's nice." As we both picked up a menu, she asked, "By the way, how's it going with Nate?" "I don't know. Fine, I guess." She narrowed her gaze and waited. "What? Fine, you guess?" I ignored her interrogating stare, blindly looking at the menu until the waiter came by with a smile, and I wanted to kiss him. "Ladies, can I start you off with drink orders?" "I'll have a white wine," I answered first. "I'll have the same." The man nodded and left us alone once more. "I'm impressed you're drinking," I said. "I pumped and I'm trying to wean Michael off." We both resumed reading the menu before she casually said, "So I want to throw Max a surprise party, which means it would need to be a party for all three of them." "When?" "November 6th. She said, as if it were obvious. "It is their birthday." "But that's a week from Saturday." I had decided to phase Nate out of my life that weekend. After one last hurrah, I'd claimed the arrangement was no longer working for me. Jade's little idea would screw that decision up. "When were you going to tell me this?" "I'm telling you now," she sassed. We originally planned to be in Miami, but something popped up here that Max needs to handle. She mistook my silence for doubt. I can manage it. I'm having it at Monica and Mitch's house. They won't suspect a thing. She then leaned closer, as though ready to reveal a big secret, and her big brown eyes widened excitedly. Speaking of, they love you. They who? They, everyone. Monica, Mitch, her sister, brother-in-law, Hillary, the entire freaking wedding guest list. I think you even won over the minister. They all loved you. Why? I honestly didn't know how that could have happened. I was a bundle of nerves the entire time, and people often misconstrued that as snootiness. Because you're gorgeous and funny, and you obviously charmed them all. My mother-in-law credits you with the change she sees in Nate. What change? I asked incredulously, closing my menu for this one. Apparently she has never seen her son so smitten before. Jade grinned. Her words. Well, that's unfortunate. And complete bullshit. Smitten my ass. Jade's scowl forced me to explain. I like her and don't want her getting the wrong idea. Nate and I aren't what she assumes. A hot flash hit with little mercy. Shit, is it hot in here? I asked, dropping the leather folder to peel my sweater off. Just as I twisted to drape it over the back of my chair, she barked, "What the hell is that?" When I turned around, Jade had her finger aimed at the shoulder blade that had been inked. Crap, I was hoping it'd be weeks before you saw it. Ignoring me, she twirled the still rigid finger. Turn around! With an exaggerated sigh, I twisted enough to better reveal it. When did you get it? Sunday. Why? As a reminder that I love me first and foremost. Jade narrowed her eyes again, but this time also folded her arms. What the hell happened now? Nothing happened, I hissed with no patience. But the glare I received meant she wasn't in the mood for my attitude. I think it's time to part ways with him. Amy, he's clearly crazy about you. He's crazy about sex. He can get sex anywhere he wants. He wants you. Big difference. The pressure of tears building caught her off guard, and she reached across the table to take my hand. Oh, honey, what's wrong? I don't know. I'm getting over my period, I used as an excuse. Still, Jade wasn't buying it, and the squeeze she gave me made me feel even worse. Aim. When she kept her sympathetic eyes tethered to mine, I finally admitted, I'm scared. About what? She asked in a soft voice, but saying it out loud would hold me accountable, and that was something I wasn't ready to do. Jade, being Jade, wouldn't have it, though. Amy, please talk to me. I hate seeing you like this. There had been a day when the tables were reversed, and she'd needed my support. Despite my lack of experience with committed relationships, I'd be there for her. Of course, she would be there for me as well. If there was ever a time to be vulnerable, it would be with the one person who was as close to a sister as I'd ever had. I really like him, Jade, I finally admitted. Because of that, I need to end things before he ruins me. Jade's head slid from side to side as I nodded. Yes, it's too much and one-sided. He isn't capable of what I can't stop from wanting. I've tried to pretend I'm better off without a deep emotional connection. But until now, I never questioned my belief, because no one ever made me want more. I looked down to prevent her from seeing that the pressure had morphed into actual tears, and I hated feeling so weak. Nate makes me want more. I don't know how it happened or why. I was so careful, keeping my walls up, but something changed and I can't change it back. It's time to walk away. Jade tugged on my hand until I lifted my eyes back to hers. I overheard Max and him talking as I was getting ready. Nate is just as confused. That did little to comfort me, until she added, "He's out of his element," which could only mean one thing. Whatever he's feeling is obviously unexpected. I'd hate for you to do something stupid because you assume things when, in fact, he could be feeling the same. No way was he feeling the same. If he was acting weird, most likely he was preparing to call it quits before I did. Sensing my stubbornness, she squeezed my hand, adding her other on top. "You need to talk to him. Tell him how you feel. It could turn into an entirely different outcome." Did I want that? I didn't know, because a huge part of me felt, if not now, eventually, we would run our course. Still, my friend persisted. "Don't give up yet. Promise me." "Fine," I conceded. "I'll give it some more time." Although I needed to have my head examined for allowing her to talk me into not giving up yet, when Jade suggested we go back to her place after our dinner, I declined. I wasn't in the right frame of mind to see him a day earlier than planned. That didn't mean I hadn't thought of him all night. So much so that by morning I was truly looking forward to spending time with Nate. But like a cruel joke, a text came mid-afternoon, causing disappointment to hit hard. "Hey, Jersey, I hate that I need to cancel, but work is kicking my ass. I'll be at the office all weekend." I responded, "No worries. If you need to take a break, let me know." He never replied. Maybe it was the letdown, my libido, or even my heart, but something had nudged me into doing something completely out of character. I decided to order his favorite sushi rolls and deliver it to him at work. If Jade was right and Nate was also out of his element, maybe we could find our way together. Part of me wondered if showing up and distracting him was fair when he was so busy, but he needed to eat, and I'd keep it to a short visit. Yes, I may have primped more than necessary. I may have taken a bit too long to select the bra and thong set I slipped on, or even the well-worn jeans, form-fitting blue sweater, and brown leather boots that completed my outfit. I may have even indulged in a vivid visual of Nate and I having sex on his desk. Who could blame me? As I applied mascara, my phone pinged with a new text notification. Assuming it was from Nate, seeing a response from Janice reminded me she hadn't called me back after I reached out on Wednesday. Something was up with her. She had canceled our touch base, which wasn't unusual, except that it was the second week in a row. "Sorry, been swamped. Let's plan to meet next week." Hoping I had her attention, I quickly typed back, "Have you heard from Runnell?" It was the same question I'd asked on my voicemail to her, and I couldn't shake the feeling she was holding something back from me. I waited through the telling sign a response was coming, only for it to turn into radio silence. That wasn't like her. Janice wasn't one to sugarcoat or pussyfoot around bad news. In my business, it was necessary to have a thick skin. Refusals were a dime a dozen. If anything, Janice was always the more positive between the two of us, reminding me often that no news was good news. Dismissing Runnell from my thoughts, I spritzed on perfume and left my apartment before I could chicken out. About a half hour later, I walked out of the Japanese restaurant in my neighborhood with my sushi haul and grabbed a cab to head to Nate's office. Nervous flutters began assaulting my stomach, and with each city block we traveled, they worsened. I'd done all sorts of things with this man, so having anxiety over delivering him dinner seemed ridiculous. Except, deep down, I knew it had to do with the normalness of the act. Something a girlfriend would do for her boyfriend, of which we were not. Panic hit me full on as the cab veered toward the curb directly in front of his building. Shit, what am I doing? "Are you talking to me?" the driver barked, No. Like a coward, just as I debated on asking him to do an about-face, a gorgeous blonde stepped out of the building with Nate right behind her. I went stone still, staring at them through the window, forgetting about the crusty old man staring me down in his rearview mirror, until he grumbled, "Lady, you getting out or what? Keep the meter running." I slid down in my seat while my attention remained riveted by their exchange. They talked for a few minutes, and at one point the woman put her hand on his lapel, her head dipping back as she laughed. In response, a brilliant smile spread over his face and remained as they talked some more. He then said something to which she nodded, and he placed a hand on the center of her back to lead her up the street, away from where I remained spying. There was probably a perfectly reasonable explanation. There were probably dozens of reasons Nate would have to leave the office at 7 p.m., with what could be a colleague or client after claiming work was kicking his ass. There were also a million reasons I should have stuck with my gut. Seeing him with a hand on that woman's back, as innocent as it probably was, caused an irrational level of jealousy to ignite within me. It caused me to want to jump out of the cab and demand to know who she was and where they were going. It caused a level of humiliation that I'd tried so hard to never feel again. It proved it was no longer just a sexual arrangement between two adults. For me, it had morphed into an emotional connection with a man who made it very clear he wasn't capable of the same. He wasn't at fault. I was. "Lady!" The cabbie's bark caused me to jump. "What are we doing?" "Change of plans." I then recited my address and asked, "You like sushi?" Chapter 18. Amy. Once I had gotten back to my apartment after the sushi debacle on Friday night, I truly tried to break down what it was that had me so pissed off. I finally figured it out. Me. I was annoyed at myself. I hated feeling vulnerable. It always brought me right back to being a 17-year-old who had been humiliated by a boy I thought loved me. Not only had he ruined prom weekend, what should have been a beautiful memory, a rite of passage, but he'd broken my heart. That kind of hurt ran deep, as was obvious more than 10 years later. Really, I knew going in how things would be between me and Nate. He was very honest in what it was he wanted, and I thought I wanted the same. In my defense, it had always been so easy to remain emotionless in my past relationships. Stupid me assumed it was because I had my shit figured out and knew what was good for my life. Never had it occurred to me that it was the men I'd been with that made it easy to stick to my convictions. And even after realizing all that, I still couldn't ignore the little voice in my head that had been warning me Nate would be trouble all along. Regardless, this yucky confusion riddling me wasn't Nate's fault in any way. It was all mine. I had two options: continue as things were and sit around waiting for him to be the one to bring our arrangement to an end, or ignore Jade's advice and beat him to the punch. Sure, waiting would give me more time to relish in the best sex I'd ever had. On the other hand, it would also allow my feelings for him to grow, and that meant deeper heartbreak. Decision made. I'd be parting ways with Mr. Navarro. Now I only had to decide how and when. No way would I be going to his office again. A phone call was probably the safest way to escape his influence, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to make the call. Waiting until the weekend wouldn't work either, with the birthday party Jade had scheduled. All the what-ifs consumed me, and Nate had no idea any of it was plaguing me. Oblivious, I eventually heard from him early Sunday morning via a text. Much rather be working on you than this pile of invoices." Although I believed him, I chose not to respond. I also took it for what it was: sexual frustration from a horny man. When I finally did speak to Nate, it wasn't because I'd grown the nerve to call him. Instead, he called me on Thursday to again cancel our weekend. He didn't know that I knew the real reason why he had plans. But he also didn't say he had plans with his family. Work was the excuse he used again. And to say it didn't hurt that he lied, even though he didn't know the real story, would be my own lie. Deep down, I knew if he wanted me there, he would have asked. I also knew not to expect him to have invited me. It all served to prove I was doing the right thing. I called Jade the moment he hung up, ranting that the ass hadn't asked me to come to the supposed family dinner and admitting I really didn't want to go to that damn party. I should have known she'd pull the sympathy card. Like a true attorney, she pleaded her case, ending the argument with one simple fact: that I should do it for Max and her. So, for my friend's sake and her husband's, I swallowed my pride and put my plan on hold. I chose not to delve too deeply into why I was a nervous wreck all day, or why I spent a little too much time on my hair and makeup, or why I put a little too much thought into choosing the black dress that fit me like a glove. All I tried to focus on was that this would be the last time I'd be seeing him in a social manner, or a sexual one. Jade arranged for me to hitch a ride with Max's gym manager, Arlene. The girl wouldn't shut up, going on and on about how much she loved running Max's gym, which served me well, since I wasn't in the mood to talk. It also made the 90-minute drive to Long Island go by fast. But the moment Arlene found a parking spot around the corner on Jade's request, my nerves spiked. By then, I'd figured out what I was most afraid of: caving in to Nate's charms. It was easy to say I was done when he wasn't near to influence my decision. Spending time with him in any capacity would most definitely cloud my judgment. Let's not forget, attending his cousin's wedding as a couple was what had started all the confusing emotions to begin with. A woman greeted us at the front door, took our jackets, and directed us to where a few dozen guests were already milling around. The traditional Center Hall colonial had been decorated with streamers and balloons in various shades of gray. Servers passing an assortment of appetizers, a bartender filling cocktail orders, and sultry jazz music completed the festive vibe. I knew Jade had rented a large tent that covered most of the backyard, complete with heaters, scattered high-top tables, and a dance floor where people could dance to the music played by a DJ. On the invites, Jade had insisted no presents, and that instead people should make a donation in the Navarro brothers' names to a favorite charity. She wanted the night to be sophisticated but fun. And from the looks of it so far, mission accomplished. I scanned the crowd, searching for Jade's family, but Monica saw us first. "Hello!" she exclaimed, rushing over. "Arlene, how are you, sweetheart?" "Great, thank you. This looks amazing." "All Jade. She thought of everything," Monica replied before turning her attention toward me. "Amy, it's so great to see you again." She pulled me into a firm hug, swaying us back and forth. "Same," I pathetically mumbled. "You look stunning," she said, holding my upper arms when she leaned back, continuing to grin at me as though I held all her son's intimate secrets. "Thank you. Well, Jade just texted me. They're about 10 minutes away. Help yourselves to food and drink." Another couple walking through the door pulled Monica away. Meanwhile, I said hello to Mitch, a few familiar faces I had remembered from Max and Jade's wedding, and finally found my second family: Jade's parents, her sister Sapphire, and her brother-in-law Greg in the family room. "Amy, girl!" Jade's mother Ruby called out when she saw me approach. "God, am I glad to see you guys." I hugged her hard, taking comfort in the warm embrace. "It's been too long." Lawrence stepped closer to swap places with his wife. It didn't matter if days or months had gone by since I saw the Eastons. It always felt as though no time had passed at all. Last to be hugged were Sapphire and Greg. Sapphire had always been the older sister I never had. Her husband, Greg, having been part of their family for so long, assumed the brother role for both Jade and me. "How's Mom?" Ruby asked. When my father died, the Eastons had lost their best friends, one through death, and the other when my mother spiraled into a midlife crisis. "She's fine," I lied. I hadn't spoken to Mommy Dearest in weeks due to her gallivanting around Central America with her current love. Wanting to change the subject, I molded my hands around Sapphire's swollen belly. "Any day now." "And I can't wait," she grumbled. "I'm too old for this crap." "Which is why we should have stopped after 2. Greg countered, equally as grumpy. "As I recall, you were a very willing participant in getting us here, so suck it up." Greg grinned at his wife. "This is true. At least I can drown my anxiety with booze." He snatched a frosty Pilsner off the tray of a passing waitress, and then a flute of champagne. "And you can drink for Saf," he added, handing me the bubbly. "To drinking for Saf." I tapped my glass against his, and we both laughed when she shot us a death stare. A small commotion came from the other room. "They're here!" Mitch yelled above the chatter, while his wife ushered guests forward like a herd of cattle. With frantic hands, she prompted others to move closer to the front door. I was perfectly content to keep my place beside my adopted family toward the far corner of the dining room. But Monica was scanning the crowd as though she had radar, causing her attention to focus on me. Before I knew what was happening, she grabbed my hand and dragged me into position directly in front of the entrance. I had no time to run, to react, to hide when the doors flew open. Jade walked through first, and the harmonized chorus of "Surprise!" rang out just as the Navarro triplets came in behind her. Max instantly embraced his wife with a dimpled grin. Brad raised his hands like a rock star meeting his groupies, and Nate's green eyes landed right on me. The room suddenly became stifling, and I couldn't blame the number of bodies surrounding me. Except for a chaste kiss, albeit on my lips, Nate had otherwise been busy greeting friends and family for a good part of an hour. Sooner or later he'd focus on me, but after 2 champagnes, I truly needed to get some fresh air, or find the strength to stick around. Once outside, I enjoyed sitting on the front steps. My sleeveless black dress wasn't exactly appropriate for the chilly November temperature, yet it soothed like a balm over a bad sunburn. Away from the noise of the party and the pressure of his presence, it felt good to be alone. Modest houses lined both sides of the street, all with their perfectly manicured lawns. The quiet neighborhood reminded me of the one I had grown up in New Jersey. When goosebumps riddled my flesh, a shiver forced me to stand and head back inside just as the front door opened. There stood Nate, staring at me almost angrily. On their own accord, my eyes skimmed over every inch of him, from his ridiculously sexy hair to a face that should have graced billboards, not to mention a flawless body that had my own pulsing with want. He had donned black slacks with a black button-down shirt, rolled-up sleeves revealing his thick forearms, and that ever-present hot watch. All of him, every damn inch, was perfection. And I hated how he could instantaneously turn my insides to mush. "Are you hiding from me, Jersey?" he asked in that gravelly tone of voice. Add that to the long list of things about him that turned me on. Not trusting the timbre of my own voice, I didn't bother responding. Even if I denied it, he'd assume otherwise. My silence fueled him to come closer, too close. Those electric pulses I'd felt the first night we came together, and every time since, resurfaced. The difference now being that the physical reactions I always had toward Nate included a weird new sensation that hit smack in the middle of my chest. Worsened still, when his large hand skimmed up my chilled arms. "Why are you out here in the cold?" "Just getting some air." He narrowed his gaze. Liar. That one word caused something to snap within me. "Why do you care? It's not like you expected me to be here." The deep rumbling chuckle only made me angrier. "I didn't know this was happening, Jersey." "But you did know you were having dinner with your family," I countered. The smile dropped off his face. "So, I have dinner with my family often." His flippant comment did little to hide the uncomfortableness written all over his face. He knew that I knew that he'd chosen not to ask me to that apparent family dinner. Not wanting to give him the satisfaction that had bothered me, I waved a hand in dismissal. "You're right. I'm being stupid." He just didn't get it. Again, not his fault. The man wasn't wired for the kind of relationship I expected. This would be the perfect opportunity to tell him it was time to end our arrangement. The distress I felt and the uncomfortable ache that came with it proved as much. But because the universe hated me lately, at that moment, a sleek sports car pulled up along the curb, catching our attention. We both watched in silence as a tall, sandy-haired man folded himself out before slamming the door. Not having noticed us yet, he dipped to see his reflection in the side mirror, smoothed a hand over his pale dress shirt, and pressed the key fob, producing a loud beep. Even in the darkness, something about him seemed familiar. And when he took the paver stone path toward us, I suppressed a groan, recognizing him just as he saw me. "Amy?" He tilted his head like a dog confused over a verbal command. "Is that you?" "Hey, Andrew." "Wow, you look amazing." His gaze swept over me, and then, as if he realized Nate was standing there, he proceeded to address him with a casual, "Hey, birthday boy, happy 33rd, man." "What the fuck?" Nate barked, ignoring the well wishes. I had no idea what Andrew's connection was to the Navarro brothers, but a quick glance at the scowl meant I was about to find out. "How do you know her?" "How do you know her?" Andrew repeated. He pointed a finger at me, but his eyes drilled through Nate. "Wait, she's the woman we saw having lunch with Janice Steiner. I didn't recognize her then because her hair is different." My hand automatically lifted to tuck a layered strand behind my ear. And then his blue eyes widened further. "You're the one Nate has been—" "Explain, Andrew," Nate said, cutting him off, his gaze bouncing from me to Andrew and back. "How do you know her?" Whereas I felt ill, Andrew grinned. "Let's say Amy is an old acquaintance." "You fucked him?" Nate growled at me. "Not that it's any of your business." "Like hell it's not." Sensing his friend found no humor in the situation, Andrew raised both hands in defense. "It was years ago, one night." The excuse made Nate only more livid. "Is there a pussy in Manhattan you haven't shoved your dick into?" "You seriously did not just say that." When Nate's ire aimed my way, it took every bit of resolve not to slap his face. "Sorry," he tossed out before adding, "It's just something he does." Fuck off, man, like you're any different. It's no big deal. Now we're even. When one of Nate's brows rose, Andrew added, "Melanie, it's not the same thing." "It's worse. You fucked her after we broke up." Andrew's eyes cut to me. "You didn't know Amy when we fucked." The way they discussed me as though I weren't there infuriated me. If I didn't get away from them, they would both risk receiving a good slap across their handsome faces. While they continued to bicker, I stomped down the stairs, fumbling inside my bag for my phone. It would cost me a fortune, but my only way to escape would be by calling for a cab. A firm hand grabbed my arm. "Where are you going?" Behind Nate, Andrew took the opportunity to escape into the house. "Home." "No, you're not." "Yes, I am," I hissed, jabbing a finger into his chest. "You have fucking nerve. Where do you come off playing a possessive Neanderthal?" "Neanderthal?" "Actually, more like an asshole Neanderthal." He shoved a hand through his hair and stared at me in exasperation. "I just found out you fucked my best friend." "So?" His eyes widened when I barked, "You have no right to be pissed at me. Not after you canceled last weekend to be with someone else." "What the fuck are you talking about?" "Shut up, Amy. Christ, what was wrong with me?" "Nothing. Forget it. Go enjoy your party. We'll talk tomorrow." I started to walk away, and that same firm grip once again stopped me. "What are you talking about?" he repeated. "Last Friday I attempted to deliver you dinner. Sushi. But when the cab pulled up in front of your office building, you were heading out of it with a leggy blonde." His brows scrunched in consideration. "It doesn't matter. You owe me nothing. Although if you fucked her, it does break the agreement we made to end things before it came to that." "It was business, Jersey." There was no reason for me not to believe him. But something in me couldn't end it there. "You always that chummy with business associates?" When his eyes darted away, I knew. "Ah, you did fuck her at one time." "That was years ago. There's nothing between us now. Claire is a good friend." "Isn't that worse than what me and Andrew are to each other?" I snapped with contempt clear in my voice. "Which is nothing?" "It's not the same thing." I gawked at him. Oh my God. Whatever, Nate. My blood boiled over the entire situation. What a hypocrite. But again, it was all my fault. It was me who changed. It was me who veered off course. I was the idiot in this relationship, not him.
Chapter 19. Nate. We stood there staring at each other, each seething for our own reasons. Okay, I had no right to be angry about her and Andrew, but I was. And like the coward he was, my so-called best friend bolted the moment my back was turned. I'd deal with him later. I had this stubborn pain in the ass to deal with first, one who could infuriate me and make me hard as steel at the same time. "You don't believe me," I finally said. It wasn't a question. Besides, I could tell she didn't, as she stood with her arms folded. "I really don't care who you fuck, Nate, just as long as it's not at the same time as me." It took pure fucking resolve to stop from crushing my mouth on hers and sucking the snark right out of her. "Well, I haven't fucked her, and I wouldn't. When I make a promise, I keep it." "Maybe that's the problem." Her eyes met mine unwaveringly. "Maybe it's time that you're free to fuck whomever you want." She sliced her gaze toward the door and added, "Same for me." "Is that some kind of threat, Jersey?" Instantly, The visual of her and Andrew again dominated my thoughts. Or are you just trying to make me lose my shit over the fact you've been with my best friend? Seriously? A flash of anger flared in her eyes, but then she stepped away from me, raised her hands, and shook her head. None of it matters. I'm leaving. You can't leave. Why? She shrieked, while shoving me with both hands. Why do I need to be here? What the hell kind of game are you playing, Nate? I'm not playing a game. Yes, you are. If we're just fucking, then you shouldn't care if I'm here or not, or if I fucked your friend or not, just as I shouldn't care that you care. What are you talking about? I asked, exasperated with this conversation. Where the hell was all this coming from? Not only had it been a shock to hear she had turned up at my office last week, but it was also a shock to see the uncharacteristic way emotion now shimmered in her eyes. The heaving of her chest with each breath, the tremble of her full bottom lip, the desperation in her expression as she tried to escape me. Something was bothering her. Every fiber of her being revealed as much. This woman in front of me wasn't the tough-as-nails Amy I'd come to know. Deciding on a new tactic, I softened my voice and asked, "Why are we fighting?" When I gently wrapped my hands around her upper arms, her eyes slid closed, as if in pain. Look at me. What is going on? Her lids slowly raised, but it was now defeat that I saw. Please, let me go. I can't be here, she whispered in a soft, pleading voice. No, not only wasn't I going to allow that to happen, but I also wasn't going to let her walk away. Taking it even further, I slid my hands up her bare arms until they found the smooth skin of her neck. You're not leaving. Not like this. I closed the distance between us, pressing my body against hers. She tensed before the shimmer revealed itself through a tear, one I caught with my thumb. What is this really about, Amy? I can't do this with you anymore, Nate. Let's go inside, have a drink, party, forget this. She shook her head adamantly. No, I can't see you anymore. I remained silent, fumbling through the emotions that paralyzed my thoughts and body. A sucker punch to the gut would have hurt less. Bye, Nate, she added. I gripped her arm to stop her. Why are you walking away from this? She went to respond, and then shook her head. Elaborate, Jersey. Just go enjoy your party. I'm sorry I ruined your birthday. Survival mode almost kicked in. I should have agreed with her and moved on with my life. Should have gone back to playing the field, no different from a seasoned ball player, inning after inning. I should have also chalked up these past few months for what it was, a great affair. It was inevitable that this day would come. We both knew that. It was the part of me, a huge part of me, that wasn't ready for this to end. Not yet. Contrarily, I felt we were just getting started. We had so much more to experience together. Ironically, none of what was left had to do with sex. Predictably, that scared the shit out of me, but not any more than her walking away did. Meanwhile, Amy checked out. The entire argument that played out within me didn't matter, as she slipped out of my hold and walked toward the sidewalk. That was when I finally came to my senses. Amy, but she didn't acknowledge, didn't stop. She calmly strolled down my street, her phone pressed against an ear, and never looked back. Amy, we'll talk about this tomorrow. Still nothing. I could force her to stay, or I could give her space, give me space, to figure out what the fuck had just happened between us. There was a third choice, leave with her. But that would open dialogue with myself, my friends, and my family that I wasn't ready to have. This was our birthday party, one that my sister-in-law had put a lot of effort into planning. My parents as well. I couldn't chase Amy when I had no idea what it was she was even running from. So I did the only thing I could. Waited for the car she ordered to arrive. Watched as she got into it. Snapped a photo of its license plate, and when it disappeared around the corner, went back inside to enjoy the party. "Where have you been?" Brad asked, 2 seconds through the door. "None of your business." When his lips twisted in annoyance, I snapped, "What?" "Where's Amy?" "Why the fuck do you care?" I stalked away to grab a nice stiff drink, and he was smart not to antagonize me. This night was quickly careening off a hill, and the only way to brace for impact would be to do so while nicely toasted. But as I asked the bartender for a whiskey neat, Andrew said over my shoulder, "Dude, we need to talk." "Not now." With drink in hand, I slid by him, deeper into the crowd. Of course, he followed. He even went as far as gripping my upper arm to tug me out the back of the house. Guests mingling and dancing made the decibel level under the tent far from conducive for a discussion. It also made it harder for me to punch Andrew square in the face if my instincts pushed me in that direction, without witnesses at least. So instead, I jabbed a finger back from where we came and led him up the stairs to my childhood bedroom. After slamming the door shut, I placed my drink down on the dresser, afraid I would hurl it at his head. "Speak." "Come on, Nate. You can't hold this against me." "Why the fuck not?" "Because it was years ago. We met at a bar. I was there with a bunch of guys from my old firm. She was there with a group of women. One thing led to another, and we ended up at my place." A vein pulsed in my neck, and Andrew, noticing it, had him swallowing nervously. "Why didn't you say anything the day we saw her at lunch?" "Like I said, I had no idea it was her," he whined. "She was clear across the restaurant and looked so different. Her hair used to be black and straight." All he received from me was a few exasperated blinks. "It was one night," he went on, pleading his case. "I didn't even have her last name, address, or number. She hightailed it out of my apartment the minute I fell asleep, and that was the last I saw of her." The visual of them together replayed, and through gritted teeth I asked, "I have one more question." He eyed me like a tiger who had escaped his cage. "If she hadn't left, would you have seen her again?" His blue eyes instantly darted away, and that was all it took for every molecule of anger I held to erupt. Like a maniac, I lunged, pushing him against the door. "Fuck, Nate! Calm down!" It was impossible to do. Between the description he'd just given of their time together, the visual cruelty playing in my head, and the fact he would have seen her again, it wasn't Andrew in my clutches. It was a bastard who'd fucked my girl and would do so again if given the chance. "She's mine," I growled like an animal. Andrew's eyes widened. But it wasn't fear I saw. It was sympathy. He felt bad for me. That was the gut punch that brought me back to my senses, and I stepped away before I did something else that I'd regret, or spew more emotional crap. I gripped the back of my neck and stared at the ceiling to reel in my thoughts. When I refocused on Andrew, the look on his face broke me. "Shit. I'm sorry, man." "Yeah, me too. Do you want to talk about it?" I don't know what to even say. It was the truth. "I get it. You're into her." The pity returned in his expression as he clamped a firm hand on my shoulder. "Stop fighting it." "Fighting what?" I barked. He stared at me before shaking his head. "Nothing, man. Let's go get you good and drunk." And that was just what he did. It was a strange state of drunkenness. Through it, I engaged, ate, laughed with my brothers, and smiled during the cake nonsense. I even lied my way through questions about Amy's departure, claiming she didn't feel well. It was quite an act, because all I could truly focus on even through the alcohol-induced haze, was getting my ass back to the city. Of course, Jade saw right through it all and interrogated me. Miraculously, I managed to play it off as though I'd made a stupid comment and Amy had gotten pissed. It wasn't far from the truth. I did admit to Jade that I fucked up and planned to make it right. That was nothing more than blowing smoke up her ass, because I had no idea how to even do that. Come midnight, the buzz had worn off, and the thoughts of Amy had resurfaced. I made my rounds, saying goodbye, claiming work didn't care that it was my birthday. I promised my mother that I wasn't drunk anymore and called for a ride. Just before I walked out the door, Jade cornered me with a pink jacket. The sly look in her eye when she asked if I could pass it on to Amy was my sister-in-law's subtle way of hinting that I should make it a point to see Amy. As I was sitting on the front steps, waiting for the car to arrive, Andrew opened the door and almost backtracked at seeing me. Hey, he repeated. I was just heading out. He passed me on the steps, but stopped from walking away. So, now that you're sober and calmer, he said with an exaggerated smirk, are we okay? A long sigh came before I nodded. Yeah, sorry about that. I get it. Love can be... I don't love her. My response was laced with hostility, and the fist clenched on my thigh caused him to raise both hands. Okay, my bad. It wasn't always Andrew who acted like the child and I the parent. Somehow we seemed to have reversed roles tonight. Undeterred, he casually said, I'm heading to the Hamptons. Otherwise, I'd give you a ride back. No worries. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you Monday. He regarded me, nodded, and walked away, leaving me feeling like an asshole. The cab had deposited me at her building 20 minutes ago, but I couldn't bring myself to ring her bell. It had nothing to do with being well past 2 in the morning. I had no idea why I was even there. If she truly wanted to end things with me, would showing up in the middle of the night change her mind? I stared up at her window like a fucking creeper. It wasn't just Amy who was out of character tonight. Nothing seemed to make sense anymore. What was the point of any of it? I always claimed to be a straight shooter, but her accusing me of playing games continued to peck at my normally confident demeanor. Was I playing games? How and when did this thing between us change? I'd always been honest about what I wanted with her, and she had been on the same page. Right now, it felt as though she were a letter A in a dictionary, and I was a Z. It was at that moment, as I stood on the sidewalk, having no clue what to do, that a light went on in her window. That was all it took to stalk right for the panel of doorbells and press hers. The first attempt went unanswered, until I pressed it again and again. Who is it? She whispered harshly through the intercom. It's me. Silence followed, and I was sure she was about to send me away, or even ignore I was there. But shockingly, a buzzing echoed loudly in the small vestibule, granting me access. The elevator clanked up the old building, and with each floor, it made me doubt the need to be there. The doubt continued down the hall, right up until I stood at her already opened door. I pushed against it and locked eyes with Amy, who sat on her couch across the room. Her face was devoid of makeup. Her t-shirt and sweats looked well worn, but she still looked gorgeous. You're up, I said, like an idiot. She nodded. What are you doing here? The fuck if I know. Those gorgeous lips of hers twitched, and that was enough encouragement to close the door and move forward to sit beside her. Her attention focused on the pale pink jacket in my hand. You left this at my parents' house. Thank you, she said, taking it from me to lay beside her. How was the party? Good. Jade is concerned. I spoke to her. Well, she did most of the talking, actually. I chuckled. Of course she did. We fell silent until Amy said, "Hey, the Andrew thing. Why does that—" My palm stopped her instantly. Stop. Just having this visual of you two together is driving me to want to hurt him. Her eyes blazed. I didn't know you then, Nate. This is more about him. It's what he does, and his dick is fucking things up in my life. Just last week, he recused himself from a case because he had slept with the client's wife. Amy smirked. That's actually hilarious. Yeah, ha, forget him. Andrew will live to see another day. I don't want to think about you two together. Ever. A small smile lifted her lips as she nodded, and then she opened her mouth to speak, only to close it again. What? It still doesn't make sense why it bothers you so much that I slept with him at all. We're just fooling around ourselves. $1,000,000 question. I don't know, I answered honestly. The exaggerated roll of her eyes meant that was the wrong answer. What do you want me to say, Jersey? It just does. It pisses me the fuck off, knowing my whore of a friend fucked you. Her pale blue eyes flashed with anger. You don't see me carrying on about the blonde you were with. It was in your past, as was Andrew in mine. Why does it matter what he and I did before you even knew me? It just does, I repeated. Wrong answer again, because my outburst flipped a switch, and she abruptly stood before walking away, putting distance between us. Why are you here, Nate? She asked, folding her arms in weight. I don't know. Based on another dramatic eye roll, including a huff for good measure, it was clear that I was batting 1,000 with my responses. I wanted to... I stared at her, completely lost. Brilliant, Nate. She shook her head and waved toward the door. It's late. Figure it out, and then call me. Her shortness served as a spark. You know what, Jersey? I stormed over to where she stood and leaned into her space. It's not like you have it figured out either. My words must have hit a nerve, because she swallowed audibly but didn't respond. All I know is whatever happened earlier had you throwing up your hands and claiming you were done. No explanation. Why do I need an explanation? She said, cutting me off. We had a fling, and it's run its course. Bullshit. I'm not done. Well, I am. This... One of her hands slapped the thin t-shirt fabric over her breasts. This crap that I'm feeling, well, I don't like it. I purposely avoided relationships for this very reason. It's changing me, and I don't like the person I'm becoming. I had no idea how to respond to that. I had no words to placate her issue or negate it. I simply didn't know what to say, and she took my lack of a response to her advantage, yet again. Nate, I'm exhausted. When she moved toward the door, before her hand gripped the knob, I blurted out, I'm feeling crap of my own too, Jersey. The way she paused to look at me meant she didn't buy it. I am, and I have just as much reason to avoid relationships as you do. Maybe even more of a reason. It's all bullshit. And more times than not, it turns people into nasty versions of themselves, as was proven with our behavior this entire night. But I kept that to myself. Still, even believing all that, I'm not running away like you. I'm not using all my issues as an excuse, although I should have been. I should have done what I had so many times in the past, took it for all it was worth, and called it a day. But nope, I had to pull on a loose thread and make things worse by admitting, I like what we have. My words hadn't resonated the way I wanted them to when she sighed and said, what we had was good sex, and you can get that anytime you want. I want it with you, instinctively flew out of my mouth. Why? Because I care about you. Her mouth gaped, while mine clamped shut. I think I was more shocked at my admission than she had been, but the damage was done, and there was nothing more to do than own it. I have no idea why it's you I want. You're a pain in my ass, and I resent you for making me feel, for making me confused. Doesn't mean I'm ready to walk away. When she moved back to the couch and sat, I followed. When she stared at me, looking defeated, I stared back determinedly. Why can't we be confused together? I lifted her hand and kissed it, before adding with a smirk, while still enjoying the fantastic sex. Her lips quirked. Always back to that. Be honest. You're really here because you're horny. I pretended to be affronted. No. She narrowed her gaze. Uh-huh. Then you won't mind continuing this enlightening conversation tomorrow and leaving so we can both get some sleep? Not at all, provided we do continue it. You don't get to call the shots alone. Just like we both agree to the terms going in, we'll both agree to where we go from here. I cupped her face. Okay? Her immediate, okay, shocked me, but I took it as a good sign. Leaning in, I planted a soft kiss on her cheek before standing. What I was about to do would mean a long night for me, but it needed to be done to prove her wrong. To be continued, Jersey, I said, and let myself out. I may have appeared to be confident, sure of what I wanted. That was the furthest thing from the truth.
Chapter 20. Amy. Despite what he said about deciding our fate together, while locking the deadbolt behind him, I truly wondered when or if I'd see him again. Admitting to something so personal that I only just realized myself was a risk, especially with someone like Nate. And along with giving him an out to end our thing as I had at his parents' house, it could further instigate our demise. Yet I didn't regret it, since that could have been the reason why he had professed caring about me. That declaration was huge. It also could have been why he so easily walked away after having shown up here in the middle of the night. We both declared some heavy things, leaving ourselves vulnerable, leaving me with even more questions. Things were so much simpler when two people shared a purely physical connection and nothing more. No sooner had I resigned myself to having a sleepless night than a knock sounded on my door. I eased it open, prepared for him to have come to his senses and unleash a string of reasons why he was also done. But he said nothing as he stared at me intently before placing both hands on my face to kiss me long and hard. All the anxiety I'd held since our fight earlier dissipated. The longer he kissed me, the more I became lost in Nate Navarro. At that moment, every part of me knew walking away either now or later wouldn't make a lick of difference, because the man got under my skin. Damage done. I was falling for him. Who was I kidding? I already had, and that scared me to death. Once he pulled back and stared into my eyes, I asked, "What was that for?" "I needed to properly kiss you goodnight, Jersey." His eyes lasered through mine before he leaned closer for one more soft kiss. But when he released my face and turned to leave, those words held a finality that scared me more than loving him did. Impulsively, I lunged to grab the back of his dress shirt. While glancing over his shoulder at me, one brow rose. Stay? If this was it for us, then I needed to be with him one last time. That one word caught his attention, and he turned to face me. "You do realize that would make it too tempting to fuck you." "I know." I closed the distance between us and wrapped my arms around his waist. "I need us to be on familiar ground." His arms circled me in the same way, and he looked down at me with amusement, making his handsome face even more handsome. "That familiar ground being sex. It's what we do." I conceded with a shrug. It was the truth. Clearly, we sucked at the other stuff, but maybe connecting in a way we were so very good at would help us figure this out. Or make it worse. Then again, how much worse could it get? The entire drive back from Long Island had me feeling like a knife protruded from my chest. Nate admitting to being confused himself and then coming back after he had left gave me a sliver of hope, lessening the pain a tad. I had no idea where that would lead, but just knowing it existed for both of us was enough. For now. With a firm nod, he broke away to take my hand in his and tug me back into the apartment. No other words were spoken as I locked the door before turning to face him. I waited expectantly. Would he push me up against the door? Would he take me on the kitchen island, bend me over a table? Tonight, I needed this man to take what he wanted. I needed the domineering Nate to get us back on track more than I needed my next breath. But neither occurred, and instead he wordlessly led me down the hall to my bedroom. My stomach flipped, wondering if sweet and tender was what he wanted. That wouldn't help my predicament. In fact, the last time we had been together, it had been just that way. Love-making and not raw sex. That night had also set me on the emotional path I found myself on now. But again, damage done. It was now about managing it. Eventually, it would have to come. Until then, and knowing Jade was right in that Nate was also confused, I was willing to slap a bandage on the wound as temporary relief. In that moment, the temporary relief would come by having sex with him. After not having done so in more than a week, a tingling spread within me. Anticipation sizzled so strongly it canceled out all the other stuff that had ruined our night, all the overthinking that had gotten the best of me. Nate released my hand, and while staring straight into my eyes, he began removing his clothes until he wore nothing but a pair of black boxer briefs. As I gobbled up every morsel of his hard body, perfectly peppered with manly hair, along with a face that could stop traffic, he remained standing, waiting. Emboldened, I slowly lowered my sweatpants and pulled off my t-shirt, leaving me in nothing but red panties. It was his gaze that now caressed my body from head to toe. He'd done that plenty of times, yet it still felt as thrilling as the first time. During it, desire grew fierce and consuming, but it also caused vulnerability to fester within me. Needing to escape feeling so exposed in a way that only he could cause, I turned to slip into bed. No sooner had I taken a step when he gruffly asked, "What is that?" I had no idea what he was referring to, but when I looked back at him, he pointed to my shoulder. "You got a tattoo?" Not waiting for a response, he took 2 long strides and stood behind me, using his hands on my hips to anchor me in place. "And why and?" he asked, skimming a fingertip over the inked heart and setting the one pumping in my chest on fire. "A and D are my initials," I said over my shoulder as he continued to stare at it. "Amy Nadia Delton. Nadia was my grandmother's name." "Why the heart?" "It's a reminder to love myself above all else." "For the record, it's sexy as fuck." I went to turn around, but he stopped me by wrapping his arms around my torso from behind before kissing the tattoo softly. It was things like that, those small gestures he made that hinted it was more than just sex for him. Those sweet acts were also to blame for my fucked upness. It contradicted the foundation of our arrangement, contradicted the hard-ass arrogant man that he was so good at portraying. That one little move on his part once again instigated the tsunami of confusions I've been having about him. It was one thing for us both to be confused, another for him to see me clearer than I could see him. All of it was a reminder to tread very carefully with Nate. When I pried his hands from my body and slipped into bed without another word, he left to use the bathroom. I held my breath until he reappeared and paused in the doorway, giving me no indication about what it was that ran through his own mind. Was he also anxious to get physical, or was he also battling with demons that had no place in the room with us? I knew I'd probably never know because he wasn't one to divulge, but I wasn't one to ask. Unmistakable raw desire simmered in his vibrant green eyes. His expression could pass for one of anger, and the strain in his jaw clearly meant he wanted to devour me. What would happen next between us was much safer ground, and I preferred it that way. I watched as he slipped beneath the comforter and pulled me against him until my cheek rested on his bare chest. We remained still, quiet for a few moments. I waited him out, waited for him to make the first move. But instead he said, "Hey, Jersey? Yeah? Did you really pick up sushi for me last Friday?" I felt his head turn, and then the weight of his gaze. "I did," I admitted quietly. "Every roll you love." When I twisted to look up at him and saw a pained expression, I tried to lighten the mood by adding, "The cab driver ended up with it all." My smile was met with a groan that reverberated beneath my cheek. There were so many questions I was dying to ask. Who was she? Where did they go? Did he really work all weekend? Were they once in love, or was it just another one of his arrangements? Why didn't he ask me to his parents' house for the dinner he thought was happening? I just couldn't bring myself to ask any of them, and tried to push the image of him and that blonde out of my head. No different from him pushing an image of me and Andrew out of his earlier. Meanwhile, my body remained locked and loaded, waiting for him to distract my mind. But when Nate kissed the top of my head, settling me closer to his hard, warm body, and whispered, "Sweet dreams, Jersey," all the pent-up desire came rushing out like air being released from a balloon. Hearing it, he asked, "What's wrong?" What's wrong? He may as well have thrown ice water over me. "You're going to sleep?" I asked, not caring how desperate I sounded. "We both are," his thigh pressing against my leg beneath the comforter. His arm wrapped around my shoulders and his hand gripping my elbow all felt like a cruel tease. So did his incredible scent and the warmth of his skin. Just as he closed his eyes, I hissed, "Seriously?" One of his lids lifted, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "What? Are you trying to prove some kind of point?" I didn't bother hiding my annoyance. How dare he leave me on that note? I needed the cocky, arrogant Nate that pushed my buttons. I needed the prick I knew he could be in bed, and slid my hand beneath the fluffy down blanket, molding it around his hardened cock. Obviously not all of you is on board with that. The squeeze I gave him forced a groan, but he otherwise didn't bite. Playing hard to get? With his gaze pinned to mine, he determinedly took my hand away from his dick. "Jersey, you seem to think I'm only here for the sex. Aren't you?" "No, not tonight." He looked away to stare at the ceiling. "You were right in saying that I could get it anywhere. As can you. It's you who's keeping me around. I don't know why, especially at this moment, but it's true." But without sex, we were doomed. We would never work. Both true, but I didn't have the guts to say them out loud. So I swallowed those words. Somehow he seemed to understand what I was trying to say, and scrubbed a frustrated hand over his face before he shook his head. "Look, I have no idea how to navigate this." He pinched my chin between his thumb and forefinger to raise my head. "Let's just take a minute to breathe." His distressed look meant he was way out of his comfort zone. Something that wasn't the norm for a man like him. Stranger still, his behavior and words meant he'd hurt me. through my convoluted, disorganized attempt to relay what it was that bothered me. Somehow he understood the real issue. He made me feel. I made him feel. Those words didn't calm the confusions plaguing me, nor did they eliminate them. But they did seem to settle them enough to truly know we were both in a similar place. This thing growing between us put him out of his element no differently than it had me. We were on equal footing. And in that moment, with him in my bed for no other reason but to be with me, it was enough. I woke with a start, disoriented as to where I was. It took me a few seconds to realize I was in my bed and that Nate was sleeping beside me. One of his hands rested on my hip, while his face pressed up against my shoulder. The sexless night did just as I'd suspected. It wedged open that emotional door he'd managed to slip through, one that I had tried so hard to keep shut in my adult life. Possibilities of being a real couple now banged a heavy fist on the door jamb, demanding to be acknowledged. For just a moment, I allowed myself to go there, someplace where Nate and I took on that real couple label, and in my imagination, we were good together. While he slept, I took the opportunity to stare at his beautiful features. His straight nose, full lips, thick lashes, scruff-covered chin. Nate was a complete turn-on, both physically and intellectually. In hindsight, of course, I would have grown attached to him. With a feather-light touch, I removed a lock of hair that had fallen over his forehead. His arms shifted beneath my breasts, and he released a groggy moan. "What time is it?" Grateful he didn't call me out on the sappy move, I lifted my head enough to see the green numerical display on my cable box. A little after 10. I haven't slept that well in forever. His grip tightened. "It must be because of you, Jersey." With that admission, he may as well have professed his love. Damn, I had it bad. And my heart flip-flopped even after he added, "I'm starving. What are you making me for breakfast?" That's quite an assumption. He finally opened his eyes, and a small smirk lifted the corners of his lips. "Consider it a belated birthday gift." "Your choice is cereal," I quipped. Although he was kidding, regret still hit me square in the chest, and I twisted enough to bring us face to face. "I did ruin your birthday." He shook his head, but I insisted. "Yes, I did. I'm sorry." "I'm not." His green eyes seared into mine. "Things happen for a reason." His gaze caught on my cheek before he pinched a stray wave and tucked it behind my ear. "What are your plans for the day?" "The usual, trying to get some words in, procrastinating when the page remains blank." "'Cause I'll be busy obsessing over you." "Why?" "Let's take a drive, out of the city. Get some fresh autumn air. Be bad." Schooling how much that flippant suggestion had surprised me, I said, "I guess I can take a few hours to do that." "No, I'm thinking overnight. I could use a day off from work. I'm sure you could too." I considered his offer. For obvious reasons, I hadn't written in a few days. In that moment, I didn't care about my deadline or Janice's wrath. "Actually, I could," I easily admitted. "Maybe you actually will provide some much-needed inspiration for my novel." "Ah, I knew it. Before I came along, did that happen often?" The rise of my brows prompted him to elaborate. "Writer's block." "At times. Usually if I go back a few chapters and reread what I wrote, my characters will start talking to me again." "Voices in your head, huh? That explains a lot." When I poked my tongue out, he caught it between his fingers. "Careful, Jersey. I'm sporting morning wood. I can put that tongue to good use." "Happy birthday to you." His irises darkened as he narrowed his eyes on me before pulling me over his body. effectively proving his point when said morning wood pressed between my thighs. "Before I put you to work," spontaneously flipping us caused me to squeal giddily, and he added, "There's something I must do first." He then threw me a devious look while sliding down my body to settle between my legs. While fingering my belly button ring, he stared directly into my eyes. "As you said, happy birthday to me." Well, damn.
Chapter 21. Nate. After I devoured her pussy and then got a fantastic blowjob, we raided her cereal stash, eating it in bed. I could have easily stayed there all day, but the idea to escape shit had popped into my head. It came to me while she'd slept hours earlier, looking so peaceful and carefree, a rarity for her. A few weeks ago, Jade had mentioned going camping with Amy and her parents when they were younger, something they did every year. According to my sister-in-law, Amy treasured those memories, dragging them to a time in her life when she was blissfully happy. That tidbit had stayed with me, and for whatever reason, seeing her that way had me wanting to give her an opportunity to possibly relive those happy times. Mind you, I'd never been camping before. How hard could it be? I was serious when admitting the need to get out of the city, find some place with no distractions, take a much-needed day off from the daily grind. Normally, I'd be high over the stress that came with my career. It fueled my motivation, but truth be told, the Steiner divorce was truly messing with me. It had nothing to do with thinking Richard was being a dick, as his name would insinuate. Janice absolutely deserved his ire. It was Amy being an innocent bystander that fucked with my head. Now that I knew she'd seen me with Claire and assumed something way off the mark, my nerves frayed even more. But with luck, Claire would come through for me and fix what my client would soon ruin. We'd met twice so far, the first night being the same evening Amy had attempted to deliver sushi to my office. We had gone to a restaurant up the street. My goal was to introduce Claire to Amy's work. A few days later, Claire had called to say she was quite impressed, and we met for the second time to discuss her taking Amy on as a client. That happened at my place the night before my party. When I canceled on Amy, claiming work was the culprit, I was only partly lying. It wasn't my work, it was hers. What I hadn't lied about was admitting there was nothing going on between us. Yes, at one time Claire and I had the exact same arrangement Amy and I shared. It had gone on for over a year, until Claire wanted more. We'd parted as friends, and she was now engaged to a great guy. It was the way things went. I wished all my ex-fucks only happiness, no different from how I wished Amy the same. Except there was one blaring disparity. I wanted to be the one to make Amy happy. Not necessarily through a committed relationship, because face it, I sucked at those. But getting her another option for her books to be turned into a television series, or taking her away for a few days, that I could do. Around noon, I forced myself to leave her cozy bed, with instructions to be ready in 2 hours, packed for warmth and comfort. To say those 2 hours flew by would be an understatement. The first thing I did was rush home to pack. The next thing was to hit the local outdoor megastore and load up with all the gear I let the salesperson talk me into. The guy most definitely saw a sucker when I walked through the door, convincing me I absolutely needed the necessities: a tent, camp chairs, air mattress, warming blanket, and even a lantern. But when the dude tried to sell me a solar generator at a few grand, I put an end to his commission ambition. Once all the new gear was loaded up in my Jag, I hit the grocery store for food and drink to sustain us in the wild, or rather Panther Lake campgrounds in northwestern New Jersey. It was the same one Amy and her family vacationed at. I even debated renting a Jeep, since my Jaguar wasn't exactly designed for lugging camping gear. Time constraints stopped me, so I instead cringed with each thing I shoved into the car, filling it to the brim with supplies, and pulled up to her building at the time I had promised. Not wanting to find a spot and leave it vulnerable for theft, I called her to come down. When she emerged a few minutes later wearing jeans, a short red bubble jacket, and a Yankees baseball cap, I met her at the door to take the small overnight bag from her hand. "Jersey? Nate?" she sassed back. Subsequently, the eye-fucking I received as her gaze raked over my gray Henley and well-worn jeans riled me up. As we walked to my idling car, I looked down at her. "Is there something on your mind?" "No. Why?" "It looks like you want to eat me whole." Before she could argue, I added, "We have that in common, though." Our eyes connected for a long moment, that cracking energy predictably taking on a life of its own, being first to break it. Otherwise, I would march her sweet ass right back into her building. I leaned across her and opened the door. "So where are we—" Her words halted when she saw the back seat. "What's all that?" "Camping gear," I said, as if it were obvious. She twisted her head to stare at me. "We're going camping?" "No. I thought I would just buy all that stuff and check us into a hotel." When her full lips twisted into a pout, I laughed and ordered, "Get in." After squeezing her back in the only spare real estate behind her seat, I jogged around the car. Through the windshield, her brilliant smile made it all worth it. More so when the moment I slid into my seat, she clutched my wrist and said, "Thank you." I threw her a wink before admitting, "Don't thank me yet, Jersey. I've never been camping before." The giggles escalated. "Can you stop?" I asked, half annoyed, half amused myself. How the fuck did Boy Scouts do this shit? I tried again, shoving a flimsy rod into the nylon seaming, and for the 10th time, it poked right through, making yet another hole. My growl caused her to laugh harder. "Shit. If rain is in the forecast tonight, we're fucked." Meanwhile, Amy doubled over, holding her belly, pleading between gasps and choked chuckles. "Can I please do it?" "Fine." What was I trying to prove? I thrusted the stupid stick at her, and she took it in one hand, using her other to wipe away tears of laughter. 5 minutes later, she had all 4 poles slipped into place and waved at the erected structure. "Done." "Show off." "There's a learning curve." The 50th, or maybe it was the 100th stunning smile to spread over her face. I lost count. "Okay, hand me those stakes." I did as she asked, following her around the tent as she used a rock to hammer them into the ground, the stakes tethered to these stringy things on each corner. For the next 20 minutes, I took her orders like a good little boy, setting up the camping chairs, gathering sticks for a fire. Like a pro, Amy set up a perfect little campsite beside the tent, and once done, she clapped the dirt off her hands. "Lastly, the mattress." I doubled back to my car and lugged out the only large box left in the trunk, watching her bending over to pull the thing out of the box, crawl into the tent to lay it out, and then stomp her foot repeatedly on the pump it came with made me hard. I don't know why. Maybe it was from seeing her behaving so different from the girly girl I had gotten to know. Or maybe it was knowing that I'd be fucking her on that mattress soon enough. Oblivious to my situation, she straightened and said, "We need to make a fire before it gets dark, and—" A loud rustling behind us caught our attention. What the fuck was that? Amy looked completely at ease. "It was too large to be a raccoon or skunk. A bear, maybe? They tend to come out at dusk." "You're not serious." Except her shrug meant she was. "Like a grizzly?" She blatantly laughed at me. "No, black bears. They're usually harmless." "Oh, I feel so much better." I rolled my eyes. Why are there fucking bears here at all? Nate, we're in the woods. Usually they stay away from people, but yes, they do live here. She took a step away, grabbed a large stick, and began banging it against a tree. The rustling came again, and then whatever it was scampered off. He left, she said, as though he were a tiny, adorable chipmunk. Traumatized, I gawked at her until she asked, "What? What? This is a private campground, that's what. Don't they have precautions?" The grin meant no. Jesus Christ. Have you ever seen one here? A few times. Dad would always make sure our campsite didn't attract them. Keep food locked up, poured apple cider vinegar in a large circle around our tents. They don't like the smell. You did bring some, right? She deadpanned. My eyes, whitening farther due to a new stage of panic, caused her to lose her shit yet again. Oh my God! I wish I caught all that with my phone. Brad would piss his pants. You're evil. Please tell me you were kidding, because if not, we will sleep in my car. I glanced at my poor baby, all filthy and mud-caked. Fuck the tent. We'll be fine, I promise. She came closer and planted a kiss on my jaw. Ready to catch a fish for dinner? We have perfectly good food in the cooler. You brought food? Then why did I see a fishing rod and tackle box? Because the salesperson would have sold me his firstborn if I allowed him to. That makes no sense. Your point? I droned. I'm not chancing starving when we could eat delicious chicken Caesar salads, a baguette, brie, grapes, wine, chocolate, mousse. The look on her face formed me to veer off the menu. What? That's not camping food. She waved a hand at the stream. Catching a fresh fish and cooking it on an open fire, s'mores for dessert, that's camping food. Come on, it'll be fun. I'll teach you how to gut a fish. It may come in handy one day. When would I ever need to gut a fish? She pressed her lips together in thought before saying, For when the zombie apocalypse hits? My silent blinking had her rolling those lips over her teeth. It can happen. Okay, listen up, Jersey. How about we eat the stuff I brought instead of getting salmonella? Otherwise, I'm 5 seconds away from throwing your ass in the car and to hell with this idea, yeah? Her pale blue eyes shifted away from mine, and when they re-tethered, a blush tinged her cheek. I prodded. Nothing. Just thank you again for doing this. Those words and her unsure expression, combined with her wrapping her arms around me, had my anger evaporating. The fear, not so much. No thanks needed, I said, kissing her softly. Still, I appreciate it. The fact you went through all this trouble means a lot to me. There was that electrical charge again. It practically served as a truth serum, one that prompted the desire to commit to this woman, a notion that had never occurred to me before. Needing to lighten the mood, I smirked. Yeah? How much does it mean to you? So much. She shimmied her body against mine. Let's eat later and put that tent to good use. Fuck the tent. I kissed her again, before taking her hand and tugging her toward the car. And fuck the bear. My subconscious registered the monotonous, high-pitched chirping that echoed over and over, but my foggy brain did nothing to stop it. Ugh, what's that noise? Amy groggily asked into my chest. It took a full minute for logic to kick in and for me to respond. My alarm. Please make it stop. We were under a thick blanket, wrapped around one another, and naked as the day we were born. We were also hung over as fuck from polishing off 3 bottles of wine. Nate, she whined. My head is killing me. In slow motion, I fumbled for my pants, found the cell, and silenced the annoying thing before repositioning her in my arms. Jesus, what a night. After she rode me in the Jaguar, we compromised. I tried the whole fishing thing, and had to admit that what she'd caught and cooked wasn't half bad. But it needed to be said. The decent food that I'd brought came in handy, since the fish was no bigger than a guppy. On her end, Amy agreed to sleep in the car. We creatively shifted the front seats forward, and with some persistent shoving, we managed to get the mattress into the back. Surprisingly, it was very comfortable, a cocoon of sorts. And even more important, I felt safe. But then Amy had to go and ruin it by mentioning the possibility that a bear could still come sniffing around and would feel bad if it scratched up my car. That was when I cracked open the wine. Remembering us laughing our asses off caused me to smile. Remembering fooling around most of the time caused me to harden. Hey, as long as we're up. I twisted, using my cock as an enabler. We should fuck again. I shamelessly humped her thigh while sucking on her neck. I wasn't worried about being seen by any ambitious hikers who might saunter by, since we'd successfully fogged up all the windows. Of course, the Jag rocking back and forth as it had last night would be a dead giveaway. But I have to pee first, she said, making no motion to move. Outside? Yeah? What if Yogi came back? I reached above my head and wiped away some of the condensation before craning my neck to see if the coast was clear. I don't want you mauled to death. I really don't have a choice. It's not like I can crack the front door and pee out of it while my scaredy cat ass remains safe inside the car. Jealous much? Besides, I'd rather be a scaredy cat than have a bear feasting on my junk. And I plan to do it that way again, although we eventually would have to get out of the car. My backup alarm sounding meant it was now 5 a.m. Jesus, you get up this early every day? Yep. First I work out at Max's gym, and then I head to the office. Speaking of, I need to call. Not showing up today would have my assistant phoning the FBI. When I lifted my cell, intending to leave her a message, there was no signal, while the ominous low battery icon blinked. Shit. Where's your phone? In my bag. She yawned loudly, but then went still. Smacking her ass, I nudged. Jersey, come on, I need your phone. Another groan came before she moved at a snail's pace and reached across me into the front seat. Her tits pressed into my chest. Her bare ass poked out from beneath the quilt, and my cock grew even harder. Christ, you're killing me. Having no sympathy at all, she shoved her phone into my chest. Here. When I pushed on the side button, the screen lit. But although she did have battery life, it was the lack of a signal that stopped my call. Shit. We need to get out of here. I powered off her phone to save what was left of her battery until we got on the road, where I'd be able to charge mine and get cell service. This wasn't how I imagined our day to begin, or for it to start so early. But I came, I camped, I impressed. Somewhat. Change of plans. We'll spend the rest of the day at my place. However, her head swaying back and forth meant otherwise. We need to break down the campsite first. The thought of packing all that equipment up without a carafe of black coffee to get me through it made me want to die in that car. Can't we leave it for someone else? I had no problem taking the monetary loss. That caught her attention. No, we can't leave it for someone else. You'll be fined. How much is the fine? She looked up at me as though I'd lost my mind. What? Hell, I'd pay as much as I paid for her date not to have to deal with it. You're a spoiled brat. Come on. The quicker we do this, the quicker we can find a greasy diner and get much-needed coffee. But when she began pulling on underwear, I griped. Wait, so does that mean we're not fucking?
Chapter 22. Amy. It had taken us less than an hour to pack up the car. We then had a quickie in the front seat because he absolutely refused to do it outside, before hightailing it out of there. Nate was worried that we were pushing our luck with our bear karma. Personally, I would have loved to have seen one, but all we ended up seeing on our way out of Panther Lake campgrounds were a few squirrels and a stray cat. We hit the main road, and Nate immediately plugged in his phone to call the office. I then checked mine and powered it back up to be sure no one had tried calling me. My phone began pinging with text notifications and a missed call from last night, all from Janice. It was too early to call her now, and I wasn't in the mood. In search of food and coffee, after no more than 5 minutes on the road, we came across a roadside diner. "The dirty dish. How bad can it be?" Nate asked. "You may end up getting salmonella after all," I responded with a casual shrug. He threw me a frown before pulling into a parking spot and cutting the engine. "Well, I'm starving, so we're taking our chances. Don't move." When he got out of the car, thinking he was going to run in and scope out the joint, he instead came to my door and opened it for me. I grabbed my purse and took his outstretched hand. While internally swooning, I couldn't resist teasing him. "What's this about?" "My mother raised me right," he countered with a wink, and the swooning morphed into spinning. In fact, since waking up, all I've been doing was spinning. And it had nothing to do with the hangover plaguing me. No, it was all him. As we walked hand in hand toward the entrance, round and round I went. I'd been stuck in a vortex of emotions because of a man who'd barreled into my life and messed me up. By planning this little getaway, one he clearly had no experience for, he'd managed to heighten the confusing emotions to epic levels. As flummoxed as I was, at least I'd been able to externally maintain control. Or so I thought. But now, as he fed my doubts no different from a Category 4 hurricane traveling over warm seas, I struggled to not lean into him and whisper those 3 little words. Instead of that being a revelation, it felt more like a curse. Because just as I had expected, it no longer mattered when we would end. The damage to my heart was now irreversible, and no bandage could patch it. What was it, 2 weeks, maybe 3, since I had recognized the precipice of no return? I was right there, with my toes kissing the edge of the cliff. While looking down, I knew once I moved 1 more inch, I'd be gone. So what did I do? I moved that inch like a lovesick idiot. I had no one to blame but myself, and maybe Jade. Nate and I stood just inside the door, taking in the time warp we seemed to have stepped through. Except for a man on his cell phone and a little boy watching cartoons on a handheld smart pad, there was no indication we were still in modern times. A much too peppy redhead, who could have been anywhere between the ages of 20 and 40, greeted us at the door. "Hey, folks! Table for 2? "Yes, please." After giving me a once-over, she then eye-fucked my guy with a salacious smile and walked us to a small booth against the windows. Wait, my guy? I pushed that label out of my head as she dropped 2 laminated menus on the table, her attention focused on Nate. "Our specialty is a fried mac and cheese breakfast burrito." "Sounds like a heart attack," Nate said with his trademark smirk. She placed both hands on the worn burgundy formica and leaned just close enough to him to introduce him to her boobs. "Oh, it's so yummy, but everything on the menu is. Harry is a master with the grill." The corners of her lips quirked up as she straightened, and I truly wanted to ram my fork through her hand. "I'll give you a few minutes." "Thanks." His eyes drifted to her left breast before he added, "Tessie." "My pleasure." I refrained from groaning out loud. "You're quiet." he then said to me while his gaze raked over the menu. Just tired, hungover. Me too. We need grease. I had barely scanned the choices before he raised a hand and called Tessie, back over. Are you ready to order? Yep. We'll have 2 cheeseburgers with the works, fries, and a gallon of coffee. A small part of me was annoyed he'd decided and ordered for me, but a bigger part loved it. Cheeseburgers? I asked. It's 9 a.m. Yep, for a hangover, the greasier the better. He glanced up at the redhead and winked. Got it all? Yep. She nodded while still writing it all down, looked up with a smile, and batted her eyelashes at him. I'll get that coffee out to you ASAP. When she walked away, looking over her shoulder at him while he stared at me, I clenched my fist to stop from flipping her the bird. Did you have fun, Jersey? The question was innocent enough, but the doubt in his eyes tugged on my heartstrings. I did. I haven't laughed that much in ages. I wanted to add that it'd been ages since a man had done something so thoughtful for me. I wanted so badly to accuse him of being a farce, because there was no way someone who claimed to be so anti-relationship would be that good at having a relationship. I wanted to lay it all out, and admit my feelings for him scared me. I did none of that. Oblivious to my inner thoughts, he fiddled with a fork and said, Yeah, well, roughing it is hard. Next time, we'll rent a camper. Next time? Yeah, I need more than... He stopped to count on his fingers. 15 hours to know if I like camping or not. Either he'd missed the intention in my question, or he'd dismissed it. But before I could marinate on that admission, my phone began buzzing in my bag. I pulled it out to see Janice's name on the screen. I should get this. She's been trying to reach me all night. He waved a hand. Go ahead. Hi, Janice. Are we on for lunch or what? Lunch? Yes, lunch, Amy. I emailed you. Tessie came to the table and poured us each a mug of coffee, completely ignoring the fact that I was on the phone. She asked Nate, So, where are you from? I haven't seen you around here before. Sorry, Tessie, he said in a low rumble. My girl is on an important call. When Nate pointed a finger at me, the bitch nodded with a toothless grin and walked off. Meanwhile, I couldn't even enjoy his claim when Janice barked in my ear, Where are you? I so badly wanted to snap, None of your damn business. A diner. Okay, well, can you meet me at 12:30? Even though getting back by then wasn't an issue, I still refused. No, I can't make lunch today, I'm sorry. So you didn't see the email? She persisted. No, Janice, I didn't have cell reception last night and only saw your text to call me a few minutes ago. Sensing my irritation, in true Janice fashion, she turned it around on me. Well, when you're ready to discuss your future, then let me know. My blood began to boil, and the look on my face had Nate frowning. What nerve! I always tried to be understanding regardless what she'd been going through in her personal life, but screw that. She'd been ignoring me for weeks. And because it was convenient for her, I needed to drop everything and run? Not wanting to stew until I was able to get to her office tomorrow, I asked through gritted teeth, Can you just tell me what you plan to over the phone? She inhaled dramatically. Runnel is a hard no. No buildup, no sensitivity. I literally felt the blood draining from my face. Why? I whispered. Not the right fit, I guess. Who knows? Could be anything that turned them off. Instantly, that one comment pricked my suspicions. Turned them off. What the hell did that mean? The silence that followed on her end was canceled out by the pounding in my ears. In hindsight, I'm not sure streaming is the right course for your books. She went on to casually say, Maybe we need to change tactics, write something new for them to consider down the road. But before I could say there was no way in hell that would happen, she added, Anyway, now that you know there's no rush to meet, let's aim for lunch on Thursday at our usual place so we can discuss the next step. There wasn't a shred of empathy, and the line went dead well before I lowered my phone and robotically placed it on the table. One by one, questions sprung into my thoughts, and come Thursday, I would make Janice answer every one of them. What's wrong? Nate asked. I debated on telling him, but couldn't shake the hunch nagging me that this had to do with his dick of a client. Richard had been spiteful and vindictive since day one. You don't have to tell me, Nate said as I simultaneously replied, Runnell is passing. Fuck them. The clench in his jaw took me by surprise, as did his hand reaching for mine. There are plenty of other options. If my hunch was true, that would put Nate between a rock and a hard place. Yet another reason, in a long list of them, that I should have broken our arrangement when I discovered he was involved with the Steiners. Still, I needed to give him the benefit of the doubt until I spoke to Janice. Tessie appeared with our burgers, placing them down with a smug grin. Can I get you anything else? She asked Nate directly. No, we're good, thanks. No sooner had she moved on to another table than I pushed my plate away. While reaching for the ketchup, he stared at me. Jersey, eat. I'm not hungry anymore. Do you want to go? No, you're starving. I'm fine with coffee. Picking it up to take a sip, the vile liquid caused me to grimace. Ugh, this is awful, I said just as he bit into a French fry and made a similar expression. The fries suck, and the burger doesn't look too appetizing either. He reached into his back pocket, pulled out his wallet, and tossed more than enough to cover our meal and a tip on the table. We'll find a drive-thru on the road. Let's go. When he slid out of the booth and offered his hand, I wordlessly took it while feeling very sorry for myself.
Nate. We did manage to find a designer cafe before getting on the highway. I got us each a tall coffee and blueberry muffin. But even after repeatedly pushing it on her, she hadn't touched it. Her silence the entire ride home meant she was devastated, and that caused a foreign reaction within me. I wanted to make it better, fix it, and not in the way that usually benefited my business or my career. In fact, the thought of what I did on a daily basis caused a sour taste in my mouth. The conversation with Janice had been short enough that it probably hadn't included divorce details. Still, I worried that witch had run her mouth with lies. After I pulled up in front of Amy's building, I twisted in the seat and took her hand. I'll go find a spot and come up. Actually, I really want to be alone. I'm sorry. I know you made these plans, took the day off for me, and I ruined it. You didn't ruin anything, I argued. But I understand. No apology needed. She stared back at me, leaned across the console, and kissed me softly. Thank you, Nate. All you did. It means so much. With that, she got out of the car, grabbed her bag from the back, and disappeared into her building. What I had done was played a role in this mess, and that was even more of a reason I needed to fix it and help her. Waiting until she was out of view, I drove home, consumed with regret. By the time I pulled into my garage, I had no desire to deal with all the camping crap I had jammed into my car. I knew the woman who cleaned my place had a young son. I'd offer her all the gear if she could have it hauled away. Once through the door, the first thing I did was shower, during which I made a spur-of-the-moment decision to go to work. If nothing else, it would provide a distraction. Less than an hour after dropping Amy off, I walked off the elevator, passed my receptionist with a nod, and headed straight for my office. Hearing my approach had Simone lifting her head, You're here." When I threw her another bland nod, she tilted her head and asked, "Everything okay?" "Yeah." Saying nothing further, I flipped on the lights and closed my door. There was plenty I could get done, but I wasn't there to catch up on work. It was the possible distraction that propelled my body into coming to my safe place. But as I approached my desk, a thick manila envelope sitting in the center of the clutter-free surface stopped me in my tracks. I didn't even have to read the return identification stamp to know what it was. Ironically, it had been something my client and I had desperately waited for, yet having it in my hands now served as a slap in the face. I picked it up, feeling its heavy weight in my hand and my heart. Pulling the contents out wasn't as easy as I thought it would be, because this contract now represented both the death of the Steiners' marriage and of Amy's dream. As I flipped through the pages where both parties had signed, I tapped the speaker button on my desk phone and one-handedly dialed Richard. "Nate," he said in his authoritative way. "It's done," she signed. "No amendments, no contesting. All terms agreed on." I should have felt relief that Janice handed over her beloved agency, that years and years of her hard work were now gone because she fell out of love, cheated, and lied. Instead, I felt sick to my stomach. "She's smarter than I thought. Saved me the trouble of exposing them. I told you those photos would wake her the fuck up to stop fighting me. They were my golden ticket." "Well, personally, I'm glad it didn't have to come to the public scandal you were planning to foster. My name would forever be associated with that scandal. Better the world didn't know Janice was fucking the congressman, or that we pretty much bribed her to concede." "If it had happened, it would have been her doing," Richard said, undeterred. "Regardless, it's time to celebrate. I'm heading to the Caribbean for a few weeks. Once I'm back, my yacht is yours whenever you need to escape, Nate, as a thank you." Yeah, no thank you. That yacht represented all the greed that made my business a moneymaker. I wanted to accuse that this victory was all on him. I was merely a puppet in the vindictive games he engaged in with his ex-wife. My role was doing whatever was necessary to legally dissolve their union. But deep down I knew I'd played a huge part in emboldening Richard to go for the jugular. I wanted Janice to be held accountable for betraying him. Disloyalty was what always spurred my determination to win. And even though Janice Steiner had it all coming to her, I still regretted the manipulative path Richard had chosen to close this thing up, one that made me guilty by association. Having said that, I also knew nothing would stop him from using those pictures, because after all the dominoes fell, some that I had carefully erected myself, the last one had fatally landed on Amy Runnell's deal. My girl was a victim of all the nastiness between the Steiners. For the first time in my career, I was ashamed of my work, and that epiphany had me sick to my stomach. Admitting to none of that, I simply said, "Sounds good. Enjoy." Desperate to cancel the ache that thumped painfully in the middle of my chest, I grabbed my cell and called Claire, determined to do my damnedest to make things better. "Hey, you," she said cheerfully. "I was going to call you later to see if we could meet to chat with Amy." Like magic, the optimism her words elicited dulled the ache a tad. "I can arrange that." "Does that mean what I think it does?" She laughed. "Maybe. I will tell you that I did get great feedback from Sphere." "Sphere? As in Runnell's biggest competition?" "That's them. The rest I'll reserve for our meeting." "Thanks, Claire. I really appreciate this." "No thanks needed. I'm glad you reached out. Hopefully it will lead to great things for Amy. And me." I could hear the smile in her voice. "Besides, it's not every day that Nate Navarro asks me to help out a girlfriend." I could have countered otherwise, yet didn't. Let me know what day works. I will. I hung up, feeling much more optimistic than I had all day. There was one more phone call I needed to make, and when Jade answered with a sweet hello, I said, "Hey, can you check on Amy? She's had a rough morning."
Chapter 23. Amy. I had no desire to write. In fact, I had no desire to do anything. What was the point? Besides, if I attempted to get some words down, every one of my characters risked dying in a fiery crash because of the mood I was in. Fuck Runnell. Not the right fit, my ass. They'd strung me along for months. Even though the possibility of Runnell passing had been weighing heavily on my mind, and the more time that went by, the more my hunch reared its ugly head. Still, their decision hurt more than I expected. It could have been 5 minutes after I got home, or 5 hours when Jade's smiling face lit up my phone screen. "Hey," I said, trying to sound somewhat upbeat. "I'm sorry, Aim." Obviously, Nate had told her, and I couldn't bring myself to be upset about that. "How about I make a dinner reservation at Grit and Grizzle at 7? "No, thanks." Besides it being the place Nate and I had our televised date, watching hot men writhing while half naked on a stage held no appeal. "I'm fine, Jade. Really. I just need to process what to do next." Getting my answers from Janice was also a priority. "I get it. Let me help you process it. I'm leaving in a few days. Selfishly, maybe I need to have time with my best friend." She persisted. "Maybe I need to be sure you're okay before I go." The guilt was a nice touch, proving she'd learned from the best. I often guilted her into doing something when she was down. This was different, though. "I promise I'm fine," I fibbed. "I disagree. First, you take off during the guy's birthday party with no explanation at all, only to find out the next day from Max that Nate whisked you away to go camping. And now I have to hear from my brother-in-law that you lost the Runnell deal. Forgive me for being concerned about my best friend." "What did Nate say?" "Not much more than you didn't get it, and he hated that you were upset about it." It wasn't fair to assume he had something to do with my misfortune. Feeling like shit for even having those thoughts, and for keeping Jade in the dark once again, I conceded. "Okay, fine. But can we meet tomorrow? I really just want to watch mindless TV and go to bed early." She didn't respond right off the bat, and then revised. "Okay, tomorrow. I'll bring you breakfast, and we'll go get mani-pedis. I'll be there around 10. Before I could argue that wasn't necessary, she hung up. And with a sigh, I realized I didn't have the energy to argue with her anyway. Forcing myself to unpack, I opened a bottle of wine and took a hot bath. Once my skin was nicely pruned and my thoughts nicely dulled, I got out of the tub. Just as I'd wrapped a thick, fluffy towel around me, my cell lit up again. But the smiling face that appeared this time was one I hadn't spoken to in weeks. I hated that an exhausted groan was an initial reaction toward my mother calling. Most of our conversations required a pep talk on my part, because her relationship was over and her heart had been broken, or because she'd found a new, incredible guy and was head over heels, neither of which I was in the mood to navigate. Still, I couldn't bring myself to ignore her. I never could. And, after inhaling a deep breath, I tapped on the green icon. "Hey, Mom." "Hey, sweetheart, how are you?" "I'm fine. You?" Last we spoke, she was living in a hut with a guy named Roy. "Great, actually. Really great." The playful tone in her voice, along with a pregnant pause, raised my suspicions that this wasn't a failed relationship kind of call. She must have met someone new. I waited it out, and the bomb I'd been waiting for came. "So, I have some news." "Yeah? What's up? I didn't bother to mask my boredom. Well, I'm getting married. This round of silence was much longer, much heavier. You there? She finally asked. Who is he? Roy. I told you about Roy, she said, sounding insulted. I met him in a scuba diving lesson. He's originally from Chicago, also a widower, gave up investment banking to find himself. Our stories are so similar. He's incredible. They're always incredible until they aren't, Mother. Don't give me that attitude, Amy Nadia, she snapped, no different from when I was a child. I have a right to be happy, and I will not feel guilty over it. I never said you didn't have that right. Forgive me, though, when it's hard to understand how you can fall in and out of love so easily, commit to a person after only, what, a few months? It's been 6, she countered, as though that made all the difference. Look, I know it's hard for you to understand, but in Roy, I found the person I have been looking for. The man who makes me feel like your dad did. Don't you see what's wrong with that statement, Mom? I literally shoved my free hand into my hair and squeezed my scalp out of pure frustration. You're pegging all your expectations, all your needs, on a man who is auditioning to replace Dad. That's not fair to Roy, or to anyone else. Roy is nothing like your father in any way. But my heart feels full, and that's where the comparison comes in. I can't explain it. Yes, I've been searching for something, and even I wasn't sure what it was. Until now, I feel it. It's back. That fullness that happened only one other time in my life. I love Roy, and he loves me. We're very happy. Why jealousy hit at that moment, I had no idea, and remorse. Just because I couldn't relate to her methods of finding love didn't mean I had the right to knock it. Who was I to judge? I'm sorry, Mom. I'm happy for you. That's all I want from myself, sweetie. As much as I want it for you. And it will happen. You'll see. She had no idea what I'd been dealing with on my own with Nate. Hell, she didn't even know I was involved with Nate. None of that mattered anyway. I knew my mom wanted me to be happy, but it was hard to dismiss her selfish behavior since my dad had died. It was what it was. Resigned, I mustered all the joy I could and cheerfully asked, "When is the special day?" "Thanksgiving. Here in Costa Rica." That was less than 3 weeks away. "I want you to be there, sweetheart. It would mean so much to have you by my side on that day." How could I not be there? She was my mother, with all her romantic flaws. So I said the only thing I could. "I'll be there. I promise." My mother's call served as motivation to finish the bottle of wine I had opened. By the time I finally plopped my ass on the couch, I felt no pain. And then my door intercom sounded. Assuming someone called the wrong apartment, I wobbled my way to the box and pressed the button. "Who is it?" "Me." His voice managed to flip a switch from a meh mood to excitement. Okay, maybe the wine had something to do with that as well. I pushed the button to give him access without bothering to say a word. Also, uncaring of the fact that he would once again see me in ratty sweats with no makeup. I yanked open the door. After the elevator arrived to reveal Nate in a black suit, white shirt, and gray tie, desire magically squelched my lingering depression that the wine hadn't dulled. He must have decided to go into work after I'd practically thrown him out this morning. With each step he took, his gaze remained tethered to mine, and the fireworks exploded within me, further canceling out any other emotions that lay dormant beneath the alcoholic buzz. And that buzz I had going may have been responsible for suddenly feeling horny, but his appearing without warning while looking so damn sexy was what had my body responding on its own accord. I stalked down the hall toward him, determined to use that electrical current to help me further forget. "Hey, Jersey, I was worried about—" I grabbed his jaw and jerked his lips to mine. In that moment, nothing mattered but kissing him. He allowed me to control the kiss for a few long moments before he palmed my ass and pulled me into his hard frame. His mouth began to devour mine, taking over in true Nate fashion, and I was happy to let him. But when he was first to break away, I didn't bother masking my disappointment. "More. I'm seconds away from hauling your ass to bed, but that's not why I'm here. I'm worried about you." "I'm fine." I didn't want to go there, ruin my sudden shift in mood. So, instead, I closed the distance again, practically attacking him with my second attempt. And again he pulled away with a smirk. "Have you been drinking?" "Yes." One brow rose as his smirk deepened. "Jersey." It wasn't necessarily a scolding I heard in the nickname he favored. It was the concern he admitted that came through. He took my hand and led me into my apartment, shutting the door behind us. "How drunk are you?" Aligning my forefinger over my thumb, I giggled and said, "Just a little bit. But now I'm drunk on you." I had attempted it to be a happy-go-lucky admission, but it instead sounded deranged. Regardless, he wasn't buying it, and pulled his hand from mine to walk toward the fridge and grab a bottle of water. After twisting off the cap, he pushed it at me and commanded, "Drink." I took the bottle like a child, while the concern in his eyes worsened as he folded his arms. "About Runnell." "I don't want to talk about it," I griped between gulps. "It's over. Done." "Not necessarily." His expression revealed nothing, but those two little words held a ton of weight. "What do you mean, not necessarily?" He searched my face. "I have some news. Good news." "What now?" I was still processing my mom's good news. But instead of responding, he walked to the couch and sat, patting the space beside him. "Come here." I did as he asked, gripping the bottle tight enough to have the plastic crinkle. "Do you remember the woman you saw me with outside my office?" Was he joking? Yes. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure he could hear it. "Her name is Claire Johnson." I couldn't imagine what he was about to tell me, and I remained silent, waiting. "She's an entertainment lawyer. Has many connections in the business. I had passed your books along to her that night, and today she informed me that a friend at Sphere is very interested. Claire wants to meet with us to discuss it." It was hard to understand what I was feeling. It wasn't appreciation, as it should have been. It was more embarrassment. It was humiliation. It was that hunch that had been nagging at the back of my mind. My drunken state killed my original motive of speaking to Janice first to get some answers. And with the lack of the filter that being slightly drunk caused, I pointed an accusing finger. "Runnell only passed on my books a few days ago. You met with her a few weeks ago." Nate's green eyes cut away from mine, and when they came back, along with his silence, the humiliation worsened. "You knew Runnell was passing before I did?" "Amy." He took my hand in his before continuing. "I couldn't say anything. You know that." "I do." I did. Still now knowing that a man I'd fallen in love with had played a role in my unfortunate outcome and kept it to himself while having no problem reaching out to a former lover hurt me to the core. "You deserve this," he went on to say. "The way you lost that opportunity isn't fair. In Claire, I saw a new opportunity and took it." "Claire would do anything for me. Of course she would," I scoffed, pulling my hand away on reflex. You fucked her. I hated that I said that out loud, although I meant it. That's over. She's engaged now. It's not like that between us. I'm not saying it is like that, Nate. You couldn't tell me, yet you could solicit an ex-lover to help you be my hero in the end. It was all too much, and I stood to gain some distance. So fucking what? I did it for you, not me. Oh my God. Every ounce of frustration I carried all day long literally erupted like a volcano. This was my goal, my dream, something I prayed on, wished on, much longer than you even know, and in one day I find out that dream is dead because of your dick client. But hey, no worries, the woman who used to fuck the man I'm fucking can help me out. He stared at me, blinking. This was a waste of time, because he truly didn't get it, and I released a heavy exhale through my nose before trying a different tactic. As large as the entertainment business is, it's minuscule when it comes to gossip. It's hard enough for an author to organically gain respect for her work. If success comes from a handout, it's not a handout, he argued before rising to his full height. The entertainment business is also based on word of mouth, a lucky break, who you know. That takes nothing away from your talent, Amy. He was right. Somewhat. But the sting remained all the same. The success wouldn't have come from my own merit, and that I couldn't live with. I felt myself recoiling, regretting and questioning everything. Meanwhile, Nate scrubbed a hand over his face, revealing his own frustration. Look, I hate that this happened to you, and my involvement makes it hard to deny that played a part. But the last thing I wanted was for you to get hurt. Hurt. It was too late, because the one sentiment that broke through all the confusing thoughts, I knew getting involved with Nate would be a mistake. I now recognized the mistake I'd anticipated had come to fruition, and it managed to hurt not only my heart but my pride as well. In all fairness, he'd been oblivious to my revelation, one I kept sweeping under the rug, denying it and even pretending things could possibly work out. Still, I couldn't go on with our situation. Not anymore. I cared about him way too much and could no longer pretend that I didn't. The pain in his eyes worsened my own, and I cupped his face to try to lessen it. I'm not blaming you, Nate. This is all on me. This Runnell thing is just an unfortunate aftershock of Janice and Richard's divorce. And unfortunately, Richard's greed screwed not only Janice, but me too. Richard may have been greedy, but Janice was no victim in this, Amy. I stared at him, waiting for more, but got nothing. What are you talking about? You need to ask your agent. Yes, the Runnell thing falling through was an aftershock of their demise. There was nothing I could do to stop it. What I could do was talk to an old friend who happens to be in the business. Fucking sue me for caring. That's part of the problem, Nate. Caring? That's a problem for you. Yes, because it's a contradiction to the man you claimed you were. And because for me, it went beyond caring. I loved him. Through these gestures, he may have caused me to fall in love with him, but he still remained the cocky man who could play a part in a nasty divorce at my expense. He was still the man that I'd willingly entered this agreement with because he wasn't looking for anything more than physical. He was still the man who was anti-relationship. None of that had changed. Only I had. What the hell are you talking about? He threw my question back at me, only in a much more agitated way. It was time to say what I never had the nerve to. I needed him to understand this arrangement we had wasn't working for me anymore. Sticking to the me part of this equation, I closed the distance and stared up into his eyes. Somewhere along the way, things changed for me. He may not have realized it was both of us that changed, but I had. And that, ironically, made it hurt worse. I hate this person I've become because of it. It triggers me back to being with Sawyer. You're comparing being with me to being with a 17-year-old asshole? He barked. No. I shook my head, keeping my tone even-keeled. I'm merely saying the emotions I'm feeling are the same as I felt then. Anger lingered in his glare. Clearly he wasn't understanding my point. After the whole Sawyer thing, I'd ended up in therapy. I couldn't separate the hurt I'd felt from Sawyer from the hurt I'd felt over losing my father. They became one and the same to my psyche. With Nate, the same pattern was emerging. I couldn't separate the regret I had over starting this thing between us from the regret I felt over falling for him. He'd never understand if I tried to explain that. And it didn't matter. Because when all was said and done, it still came down to us being in completely different places. It wouldn't work.
Chapter 24. Nate. I had no idea what she was talking about, or what she was even upset about. She seemed to be speaking in code, and I suspected this had little to do with the Claire thing. While she stood before me, her blue eyes pleading for something I couldn't understand, I didn't know what to say. So I remained silent. But the longer we engaged in this battle of wills, the more I felt her pulling away. When she shook her head and increased the distance between us to sit on the couch, I remained where I was. Folding my arms, I leaned against her small kitchen island, assessing her body language. There wasn't a doubt she was keeping something from me, and the fact she would no longer look in my direction only spurred me to continue to wait her out, because I had nowhere to be. Through the silence, the more time that passed, the more I could practically hear an invisible clock ticking down. It probably was my own heartbeat. Finally, she met my expectant gaze, and still, because of the guarded look in her eyes, I couldn't read what was going on inside her head. The curiosity became a force of its own, and before I knew it, I blurted out, "Talk to me, Jersey. This can't be because of Claire." "It is partly because of that." Her focus flicked away again before she released a resigned sigh. "Look, basically you did your job, and I got screwed in the process. The wheels were in motion on the Steiner case before I even got together with you, Amy." The frustration was clear in the tone of my voice, and in the way I used her real name. "I know. I'm not disputing that, and get why you couldn't warn me. That doesn't change the outcome, though. And it doesn't change the fact you tried to fix it, on your own, in a way I'm not comfortable with." "Forget that Claire and I fucked," I said harshly. "Would that have made a difference? If she and I hadn't had a previous relationship?" "No, but the fact you did does add a layer of insecurity that I hate feeling." She paused before adding, "Jealousy, too." I tried to fight the smirk, but failed, and that fueled a new fire within her. "Imagine me going to Andrew to help you win a case without telling you." And bam, the smirk was gone. I'd be pissed. Exactly. I felt as though we were going round and round, and gripped the back of my neck before sighing. "Okay, I get it. If you don't want to meet with Claire, then we won't. I'll tell her you'd rather find a home for your books on your own." Hating the distance that her small living room created, I walked over and sat on the coffee table before taking her hand between both of mine. "Let's go grab dinner and forget this day." A small crease formed across her brow as she processed something. "What?" She looked down at our clasped hands before coming back to my face. "Nate, I really enjoyed being with you." "Enjoyed?" I said, cutting her off. As in past tense. "Yes." A deliberate pause ensued until she added, "I think we need to end this." "Why?" I asked tightly. I got nothing. "What the fuck aren't you saying?" Now I knew this had little to do with Claire's involvement. She was using her as an excuse. "Amy," I prompted, and watched a myriad of expressions cross over her face. "For me, It's turned into something different, and I no longer can continue now that it has. Pretend that I'm dense. Different how? Different in it's no longer a casual arrangement. It's something else. Something more consuming. Something I didn't ask for. She pulled her hand from mine to wrap her arms around herself. Something you don't want. She tagged on so quietly, I almost missed it. And then it clicked. And with that aha moment came panic. It's something I'm not capable of, I tried to explain. It has nothing to do with want. Regardless, it is what it is. And I feel the same way, in not being capable. Her shoulders lifted in a resigned shrug. So that's where I'm at. I appreciate what you tried to do for me, and I really had a great time with you. But it's gotten too complicated now, and I know I can't slip back into the uncomplicated arrangement we started. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, yet I could, because she was right. We were at a fork in the road, where we could either turn right, keeping things just as they were, fucking, having a good time, no strings attached, or we could make a left turn, which led to the full-blown relationship and all that came with it. The problem was, I wanted to yank her toward the right, and she drifted toward the left. Every fiber of my being didn't believe in that second scenario. Inevitably, love ruined everything, whether by people falling out of it or losing someone they couldn't live without. When that useless emotion was added to the equation, the consequences outweighed the slim possibility of a happy ever after. At least in my experience it did. So that's that, she said casually, as though we had just discussed something trivial. But I was stuck on her last comment. While shoving a hand through my hair, I shook my head. Jersey, I can't. Can't what? Shit. My list of can'ts was endless. Not that I'd tried anything more than a fuck relationship recently. Still, as great as things have been going with Amy, I no doubt would get caught up in my own head, sabotaging every moment from here on out. She never said love, but anything remotely close to it wasn't in the cards for me either. Thinking of my brother Max at that moment could only mean a tiny part of my subconscious disagreed. Casual is all I know how to do, I said, finally finishing my attempt at an explanation. It had been years since I'd loved a woman, only for it to go to shit when I found out she'd used me. That experience not only slammed a door shut on loving someone else, but it also drove nails into the door jamb and threw a thick coat of paint over the seams to ensure that fucker would never open again. I'm no different, Nate. That's why it won't work. I've lived my life trying to be fiercely independent. I had to be. Once my dad died and my mom lost her mind with grief. A smile broke through the pained expression. Who is getting married, by the way? Your mom is? Yeah. 6 months with the guy. Amy waved her free hand. Anyway, I see her, and I know she's setting herself up for a ton of heartbreak. It's like standing on a bridge and looking down at the road below, watching an erratic driver swerving in and out of traffic, unaware of a stalled car ahead. I can envision the crash as clear as day, and I can wave my arms and yell, but she won't hear me. My grin sparked annoyance. What? You're a rider to the core. Forcing my mouth to clamp shut, I stopped myself from admitting that I loved that about her, the way she had with words. How could I voice that out loud without contradicting my claim that I wasn't capable of anything more than casual? You what? Deflecting, I instead said, I could picture what you're jabbering about perfectly. It's one of my many talents. The double entendre hit us at the same time, and we stared at each other. The little humor our conversation held instantly vanished. What if I threw her over my shoulder and took her to bed, picked up where we had left off, continued as status quo? Could we both pretend this never happened? Based on the heat and those pale blue orbs, the way they ricocheted between mine, she was probably envisioning the same, wishing for the same. But with her admission, the heedless nature of our relationship felt completely out of my grasp. One more time with her would only make things worse, for me at least. I may admit to something I didn't feel just to have another time, and another, and on it would go, until I, or she, realized we were right back to the problem at hand. Regardless of that what if, she made the decision it wouldn't happen for both of us by saying, "Maybe you should go." Yeah, the agreement came, but I had yet to move. The longer I sat, the harder it was to walk away. Sensing my procrastination, she gave me a sad smile. "It's been a pretty shitty birthday weekend for you." I wouldn't say that. I got to be with a gorgeous author in the wild. Again, we stared at each other. And shit, if that didn't make me want to blurt out words I didn't necessarily feel. But that would be thinking with the wrong head, doing what was necessary to have more time with her. Temptation, an uncharted desire for her, forced me to lean over, cup her face, and kiss her lips chastely. "It's been fun, Jersey." "It has been," she said with a nod. Before I could cave, because of the way one little kiss on her lips caused my cock to throb, or before I could listen to the little voice that kept screaming to help her remember how good we were together, I stood and stalked out of her apartment. I tried to pretend it was hunger that had me walking into Brad's bar 20 minutes later. That'd be a lie. I needed to talk to someone. Since Andrew was a hard no, and between my two brothers, there was a reason I chose the one who would tell me to walk away and count my losses. I desperately needed that familiar life raft he'd provide to get me out of the tumultuous seas engulfing me. Brad was at the other end of the bar when I snatched an empty stool. I peeled off my suit jacket, hung it on the back of the metal seat, and rolled up my sleeves while sitting. Two women to my left smiled when I glanced their way. "You're Brad's brother." Gee, what gave it away? I refrained from rolling my eyes and said, "I am." "I'm Gabby, and this is my friend Julie." Hey, rude or not, I twisted to my right to flag down one of Brad's waitresses, and thank Christ, by the time I ordered a burger, the ladies had taken their drink and moved on to another unsuspecting sap. That wouldn't be hard to find. It wasn't surprising for the place to be so jammed on a Monday evening during football season. My brother had built quite a business for himself, and the volume of people choosing to unwind after a workday and watch their teams here proved as much. Brad noticed me and poured my favorite beer on tap. He brought it over, even though I could use something much stronger tonight. "What are you doing here, dude?" My shrug was met with his brows rising. "Looks like your dog died." "Shitty day." I took a decent gulp of the ice-cold brew, and then another. "Oh yeah? Did you lose a case or something? Have to fork over a millionaire's yacht along with his balls?" Hilarious. Brad grinned. "What? Hearing all about some of your clients' exes losing their shirts in divorces keeps me grounded. Who needs such assholes?" Exactly. See, Brad knows. Wait. And then a memory must have hit in the way he widened his eyes. "Your girl took off Saturday night. Then you got plastered. Only to take off after her a few hours later. I know why the long face," he said with a snap of his fingers. "It's trouble in paradise." My mouth's flapping open and shut was a dead giveaway. So what did I come up with? She's not my girl. Right. He nodded, further patronizing me with a smirk. "Did the sex go stale?" "No. It was the best sex I ever had." Fuck was it ever. "Was? It's over?" Damn it. "Yep," was all I said to that. Brad blinked repeatedly at me before saying, "Bro, why?" We ran our course. My identical pain-in-the-ass brothers stared at me long and hard. "What?" I barked, regretting coming to his fucking bar. "Oh boy, you're screwed." He moved away to mix a blonde, some fruity concoction, only to come right back to me and add, "You fell for her, dude. It's written all over your face." "I didn't fall for her." Liar. My denial felt like a huge lie on top of another lie. "Dude, you literally look sick." "No." He waved a hand back and forth and amended. "You look like Max did before he realized he loved Jade. You have the same damn dejected expression on your face." I believed him, because I felt that dejection in every cell in my body. Shit, I never saw this coming. That woman had me questioning every one of my convictions about relationships. Somehow, she'd gotten under my skin, in my blood, and into my heart. Somehow, she'd made me feel something that lingered much longer than an orgasm. Somehow, she'd accomplished all this without me even realizing it. And the thing with this kind of metamorphosis, now that it had happened, it was too late to reverse it. Maybe it was the deer in headlights thing I had going, or the lack of a rebuttal. But either way, my brother continued to read right through me. Shit, man. I'm sorry, but can I say one more thing? Why stop now, you prick? He laughed in my face before blurting out, "You're an idiot." For letting her go? I wasn't sure I could handle my man-whore of a brother throwing that in my face. No, for letting it happen. He shook his head at me with disgust, lacing his expression. Yeah, agreed. This is what you're gonna do. He propped his elbows on the polished wood between us and leaned in conspiratorially. Tomorrow morning, you'll go back to your cushy job, tear apart a few dozen marriages, and make millions doing it. Then, in the next few days, I have faith you'll find a new arrangement. His hand waved toward the bevy of beauties in his bar. Use my place if you need to. Before you know it, you'll be back to your pricky self. I wasn't sure what part of that chain of instructions caused me to feel sick to my stomach. I suspected all of it, starting with my job. I'd always said once the Steiner divorce was finally put to bed, I would take a much-needed vacation. That still held true. I wanted time to myself to relax, something I hadn't done in far too long. The problem was, I wanted to do that relaxing with Amy. And to add insult to injury, I had no interest in picking up my next case, or working on any of the current ones, for that matter. I couldn't give a shit that Stan Musner fucked his secretary, causing Agnes Musner to want the ski chalet in Vail, the penthouse in Manhattan, and half of the profits from her philandering husband's hedge fund empire. In my peripheral, I saw one of Brad's waitresses bring my burger over and place it before me. "Thank you," I mumbled without looking up. But it took my brother knocking on the bar to truly grab my attention. "What?" "Forget what I said." Green eyes exact to mine studied my face and slumped posture before he folded his arms and announced, "It's too late. You're fucked, dude."
Chapter 25. Amy. Most would consider me lucky for having experienced heartbreak only twice in my life. Still, what I felt at 17 was nothing compared to what I felt now. I guess older in years meant bigger hurt. Same held true for regret. Even after Sawyer broke my heart, I was too young back then to know what regret was. The blame had been solely placed on Sawyer, and not once had I held myself accountable for what he'd done to me. And since then, I'd lived my life my way, on my terms, and never second-guessed any decisions I made. Until now. I not only continued to regret getting involved with Nate to begin with, but unlike with Sawyer, I blamed only myself. Despite that, after the long stretch of sleepless consciousness during which I spent hours tossing and turning, a part of me inexplicably also regretted pushing him away, based on the agitated state of my body, the hypersensitivity of my flesh. I was sure my libido was responsible for that specific regret. It would miss him, especially his addictive kisses, his talent in pleasuring my body, his ability to have me forget all logic. But with the morning light came clarity. He was Nate Navarro, divorce attorney extraordinaire, and staunchly against emotional relationships. That hadn't changed, nor would it. If there were the slightest possibility that he also wanted more with me, he had the opportunity to say so last night. Instead, he claimed it wasn't in him to be more, and he walked away without argument. So it was absolutely necessary for me to disentangle Nate from my life. As promised, Jade was at my door at 10 a.m. on the nose with bagels, spreads, and coffees. When her gaze landed on the dark circles around my eyes, she frowned, yet refrained from saying that I looked like shit. Knowing my friend, she assumed it was losing Runnel that had caused my sleepless night. Eventually, I would have to tell her. After coffee. Jade jumped right to the point of this visit by saying, "Tell me what happened with Runnel." While we ate, I filled her in with how Janice matter-of-factly said they were passing because it wasn't a right fit. I didn't buy it, though, and wanted to talk to her in person, look her in the eye. You think she's lying? There's more to it. I had to find out details that Nate insinuated but held back from telling me. Janice always played the victim when it came to Richard, but a memory of randomly running into her one afternoon popped into my head last night. I had forgotten all about it. It was before she told me Richard had filed for divorce. I was dating Will then and headed to the park to meet him. Janice came out of the Plaza Hotel with a man who looked familiar. The two stood under the portico talking before he kissed her cheek, got into a cab, and left. When I called her name and she turned, it looked like she had seen a ghost right before she waved and ducked into a cab as well. Later that day, Janice called me to explain, claiming the man and Richard were best friends, and she'd merely met him for a drink. But those two looked very chummy leaving a hotel in the middle of a Tuesday. And then I saw an article online, and there was the same man. Ooh, who was it? Torelli, or something like that. The congressman? Jade asked on a gasp. Yeah, there isn't a doubt in my mind this is why Richard has been a prick during their divorce proceedings. Mainly because Nate sparked the suspicion. She was having an affair. And if that was the case, unlike Nate, who couldn't tell me details because of client privilege, Janice had purposely let me get my hopes up for nothing. I seriously need a break from her and anything involving Runnel. Oh, I have a great idea. Come to Miami for Thanksgiving. You'll get to see the house, which you'll love. Jade filled me in on the place that Max and she had fallen in love with, showing me pictures while filling in the virtual tour with renovation plans that they intended to complete. One of these days, I will come down to see it, I said, clearly picturing the outdoor oasis, including an in-ground pool that she'd just sold me on. It sounds amazing. Now is as good a time as any. You need a break. You said so yourself, and you know how I hate you being alone during the holidays. Every year held an open invite from my best friend. Ever since she and I had moved out on our own, Jade had always ensured I had a place at her family's table. And now that she was married to Max, that invite continued. Sometimes I would accept, and then there were those years that I just wasn't in a very holiday-ish mood. It's been too long since you took a vacation, she pressured. My parents decided to stay here, since Sapphire is due any day now, but Max's parents are coming. I'll ask Nate again. He originally said that he didn't know if he could swing it, but I bet if you committed, he'd come." My stomach flipped from hearing his name, and then it flipped again because I really had to tell her what happened. I fiddled with my napkin and said, "Speaking of Thanksgiving, I do have plans." She looked at me with bright, optimistic eyes. "With?" "My mother. I'll be in Costa Rica for her wedding on Thanksgiving." When Jade's eyes bulged bigger, I bobbed my head. "Yep. To Rob? What was his name?" "Roy." "Right." Jade scanned my face before asking, "This is a good thing, isn't it?" "I guess." If she had asked me that before the last 5 minutes of my conversation with my mother, I may have said otherwise. And time would tell if this Roy fellow was indeed her person. But I needed to give my mother the benefit of the doubt. What choice did I have? She wants me there, and I said I would go. And now with this Runnel mess, Mom's call kind of came at a good time. I think it'd be good for me to get away for a while. I called her back this morning to say I'd be arriving in a few days. That'll give us more than 2 weeks together. Jade's smile was genuine. "I think that's a great idea, Aim." "Me too." "Yeah, she drives me nuts, but I miss her." When Jade reached over and gave my hand a hard squeeze, her big brown eyes shimmering, I shrugged. "So, will you ask Nate to go with you?" "No." I cut my eyes down to my empty plate, knowing I was out of time. And when I lifted them back up matter-of-factly, I said, "We're kind of over." Her eyes again bulged. "What? Why?" "It's not working for me anymore." I proceeded to tell her everything that went down, starting with the party Friday night and ending with our fateful conversation last night regarding Claire and his role in being a superhero. He had no right to do that. Jade nodded at my observation, but said nothing. "What?" "If this is true, I know you know why Nate couldn't discuss any divorce details with you. So then I'm just wondering why you are making it about him trying to help where he could." "Yeah, by giving my work to his ex-fuck buddy. I slept with his best friend ages ago and he went caveman on me." Jade's forehead puckered in an exaggerated way. "So him asking this person to help you out was a deal breaker for you?" Losing my patience, I uttered a resigned, "No." She folded her arms and glared at me. "Don't look at me like that. My dream imploded because of the man I was in bed with." "That's not true, and you know it," Jade said, rubbing her temples. "If this is about him trying to help you, then why not just tell him you're pissed that he tried to help? Milk it for a bit and continue in a relationship you clearly enjoyed being in." "We don't have a relationship. It was strictly sex." "It's moved on from that, Aim." "Not for him, it hasn't. This is all your fault. I wanted to walk away a long time ago and you said to give it time. Well, I did. And he's still the same person, and now I'm in even deeper." I gripped the neckline of my loose-fitting top and tugged it aside while twisting my body to reveal my tattoo. This is why I ended it." When I straightened my clothes and my body, I stared into my best friend's eyes without bothering to mask my pain. "I ended it because I began to have feelings for a man who doesn't believe in that, Jade." Of course, I purposefully left out the word love. I couldn't bring myself to voice that out loud. Not to Nate or Jade. If I didn't walk away now, the relationship I have with myself would forever be changed. Would it be next week? Next month? Even if it wasn't until next year, eventually he'd say to me, "It was fun, Jersey." And I'd put on a fake smile, tell him the same, and be consumed with how I could get over him, all while hating the person I became. He could change, Amy. We both know that's slim to none. His entire career revolves around relationships failing. This is who he is. And like a fool, I knew but still got involved. And in my defense, I was really no different from him when we began. I'm the one who changed. This isn't on him, it's on me. If he had felt differently even after I admitted to wanting more, he wouldn't have left. Finally, through her subtle pout and saddened gaze, I knew I'd gotten through to her, and her silence confirmed she couldn't argue with my reasoning. Jade and I ended up forfeiting our manicures and pedicures. Knowing we wouldn't be seeing each other for a while, she stayed through the afternoon, and we did Jade and Amy things like we used to. Ate ice cream for lunch, watched bad reality TV, and laughed our asses off reminiscing about old times. It was the kind of therapy I didn't know I needed until she left. And once she was out the door, I booked myself on the first flight available to Costa Rica. Because I had left my return open-ended, there was much I needed to do. Cleaning out my fridge, stopping my mail, and blindsiding my agent. Come Thursday, as Janice had demanded, I made my way to see her. She originally wanted to meet at our usual lunch spot, but I, on the other hand, headed for her office instead. I purposefully arrived an hour before the time of the reservation, and thought it strange when there wasn't a receptionist to greet me when I exited on the Steiner Agency's floor. Stranger still was a spooky silence that had replaced the normally bustling office. A few people were in their cubicles, paying me no attention as I took the path toward Janice's office. The sight of her in a bland beige t-shirt and jeans, her always immaculate bob pinned up haphazardly, her always made-up face void of any color, was more surprising than the ghost town I'd just walked through. Janice? She looked up to see me hovering near the door, her expression hardening. What's happening here? I asked, but remained standing where I was. Maybe you should ask your friend, Nate. I'd rather ask you. After tossing the pen in her hands onto the glass-top desk, she folded her arms and leaned back. Well, Richard won. He now holds majority shares of this agency, and all my clients jumped ship because they want nothing to do with a bitter divorced man whose spite overshadowed their best interests. That doesn't make sense, Janice. Richard never wanted anything to do with your agency. It was your baby. What changed? She rolled her eyes at me as if I were an idiot. Nothing changed. He's always been a prick who no longer loves his wife and used another prick to take everything I love away from me. He's probably been fucking anything in a skirt for years, and in some sort of midlife crisis now needed his ego pumped as much as his cock. That still doesn't make sense, I argued. But before she could hiss something in her normal nasty way, I continued. Seriously, he filed for the divorce, and then he set out to ruin you? A guilty man wouldn't risk all he has if he had skeletons in his closet. I pointed an accusing finger at her. It's you. You're the cheater. Her pallor went from pale to paler. The man I saw you with at the plaza may have been Richard's best friend, but he's also Congressman Torelli. Richard found out about you two, and that's why he wanted to ruin you. Another eye roll, and her silence gave her away. Wow. What else have you lied about, Janice? Was there ever a Runnel deal, or did you dangle that to keep me in line, keep me from leaving you? I had wanted to so many times over the years, but I'd dealt with the Ice Queen before me, hoping she'd bring me the success I aimed for. Again, she remained silent. And that was when I stood, pulled the letter I had drafted, and tossed it on her desk. You're fired. We can make it easy and part ways amicably, or I can contact a lawyer. Your call. Before she could claim my success was because of her, or threaten I had no future without her, I walked out, feeling lighter than I had in years, except where my heart pumped in my chest. That traitorous organ had felt like a boulder since I pushed Nate away. As I navigated through throngs of travelers in the terminal, I hadn't expected the highly polished floors and modern industrial architecture. It all seemed surreal, as did my presence there. Part of me felt as though I were running away from something. The other part of me felt I was running towards something. The combination made it obvious I needed to figure my shit out. I saw my mother before she saw me, standing at the baggage claim carousel assigned to my flight. Her hand clutched that of a tall, handsome black man who I assumed was Roy. The happiness she'd claimed she'd found was obvious on her face, even more so when her eyes found me, and the already present smile literally detonated into an even more exaggerated one. Maybe it was that look on her face, or the fact I hadn't seen her in way too long, or maybe in that moment I just needed my mother. But something had me rushing toward her and into a crushing embrace. Something deeper had me burying my face in her neck and sobbing. "Oh, honey," Mom said, squeezing me harder. "Please don't cry. I'm sorry, I really am, for all I put you through. You're here now, and we're going to talk and work it out. You're my daughter, and I love you. I love you too." She pulled away from me far enough to search my eyes as I added, "And I'm the one who's sorry." My words, although mumbled through tears, ironically rang through the space between us clear as a bell. After Dad's death, I may have been hurting, but she was as well. In fact, one could argue my mom's hurt was far more devastating because now, sadly enough, I could relate to that kind of loss. While swiping away the remnants of tears on my cheeks, I turned toward Roy and with a smile said, "Welcome to our family."
Chapter 26. Nate. When I walked into the office later than usual, my tardiness earned a quizzical look from Simone. "Morning," I grumbled while rushing past her. Even though I knew closing the door behind me wouldn't keep her out, like a petulant child, I did it regardless. A mountain of paperwork on my desk worsened my mood as I sank into my chair with an audible sigh. The tequila-induced pounding continued to hold my head hostage, and the same perpetrator was responsible for the way my stomach roiled. Monday night was dumb. Me being me, I'd wanted to prove Brad wrong when he claimed I was fucked. Brad being Brad, he'd kept pumping me with booze, all while instigating flirtations with every female within 20 feet of where I sat at the bar. Each one I had engaged with had unknowingly been compared to a brunette who used to be in my life. A sarcastic rumble echoed around me at the realization that because of her connection to my brother, she would always be in my life, just not in the way I wanted. Regardless, I would be forced to sit through every damn family function and ignore that I knew what hid beneath her clothes. Worse even, forget how her lips felt wrapped around my cock, or how sliding into her pussy was nothing short of perfection. I would have to pretend I didn't miss her. And not only in the biblical sense. That would be harder than the ignoring and the forgetting, because an actor I was not. Like an idiot, I did it every night since then, trying to fall back into a familiar version of myself, trying to forget her. All that ended up happening was waking the next morning with a killer hangover and no more clarity than what I had. Last night, though, I hit rock bottom. My brother would no doubt hold over my head how he'd had to leave his head bartender in charge on a busy Thursday night to ensure I got all the way home and into my bed without incident. Thus, my current situation. I needed a gallon of coffee, but that would require getting up out of my chair, and now that I was in it, that task seemed impossible. It had already taken way too much effort to get my ass to work to begin with. It didn't help matters that I hadn't worked out all week or had a decent meal. The speaker function on my desk phone buzzing loudly sounded no different from a jackhammer. Ugh, I groaned, ignoring it, and that proved to be in vain when Simone appeared in my doorway. But instead of coming in with her ever-present planner in hand, she slowly came closer, holding a steaming mug of coffee as though it were the antidote after a snake bite. "I take it you need this?" You read my mind. Feeling bad that I assumed she was there to annoy me, I gave a sheepish smile and reached for it before she was near my desk. Once I had it in my hand, she plopped down in a chair without invite. "Thank you." As I gulped a huge mouthful, ignoring the stinging burn on my tongue, she shook her head. "What? I don't think I've ever seen you hungover, much less 4 mornings in a row." "I'm not hungover." When she suddenly clapped her hands, resulting in a piercing sound of skin on skin, I flinched and said, "Dear God, woman." "Point proven. But the lovely scent of eau de tequila you've been wearing this week tipped me off." She regarded me with pity. "Too much celebrating, now that the Steiner case is finally closed? Speaking of, I have the reception all set to go for 3. Another groan rumbled. Shit, I forgot about that. Since starting my firm, I always held a little celebratory gathering for my staff when a case closed successfully, complete with champagne and gourmet appetizers. But when Simone mentioned it on Tuesday, I placated her by pushing it to Friday. Well, today was Friday, and that was the last thing I wanted. "Do you want me to cancel it?" Yes sat on the tip of my scorched tongue, but I instead shook my head. No, it's fine. My staff shouldn't be punished for my stupidity or misery. As far as I was concerned, there was nothing to celebrate. And I tried to listen patiently when Simone reviewed the cocktail reception details. But thoughts that had spiraled in my mind all morning long began circulating again. Despite my physical condition, my brain hadn't shut off since I'd walked out of Amy's place. A horrible realization began to crack my beliefs toward relationships. With each hour that went by, it worsened enough to do severe damage to my otherwise sound foundation. Just like that, after years of unwavering confidence that love ruined everything, ironically, I was caught up in a situation where love had indeed ruined everything. But where it should have emboldened me to the core, it had me questioning every moment I spent breaking up marriages. How could I fight for a client's right to assets when all I wanted to say was, "Don't leave her," or "Stay with him," or "Work it out," or "Find that connection you once had, because the alternative is a lonely place." And then, as though a hand had smacked the back of my head, a realization had hit this morning as I dragged on one article of clothing after another, all while my head pounded. I didn't have to subject myself to other people's miserable relationships. I didn't have to pretend apathetic connections were relatable to my life. I was the fucking boss. I had a team of qualified attorneys who could do that for me. Now that the Steiner divorce was finalized, I could spend my time doing something more productive. But what? My practice maintained a steady stream of clients and referrals. Refocusing on my corporate law credentials would infringe on Andrew's workload, something I wasn't interested in doing. "This also came for you," Simone said, breaking through my reverie. She handed me an envelope that appeared to be an invitation. When I flipped it over and saw the Bid for Love logo, my heart sank. "Your calendar is free that night, if you'd like me to RSVP." Pulling out the heavy cardstock, my eyes quickly caught up to her statement by reading, "Where are they now? Join us in a fun night of catch-up with the many love connections that were made during our Bid for Love auction, Saturday, December 4th. Just hearing the name of the nonprofit organization sparked an idea. Bid for Love helped women and men pick themselves up after toxic relationships, offering workshops and a dating service. Since I had always wanted to start up the pro bono division, giving legal counsel to those ending their marriages because of abuse, why not do that now? To free up my time, I could make Andrew my first partner, something that would benefit us both, and even bring in a few more attorneys to lighten his load. In that moment, I made a career-altering decision to delegate my current divorce cases and start something that wouldn't suck emotions out of me, but rather do the opposite. Because infidelity had been a common ingredient that I used to feed my ruthlessness, I always justified my actions. I no longer could find any pleasure following that philosophy. Now that the ambitious hunger that once fueled my drive was absent, something in me flipped. Whatever that was, I not only felt that change in my heart, but also in my morals. Amy was right. The women I fell for got hurt because of my involvement, and although I couldn't change that, I could change myself. It also needed to be said that Brad was right when he accused me of falling for her. I loved Amy Delton. Nate, yes or no? I looked up to Simone, watching me intently. Yes, please respond for me. And a guest. A smile lifted her lips. Will do. Would you also like me to make a donation to Revival? Yes, please match my last donation. Her eyes bulged a bit. The bid you made? That's the one. While she processed the second $20,000 donation I was about to give Bid for Love, I added, Also, can you ask Andrew to come see me? Sure. Great. And can you please schedule a meeting with each of my current clients over the next week? She looked at me suspiciously, but simply nodded. Thank you. Oh, and ensure that everyone attends the cocktail party later. No doubt, the subsequent exaggerated smile I sported, along with the strange list of requests, had my assistant thinking I'd lost my mind. Okay, she responded robotically, while staring at me before rising and walking out. Once my door was closed, I began scribbling down an impromptu to-do list of all I had to get done. A few minutes later, Andrew knocked and appeared in my office with a confident stance, but his expression negated that. Who could blame the guy? Things had been awkward between us of late, and it was time to put that behind me. Am I fired? He asked from just inside the door. Have you fucked another client's wife? I countered. Not that I know of. Then you're good. Take a seat. He did as I asked, and without pulling punches, I said, I'm making you partner. Predictably, his mouth gaped in shock. It was an impulsive move that most law firms wouldn't think of pulling. Months, even years, went into naming a partner. But again, I was the boss. More importantly, I was never one to follow stuffy protocols. I smiled during his astonishment and waited. All the while we stared at one another. It was probably a full 5 minutes before he dragged a hand through his hair and smiled as well. I wasn't expecting that for at least another year. Why now? Because you deserve it. And I do as well. It's time to make some changes around here, and promoting you is step one. I then filled him in on my plans, feeling lighter than I had in years. I'd done something I never have before. I closed my office, giving my entire staff Thanksgiving week off. Their stupefied expressions when I announced that during the Steiner celebration still made me smile. I used that party for 2 reasons. Not only did we indeed celebrate that case being done once and for all, but we also celebrated the future of Navarro and Associates. For the past week, I'd been buried with work, in the best of ways, and once the holidays were over, our brand new division would be fully staffed and ready to help those who needed legal counsel but couldn't afford it. As of now, it was time to check off one last item on my to-do list. After one long, exhausting week since my epiphany, I closed down my office for the holiday and went directly to Amy's apartment, only to find her not home. I had no problem calling Max and Jade's, not caring it was almost midnight. Okay, when a sleepy Jade got on the phone a few minutes after I rambled into my brother's ear, I felt a little remorse. And then remorse morphed into panic when she told me Amy was in Costa Rica. No one could have predicted what happened next. Long story short, there I was, 30 or so hours later, mesmerized by the stunning turquoise sea. Standing out like a sore thumb, I sat fully clothed on the warm, powdery sand while trying to remember the last time I had even taken time for myself. Even my last vacation to Greece a few years ago had come to be because of a client. Sure, I enjoyed the country and food, but hour for hour, I ended up working more than I relaxed. It took great effort to pull my plan off, and I wasn't entirely sure she'd be happy to see me. The resort was huge and booked to capacity. That meant if she rejected my ass, Plan B would have me hailing a cab right back to the airport. On the other hand, if all went my way, I planned to spend some quality time with my Jersey girl in this gorgeous paradise, something I could seriously get used to. Each person that came down the plank walkway caught my attention. I knew she'd be there. A little birdie had tipped me off to her daily routine. Apparently, each morning she would get herself a huge gourmet iced coffee, find a quiet spot on this very beach, and either write in a notebook or read. More and more people came on to the vast stretch of beach, spreading out with all their gear. With each person, my head would jerk to see if it was her. And then she appeared. It had been almost 2 weeks since I'd seen her, and my body reacted appropriately. She wore a sexy white bikini top that accentuated her perfect breasts, and a silky floral sarong that clung to her shapely legs, prompting my cock to swell in greeting. Her hair looked even lighter than it had, lifting gently from the ocean breeze. She had spent a lot of time in the sun. Her tanned skin glistened from sunscreen that probably smelled like coconuts. A beach bag hung on one shoulder, the coffee she loved in one hand. The entire time she looked down, ignoring anyone around her, while heading with purpose toward the edge of the turquoise surf. I waited for her to pull out a thick towel, place her coffee and bag on it, and sit her sweet ass down before I rose from the spot where I watched. Step after step brought me closer, nearer, and my heart pounded over the unknown. I had no idea how she would respond to seeing me, or even if she'd want to see me at all. Good thing I was a persuasive prick when I needed to be. My shadow casting over her caught her attention, and she looked up, shielding her eyes from the sun. With the glare behind me, her questioning expression indicated she couldn't make out who it was. "Can I help you?" she asked, her posture stiffening at my proximity. "You can." It took 2 seconds for my voice to register, and her lips parted. "Hello, Jersey. What are you doing here?" "I came to tell you something." I offered her my hand, and was actually surprised when she took it without a fight. Once she stood before me, the sass appeared in a cock of her hip, the deliberate fold of her arms. "You came all the way to Costa Rica when a phone call could accomplish that?" I did. I took a step closer, bringing my chest right up against her defensive stance. "How did you find me?" "I have my ways." I then unfolded her arms, took her hands in mine, and rested them on the small of her back. Her tongue coming out to moisten her lips hadn't gone unnoticed. Neither did the way her chest rose and fell against my own. "Why are you here, Nate?" "It's quite simple," which is ironic for someone like me. "Someone like you?" she asked. Yeah, someone who spent his entire adult life believing everything that came along with a relationship was complicated as fuck. It is complicated. You were right. And what happened between us proves that. You're wrong, Jersey. It's simple. Very simple. I drilled my gaze through hers, dropping my guard, exposing all of me by saying, "It's simple because I love you." "You do?" she asked with a questioning tilt of her head, and vulnerability clear in her eyes. "I do, and I know you love me." Back up went the shield as she released a sarcastic huff, but I insisted. "You do, Jersey. Stop being stubborn and say the words." When the bull-headed woman remained just as she was, I brushed my lips against hers. "I got nowhere to be, and will wait for as long as it takes." I resumed my persuasive methods, running my lips along the smooth skin of her neck and pulling an earlobe between my teeth. Still getting nothing. I pulled her harder against me and kissed her in a way that made our reunion a bit too salacious for the eyes around us. And that kiss was what caused her to crack. She melted into my hold and moaned into my mouth. The moment I broke our connection, she uttered breathlessly, "You drive me crazy, Nate." "I know, as do you, and I know you love me." All I got was a stare, but I could handle her stubbornness. "Have it your way, Jersey. But while you're trying to be a pain in the ass I've grown to love, let's get off this beach and to our room, or I'll be arrested in Costa Rica." "You assumed you'd be staying with me?" There she is. The answer is yes. I'm not leaving until you leave. She glanced down.
"Where's your stuff?"
At the front desk. Releasing her, I grabbed her bag, coffee, and towel off the sand. Once I had them all in hand, I faced her and said, "Lead the way, Jersey."
Chapter 27. Amy. Was I being stubborn, not revealing I felt the same? Absolutely. But I had no problem revealing my desperation in the way I dragged him across the grounds and directly to my room. Who cared that he now knew how much I missed him? After all, he'd shown his hand first by flying all the way to Costa Rica, appearing on the beach fully clothed, all to say those 3 little words that I never imagined he would say. From seeing him on the beach to what he declared, it all felt like a dream. When had he come to this conclusion? I guessed I'd been so consumed with my own confusing emotions, my own heartbreak. I never assumed he was experiencing the same. Why would I? Sure, Jade had warned me he was also confused, and I saw signs of that in the final hours of our arrangement. But I dismissed the possibility it had anything to do with feelings. In my head, because I'd been fixated with our casual sexual connection, I assumed he had been as well. I truly believed what Nate shared with me was a flash in the pan, a common occurrence that he could duplicate with any willing woman he propositioned, especially when he accepted without question my request to end things. Obviously, all my assumptions were wrong. But was it as simple as he claimed? Could professing love erase all the other muck that often ruined a relationship? I had no idea, and would need to jump down that rabbit hole with him. Any chance we could work would be dependent on communicating, something that was way out of my comfort zone. For now, the need to address the overwhelming desire I held for him took precedence. And yes, I needed to come clean by telling him I loved him as well. But regarding that, why not make him sweat a bit? The moment I scanned the card key against the reader and opened my door, Nate slammed it closed and pushed me up against it. We were all frenzied kissing and touching and kicking off shoes and yanking the first articles of clothing that our hands could touch off our writhing bodies. We were now both topless, and just as I was about to place my hands over his muscular pecs, He molded his mouth around one nipple. My vision blurred, having been denied his physical touch over the past few weeks. When I came back to my senses, forgoing his pecs, I instead lowered my hand to palm his hardened dick. A guttural growl rumbled through him just before he moved to the other breast and sucked even harder, once again stealing any logical thoughts. Oh my God, I need you. I hastily unzipped, unbuttoned, and shoved his shorts down his thighs. I then tucked my fingers inside the waistband of his briefs and began to lower them, adding for good measure, "I can't wait any longer." My claim stopped him in his tracks, and he halted the progression, placing his hands over mine. Christ, these past 2 weeks have been hell, Jersey, but I don't want to fuck you against a door. His large palms cupped my face as he desperately stared into my eyes. I want to savor every minute and unhurriedly devour every inch of you. Even though painful raw desire had me wanting to rush into an orgasm no different from a junkie chasing their next high, I also wanted what he wanted. And even though my time without Nate had me wound tighter than a drum, moodier than an adolescent girl with PMS, as he said, our reunion needed to be savored. You're right. I ran my fingertips over his face. Make love to me. When he stepped away, it was to lift and carry me to the king-sized bed. I watched with desire-hooded eyes as he removed my sarong and bikini bottom. My skin pebbled with goosebumps as he raked his gaze over my nakedness, and his pupils practically swallowed up the green irises. But before joining me, he straightened and with purpose began lowering his underwear, releasing his engorged dick. There, he stood in all his perfect glory. Unlike my bashfulness, he exuded nothing but confidence in his commanding stance. While he fixed me with a hungry stare, he suddenly said, "I need to tell you something." My heartbeat faltered, assuming the worst. "Were you with someone else?" "What?" he asked incredulously. "No, are you crazy? I'm chafed over jacking off to memories of you for the past 2 weeks." Weirdly enough, the fact that he hadn't jumped into bed the moment he had the chance meant as much as him saying, "I love you," had. We were over, and he'd be justified to do so. But when I hadn't responded yet, he held my chin in his hand, anchoring our gazes. "You do believe me, right?" "I do. You just scared me, looking all serious." "Nothing to be scared about. I wanted to let you know we received an invite from Bid for Love, and I RSVP'd for both of us before even coming here." When my mouth gaped, he added, "We don't have to go if you don't want to. I thought it'd be fun." "Why is that what you're thinking of now?" I asked. He shrugged sheepishly. "My stripping." "Kiss me, you idiot." He grinned at my outburst and then leisurely rolled his gaze over my body before taking one large, swift step toward the bed. Full of virility, that simple act of moving with purpose provided foreplay as effectively as his touches would. "By the way, you would blow any of those strippers out of the water," I offered, "in case you ever got bored with your career." He definitely had natural stripper moves. Maybe I will consider it. On second thought." His grin returned as he laid beside me to resume where he had left off by latching onto one of my nipples. Torturous nips and sucks drove me nuts. With kisses and touches, he unhurriedly blanketed every inch of me, just as he claimed he would. On his way down my body, he stopped to pay attention to my belly button ring, while his hand slid between my legs. "Nate." I said his name as a plea when the petting and kissing became too much. That caused him to stare at me, a smirk lifting those lips of his. Then he spread my legs and settled between them. At first, he pecked light kisses around my perimeter, teasing. The muscles in my thighs continued to tremble with anticipation of more to come. And then, an open-mouthed attack landed on my clit, sending hot pulsations of sexual energy to ripple through me. Each long lap of his tongue caused a numbing delirium. Vibrant green eyes pinned to mine as he moved his hungry mouth over me, expertly manipulating my sexual frustration into bliss. Endorphins sizzled to the surface, traveling through my core at full throttle as Nate's hot tongue brought me an instant orgasm. The tremors in my thighs barely calmed before he winked and dove back in, repeating the process all over again. He resumed by leisurely licking, sucking, and kissing me in the most sensual way. Each method resulted in the same build of heightened ecstasy. At times, I forgot to breathe, forcing myself to drag in a deep intake of air. As he had before, he latched onto my clit and sucked. But when he slid 2 fingers inside me, I saw stars and desperately said, "Oh God, don't stop." Of course he didn't, determinedly bringing me closer to the edge with his talons. I reached for his free hand, and he entwined our fingers. Meanwhile, he focused on my clit, sucking relentlessly, just as his fingers found my G-spot. I was gone. The second orgasm came even harder than the first. Words failed me. Noises, moans, and sighs were all I was capable of while I spun into a vortex of indescribable pleasure. When he moved higher up the bed and stretched beside me, the deep, passionate kiss had me tasting myself on his lips. A deep-rooted desire coursed through my veins from the eroticism, almost as if the last 2 orgasms had never occurred. "Straddle me, baby," he said gruffly. Without hesitation, I positioned myself over him and reached down to take his heavy shaft in my hand. Tethering my gaze to his, I impaled myself with one smooth descent. 2 hands landed on my butt, manipulating my movements and setting the pace. A mind-blowing fullness took hold of my already sensitive nerve endings, causing an intense clenching that triggered him to groan. I took control, stabilizing myself by holding on to his shoulders. He gripped my ass, rocking in and out of me. With each lunge, he released another guttural groan and another punishing wave of ecstasy. As my internal muscles continued to squeeze him, he cursed, "Fuck, baby, I can't hold back much longer. I'm almost there. Let's get you all the way there." He pressed a fingertip against my swollen clit, timing the circular motion he made with each of his thrusts. "Closer?" "Yes," I rasped. He then sat up, and that was all I needed to send me spiraling into a draining orgasm. Number 3 for me, and each was more intense than the last. Working on his own now, Nate anchored both hands on my hips to keep himself fully seated inside just before he spasmed. Staring at one another nose to nose as this perfect man came undone. A man who professed his love was one of the most intimate moments of my life. It seemed an eternity before he finally relaxed and said, "Jesus Christ, I needed that." For the record, I needed it more. I teased with a contented smile. He gifted me with his sexy smirk. "Are we making this a contest? Because I will win." "Of course you will, Mr. Navarro. Don't you win at everything?" "Absolutely. I won in professing my love before you did." His hand spread over my back, pulling me even closer. I could feel his pounding heart against my breasts, the scruff of his jawline on my chin, the emotions in his soul. "And I most definitely won the jackpot with you." He breathed, "I love you, Amy. You have my heart." My own heart flipped over his declarations, and I kissed him long and hard before saying, "I love you too, Nate, and you have mine as well." That cocky smirk appeared. "Tell me something I don't know, Jersey." After all the resisting and fighting off feelings, I still wondered how I got this sexy as hell, emotionally detached, arrogant bastard to love me. While trying to enjoy every last minute of our last night in Costa Rica, we got no sleep. "We have to get dressed." "You said that already." He was right. I had said it a few times now, but I couldn't bring myself to move. In my defense, lying naked with an equally naked, sexy man while staring at a spectacular beach held much more appeal than going back to New York's less desirable climate. Funny, the day I had checked into the lovely room my mom had booked for me, I stared at the massive king-size bed and groaned. I legit saw that fluffy cloud of luxurious linens as a threat to my Nate-free state of mind. It faced a glass slider that framed the gorgeous view, along with a claw-footed tub and stone shower for two, also culprits of my gloom. Unfortunately, staying there forever wasn't possible. So once again I repeated, "We really have to get dressed. If we grab food at the airport instead of here, and fuck while showering, then we just bought at least another hour." That's brilliant. We had utilized that shower and tub all week for reasons other than cleansing ourselves. I snuggled closer with a contented sigh. He not only attended the wedding with me, but we'd been inseparable for the last 9 days. He arrived a few days before my mom's wedding, with no plans of leaving until I did. This had me asking the workaholic how he'd pulled off an extended vacation, besides admitting he'd given his staff time off for the holiday and that he needed a vacation. He claimed he did not want to talk about work. Being there for 2 weeks had given me the opportunity to get to know my new stepdad, who happened to be a nice man. Once Nate arrived, I loved watching him interacting with him, as well as with my mother. They had already spoken on the phone a few times, because she and Jade were responsible for helping him coordinate ambushing me. Because of that, you'd think the two were long-lost friends. For the record, he'd charmed the panties off her. It was embarrassing how she hung on his words, giggled like a schoolgirl, and put him on a pedestal. The wedding ceremony was short and sweet during a lovely sunset on the beach. Nate and I acted as witnesses. We then all had a Thanksgiving dinner, Costa Rican style, before my mom and Roy left for their honeymoon in Bali. I thought that was hilarious, since the two of them had been frolicking from beach to beach since the day they had met. Once alone, Nate and I enjoyed our resort, exploring the town, hit the casino, and had lots of sex. It needed to be said. Suit-wearing Nate was hot as hell. Bathing suit-clad Nate, however, was even hotter. Most girls would be annoyed with endless stares and flirtations their guy received, as if I weren't there beside him or holding his hand. But he had eyes only for me, and made it pretty damn obvious wherever we went. With a filthy look or an intimidating posture, he also had no issue letting any man know he'd fuck them up if they even dared to look my way. That proved true when some poor sap sparked up a harmless conversation while Nate made a bathroom trip. It all turned me on, and I made that known the moment we got back to our room. I always had it bad for him and his sexual abilities, but things were so different now. Gone was that constant little voice that had berated me for developing feelings. Gone was the insecurity that he and I would end at any moment. In their place came a new level of desire that I never knew possible. It all had to do with being in love. But now it was departure day, and leaving this paradise would be bittersweet. I'm going to miss this place. We'll come back. Soon? He offered a bemused smile with a nod. Good. Although I looked forward to regular life with Nate, this slice of heaven was a nice start to our relationship. I liked our little tropical bubble. I liked it being just him and me. Unfortunately, we needed to get back to reality. I'd have to go back to writing, figuring out what my next step would be with my books. It had me thinking, and out of the blue I said, "Hey, I think I want to meet with Claire." He looked down at me. "Oh yeah? What changed your mind?" "You were right in saying it's often based on word of mouth, a lucky break, who you know. Why cut my nose off?" "All true. You're very talented, Jersey. Using a connection doesn't lessen that." I smiled at him. Thank you for having my back. I guess my pride got in the way. His green eyes narrowed in challenge. "That, and you had already decided you were dumping my ass." "Yeah, that too." He kissed my nose and then smacked my ass. "I'm glad you came to your senses, on both points." Kissing his chest with a sigh, I admitted, "Me too." "Speaking of career moves, and since our vacation is technically over now, I can tell you about my decision." His eyes bounced between mine before he shrugged. "I made some changes." My brows lifted inquiringly. What kind of changes? "First off, I'm leaving divorce law." The casualness in his delivery caused me to sit up in haste. "What? Why?" I asked with a rise in my vocal pitch. "I don't know. Just not into it anymore." "So, what, will you go back into business law again?" "No. I promoted Andrew to partner. He and his staff have that part of my firm covered. I decided to start a pro bono division. I always wanted to. I'll be providing legal counsel to people who can't afford to end marriages filed with abuse or toxicity." I couldn't have been more shocked if he admitted wanting to become a circus clown. Apparently, I didn't do a good job schooling my expression, because he hesitantly asked, "Bad idea?" Seeming unsure of himself, he searched my face expectantly. "Are you kidding me?" I cupped his face in my hands and stared directly into his eyes. "Nate, I love that!" The returning smile I got held an adorable shyness, and I couldn't resist placing a soft kiss on his lips. This man continued to amaze me. He was more than a hotshot lawyer with model looks. Beneath the arrogance, the cockiness, and even the prickiness was a man with a good heart, one that was now mine. "Except for my staff and clients, I haven't told anyone yet. I wanted you to be the first to know." "Well, I'm very proud of you, Nate." It was his turn to kiss me, and his tongue languidly stroked along mine. Emotions overcame me. When he pulled away and noticed my eyes glistening, he asked, "Why the tears, Jersey?" "I think it's because you've made me really happy." In fact, I was blissfully happy. I felt like a bottomless pit of joy, but the frown that creased his handsome face contrasted that. Afraid to ask, I needed to know, "What's wrong? Made you happy?" His lips quirked up in that smug way while a mischievous glint in his eyes sent my pulse racing. "Jersey, we're just getting started."
Epilogue. Nate. I was a 33-year-old man who never had a date on Valentine's Day. Sure, I fucked on Valentine's Day, if that counted, but I'd never had a real date with romance and everything. In all my years, I had also never experienced the kind of love that I had for Amy. My one prior relationship paled in comparison, and it had nothing to do with my ex ultimately breaking my heart. Even when I thought we were blissfully happy, it didn't compare to what I felt now. Obsessed was the word Brad used to describe me, whereas my mom labeled us adorable. I couldn't negate either of their assessments. Amy and I were one of those couples. The kind that spent every waking moment together, finished each other's sentences, kissed like no one was watching, and even though we were inseparable, I still couldn't get enough of her. After checking the time on my watch, I went in search of my date and found her fastening her earrings in front of the bathroom mirror. Seeing her in a skin-tight red lace dress, the way it hugged every curve while giving the illusion she was naked beneath it, stopped me in my tracks. "Holy shit," I said out loud. She wore her hair down, brushing the curve of her shoulders. Except for it being shorter, it was back to her natural sable color and straight style. With a demure smile and a seductive spin, she asked, "I take it you like?" "I love." Stalking right for her, I wrapped my arms around her waist from behind and began nibbling on her neck. An appreciative hum rumbled beneath my forearms. "Can you zip me up, please?" But when I lowered the zipper toward her ass, she scolded. "Wrong way, Nate." I met her gaze in the mirror with a cocky smile. "Oh, sorry. My bad." Before lifting it up, though, I took the opportunity to kiss the smooth skin revealed between the gaping dress fabric. Knowing she was braless, and a quick glance down revealed a thong situation happening, my cock predictably swelled. As I pushed it against her ass and she moaned, I pressed my luck by saying, "We have time for a quickie." One perfect brow lifted in consideration, but then she said, "No, we don't. Jade will throw a fit if we don't show after she got over the guilt of being away from Michael on his first birthday. We were with him all day. The kid is sleeping like a bear." "You know that, and I know that. But a mother who feels guilty doesn't care. Besides, I'm only going to this stupid event because Max guilted me into it." This was true. When Brad told us all about his plans for a Valentine's Day event at the bar, Jade was torn. It was the anniversary of when she and Max came together, but it was also her son's first birthday. Max made sure the kid had a party fit for a prince, and then made sure we all attended Brad's thing later. We both reluctantly agreed to make Jade happy, although we'd rather spend the night much differently. "Okay, I'll be good." I placed one more kiss on the back of her neck, adding, "To be continued." Once I lifted the zipper all the way up, she turned to face me, smoothing a hand over the front of my black button-down shirt. "You look very handsome," she said, planting a hard kiss on my lips. Of course, I took it from 0 to 60 in no time, forcing her to break away while shaking her head. "Now you have lipstick all over you, and I need to reapply." I have no regrets. Truer words have never been spoken, on all counts regarding her. Starting our fuck relationship was the best decision I'd ever made. Life had been a whirlwind since we'd returned from Costa Rica, after we attended the Bid for Love party, where we were stars of the event because, apparently, no other couples paired at the auction had made it. One day melded into the next. Weeknights were usually spent at her place, since I often left for the office well before she woke. Weekends were spent at mine. We made up for lost time by doing the dating thing, going to movies, having romantic dinners, taking picturesque drives toward the mountains or down to any one of the Jersey beaches. We did all of it. Christmas was spent with my parents and Brad. For New Year's, we flew down to Miami to be with Jade and Max. And then we blinked, and it was February. Things were moving full steam ahead at my firm. Business booming forced Andrew to add 3 lawyers and 4 paralegals to his staff. I did the same in the divorce division to help with the influx of new clients that came from the Steiner divorce. I was even considering adding an entertainment law division in the next year or so. Meanwhile, I set up a pro bono division while still acting as a consultant for the divorce cases I had handed over. Surprisingly enough, no regret came from stepping away from that part of my career. Amy had her own whirlwind going on with her writing. We both met with Claire, and it went much better than I expected. The two actually clicked and became fast friends. Sphere came through, snatching up Amy's best-selling series. I made sure all legal negotiations occurred with her best interests at heart. Come next fall, production would begin on the 5-season dramedy that my girl had created. Amy finally finished the book that she claimed I had caused her writer's block on. Being with me ended up influencing the outcome of the story, which she also claimed came dangerously close to becoming a murder mystery instead of a romance. I read it and would be lying if I didn't admit it was hot as fuck. More importantly, Claire thinks it had movie potential. Having more time on my hands, I took up reading the rest of her work. I even accompanied her at a book signing in Chicago a few weeks ago, acting as her assistant. Apparently, the store sold a record number of copies that day, which I attributed to my presence. That was a lie, of course. Amy was a truly talented author, and while sitting beside her at her table, watching in awe as readers gushed over meeting her, I'd never been prouder. "Okay, let's get this over with," Amy said, while slipping on a pair of ridiculously sexy heels. "Yes, then we can get to the good part of this night later." Every moment was a good part. Even when we fought, and shit could we fight, it was good. Great, actually, because makeup sex with her was mind-blowing. It was all more than good. It was fucking amazing. Anxiety for what was to come, and a touch of nerves, had me swiftly dragging her through the mobbed bar in search of Max and Jade. Once I spotted them in the reserved table Brad had set up for us near the stage, those nerves kicked into overdrive. I barely registered the greetings between us, or any of the conversation, as we all took a seat around the small, intimate table. But as minute by minute ticked by, it felt like the temperature inside the packed bar rose to stifling heights. Until finally, my brother stepped onto the makeshift stage and took the microphone. "Welcome to Kismet Karaoke." The crowd burst into applause, forcing him to wait. "I am very happy to bring back this popular event. Many of you had attended the first one we ran here at Brad's Tavern a few years ago, and most of the suggestions we receive on our website request it to be a regular thing." Brad's gaze landed on our table. "I know my brother Max would agree. If it weren't for being paired up with a perfect stranger that night and forcing them to sing together, they wouldn't be married now, with a kid and another on the way." Our attention sliced to Max and Jade, who both sat grinning. "You're pregnant?" Amy asked, having to shout over the noise. Meanwhile, Brad kept pumping the crowd, causing our conversation to be a comical shouting match. Jade nodded, yelling back, "Yep, due in August." Shit, those two wasted no time. My nephew was barely 1. "We were going to tell you tonight," Max added, "but leave it to Brad to steal the moment." I lifted my champagne, only then noticing Jade was drinking water. "To a healthy, happy niece or nephew, and to adding more Navarros to our clan. Congratulations." We all tapped glasses, and Max mouthed a thank you before kissing his wife's cheek. "Okay, I know all of you horny people are anxious to get started on possibly meeting your person," Brad's voice boomed around us. "But there's one more thing to do first." His eyes caught mine, and when he nodded, my heart pounded in my ears. When I had asked for his help to pull this off, the fucker reminded me he'd called it months ago. The night he'd found out about Amy and me, he'd shamelessly asked how he was going to avoid imagining Amy naked if we got married. Back then, I scoffed. Now I was quick to enlighten him that if he so much as whispered that concern ever again, they'd never find his body. Amy caught the interaction between us and shouted in my ear, "What is about to happen? I'm not singing, Nate." Before I could lose my nerve, I pecked her cheek, winked, and made my way onto the stage. "Hey, everyone. If you don't know, or are too drunk to tell, I'm Brad's other brother." Laughter filtering toward me did nothing to calm my nerves. I used to make fun of Brad for all these cockamamie events he held under the ruse of finding love, but not anymore. My eyes landed on my girl. "Amy Delton, can you come up here?" When she shook her head, panic lacing her expression, I insisted. "Please?" Jade reached over the table, taking Amy's hand and yanking her out of her chair. With each zombie-worthy step she took, I knew she was plotting the way she was going to kill me. Once she came to stand where I was, I took her hand and faced her. "Jersey, who knew that you would be the one to crack that anti-love shell I had protecting my heart? But you did. Sure, it started with hot sex." Shrill whistles and crude acknowledgments interrupted me. With a laugh, I continued. "Still, you managed to change me in the best of ways." Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out the boxless ring, because I couldn't trust my girl's roaming hands from discovering it. I had bought it months ago, just after returning from Costa Rica, in fact, and I would have given it to her that day. But I knew she'd think I was too impulsive, that it would be too soon. I could clearly hear her voice in my head, pointing out that we didn't even know each other's favorite movie, dessert, or color, or how we never even had a real date. And until we interacted together in the real world, how would we know for sure? Well, I learned all those things and then some. I even learned her ring size. So now, I had proof that I most definitely knew for sure. With that resolve, I dropped to one knee and said, "Marry me?" Her eyes widened. Who could blame her? There I was, the ruthless divorce attorney known as a shark, proposing in front of a crowd. Pushing through the little seed of doubt that began to sprout in my gut, I added, "I love you. I will always love you. So be my forever." She forgot all the people watching and smiled through tears that began to shimmer in her eyes. "Yes, yes, yes." I hastily slipped on the 3-carat ring before standing and kissing the shit out of her. More whistling and chatter came at us, but I heard none of it. And when she was the first to break our kiss and pull her face away far enough to stare into my eyes, I would have subjected myself to all that angst once again, to see this joy written all over her face. "I love you, Jersey. I love you too. But I will get you back for embarrassing me." "Bring it," I said with a shrug. "I'm not scared." "Apparently not." Her attention floated toward the crowd, still clapping and watching. "You were so confident I would say yes, huh?" While staring into her gorgeous eyes, I admitted, "I was confident that I wouldn't allow you to say no."
We hope you've enjoyed this production of Not Happening Again, the Navarro Triplets Book 2 by A.M. Madden. Narrated for you by Allison Voller and William McLeod. This has been a Find a Way AudioWorks production presented by Orange Sky Audio. Copyright 2022 by A.M. Madden. Published by arrangement with SBR Media, LLC. Production copyright 2021 by Orange Sky Audio. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.